Chosen one, you didn't find this message found you. And not because of a clever algorithm, but because the Spirit of God is moving through back channels, reaching only those whose hearts are tuned to heaven's frequency. This isn't for everyone. In fact, most won't even finish this message, not because it's untrue, but because it's too true, too raw, too divine. And that's exactly why God does not want it out. Not widely, not prematurely. There are things God hides in silence, not because they are unworthy, but because they are holy. And what I'm about to speak isn't meant for public consumption. It's meant for spiritual transaction. There are secrets so sacred that if revealed too soon, they would be mocked, mishandled, or even destroyed. Have you ever wondered why some of your prayers went unanswered? Not because they weren't powerful, but because they were protected. If you're still here, you've already crossed a line most people never do. You've stepped into a realm where God is no longer speaking in shouts, but in whispers. And this whisper carries fire. It carries blueprints. It carries divine danger, the kind of truth that shifts atmospheres and unsettles the powers that be. What if the very thing you've been waiting for is already unfolding, but God told no one but you? Before we dive deeper, I want to pause and say this from my heart. To those of you who've supported this ministry with your super thanks, thank you. What you sowed in private, heaven is honoring in ways no platform could ever reveal. And if you're feeling a pull in your spirit right now, that's not emotion, that's divine recognition. Comment 777 right now if your spirit says yes to what's being stirred. That number is not a gimmick, it's a sign, completion, activation, heaven's fingerprint on your obedience. But here's what you need to understand. This word is cloaked, not because it's a secret, but because it's a strategy. God isn't hiding it from you. He's hiding it for you. Only those with the oil of discernment will grasp what's being unveiled next. Still with me? Then stay close, because what's about to be spoken will explain everything you couldn't tell anyone, and it will confirm what your spirit already knows, but your mind couldn't yet explain. God's chosen ones. God does not want it out. Listen now. You've been wondering why everything around you seems to grow quieter, why the applause has faded, why some doors are slow to open. Could it be that God is shielding you from exposure, not because you're forgotten, but because you're entrusted with something sacred? You carry a fire that is not meant to flicker in public winds. It needs to be fanned in private altars first. You are not behind schedule. You are under divine surveillance. How many times have you shared something straight from your spirit, only to watch it unravel before it could take form? Have you ever felt the sting of speaking prematurely, when what you birthed wasn't ready to walk, let alone stand? That's not coincidence. That's a caution from heaven. Just like Joseph, who revealed his dreams too early to brothers who didn't carry the capacity to celebrate him. Genesis 37, 5-11. You've been entrusted with visions that require protection, not publicity. Revelation without timing is not favor, it's vulnerability. Have you noticed how butterflies never crawl back into the cocoon once they emerge? But if disturbed mid-process, their wings collapse. That's what happens when you reveal destiny before it's developed. You're in the chrysalis, not in hiding, but in formation. What if your silence isn't stagnation, but sacred strategy? David was anointed king long before he ever sat on the throne, 1 Samuel 16:13. But he didn't rush to declare himself. He stayed in the shadows of obedience, not because he lacked greatness, but because he respected God's process. What you carry, chosen one, is heavy. Too heavy to be handled by unclean hands or distracted hearts. Your ideas, your calling, your transformation, it all needs covering. Heaven has protocols. Not everything heaven plants should be immediately posted, performed, or pronounced. Some things grow best in the soil of secrecy. As Proverbs 25:11 says, "A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in settings of silver." Timing sanctifies the message, and your voice, when released under obedience, will echo farther than any broadcast birthed from insecurity. Famed American theologian and civil rights leader Howard Thurman once said, "Don't ask what the world needs. Ask what makes you come alive, and go do it." He lived this truth in quiet strength, mentoring leaders like Martin Luther King Jr., not through spotlight performances, but in private impartation. What if God is calling you to become that kind of power, silent, steady, sovereign? Remember when Jesus healed the blind man in Mark 8:22-26. He took him outside the village before restoring his sight. Even Christ himself avoided spectacle when a sacred moment was unfolding. Could your silence be the setting of a miracle? Sophia, a young architect in Amsterdam, once shared her breakthrough design concept with an old colleague she thought she could trust. Days later, it showed up on social media under someone else's name. That betrayal almost caused her to walk away from the very field she was born to impact. But what she didn't know was that God would lead her into a competition a year later, where her authentic design, refined in silence, would win global awards. That delay wasn't a detour, it was divine differentiation. You've mistaken observers for allies. You thought vulnerability would yield validation. But discernment is not distrust, it's spiritual stewardship. As Ecclesiastes 3:7 reminds us, there's a time to keep silent and a time to speak. You must master both to protect what God is cultivating in you. Have you ever stopped to wonder, who truly has the capacity to hold what you're carrying? Can the people you're speaking to see the crown on your seed, or are they still judging the soil it's buried in? What if the applause you're seeking is actually an ambush in disguise? Author and media mogul Ava DuVernay once shared that she didn't direct her first feature film until age 32. She said, "I didn't rush. I trusted that the right moment would find me." That's divine timing over worldly urgency. The world applauds speed, but heaven rewards surrender. You were not created to be consumed. You were crafted to be consecrated. Your voice isn't missing. It's maturing. Your silence isn't punishment. It's prophecy. The next time you're tempted to explain yourself, pause. Heaven is still writing the sentence. Don't interrupt what God is still authoring. The enemy thrives on blueprint leaks. If he can't kill the vessel, he'll try to sabotage the vision by pushing it into premature labor. That's why you've been feeling pressed to stay hidden. You've been cloaked not in fear, but in fire. And the moment will come when God says speak, you will roar with authority, not noise. You've been feeling the urge to speak, to share, to unveil what's been stirring within you. But every time you do, something feels off. You wonder why clarity fades after confession, or why momentum dies the moment your mouth opens. That's not coincidence, it's consequence. You weren't meant to deliver what hasn't been fully developed. The more you speak from impulse instead of instruction, the more spiritual oxygen you leak from the assignment itself. Purpose thrives under obedience, not overexposure. What if the battle you're facing isn't about your enemies, but about your eagerness? Can you discern the difference between excitement and empowerment, between revelation and readiness? You've been operating from a heart full of fire, but lacking the oil to sustain it. Fire can ignite a movement, but without oil, it burns out too soon. The Holy Spirit is whispering to your soul, "Let me reveal you when you're ready, not when you're just restless." In Numbers 22, Balaam was prepared to prophesy, but without alignment, his gift could have cursed what God intended to bless. It was only when God opened his eyes to the angel in his path that he understood. Divine gifting doesn't equal divine timing. You are gifted, but gifting without guidance is spiritual vulnerability. You might recall when Jesus told his disciples in John 16:12, "I still have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now." Heaven's pattern is always protection before promotion. God is not withholding from you. He's shielding you from premature warfare. Could it be that you're speaking ahead of your anointing's armor? What happens when you open your mouth without spiritual fortification? Who's really benefiting from your transparency, your destiny, or the people secretly waiting for your downfall? Pope John the 23rd, known for initiating the transformative Second Vatican Council, once said, "Consult not your fears, but your hopes and your dreams. Think not about your frustrations, but about your unfulfilled potential." And yet, before calling the council, he waited in silence, prayed in solitude, and discerned in secret. He didn't act from pressure. He waited for the pulse of heaven. What if that's what's missing from your rhythm? Spiritual restraint. Daniela, a wellness coach in Toronto, once felt compelled to share her vision for a healing center during a live podcast interview. The idea was genuine, the passion deep, but the timing was off. Weeks later, competitors launched a similar program. Her vision was not stolen. It was simply unprotected. In her words, "I was speaking from excitement, not from instruction, and it cost me the first version of my dream." But God, in His mercy, gave her a new blueprint. This time, she built it in secret, and it thrived. You're not in trouble, you're in training. That inner tension you feel, it's not condemnation, it's calibration. God is fine-tuning your discernment, teaching you that silence is not suppression, it's spiritual security. As Proverbs 13:3 declares, "Whoever guards his mouth preserves his life. He who opens wide his lips comes to ruin." You've been clapping for yourself prematurely and inviting others to clap along, not realizing that some hands hide daggers. Have you asked yourself lately, who am I performing for? Do they love you? Or do they love the access your vulnerability gives them? Not all attention is affirmation. Not all curiosity is covenant. Some want proximity, not partnership. There's a tree in the highlands of Ethiopia called the waka tree. It grows tall and wide, but only when its roots remain hidden in deep, silent soil for years. If unearthed too soon, the roots will dry out and the tree will die. Your destiny is the same. Its strength is hidden in silence. Its height depends on what you've allowed to go unseen. When Samuel went to anoint the next king of Israel, 1 Samuel 16, even he was almost deceived by appearance. But God corrected him, saying, "Man looks on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart." You see, even spiritual leaders can be misled by exposure. This is why God keeps covering you, because you carry something that can't be discerned by surface eyes. Are you desperate to be seen or prepared to be sent? Are you longing for applause or alignment? Can you distinguish between being revealed by heaven and being marketed by the flesh? What you're experiencing isn't shame, it's mercy. You're being preserved for something holy. If you rise too soon, the crown will crush you. But if you wait, the anointing will carry you. What's coming doesn't need your self-promotion. It needs your submission. Heaven will not allow what's holy to be diluted by your hurry. Stay hidden until the oil is undeniable. There's been a restlessness in your spirit lately, a tension between revelation and restraint. You're bursting with visions, blueprints, breakthroughs. You want to share. You want to post. You want to announce what's next. But each time you do it without God's confirmation, something feels misaligned. That's not coincidence. It's divine restraint. You weren't instructed to share. You were invited to steward. Every dream that leaves your mouth without heaven's permission becomes vulnerable to hands that were never meant to carry it, and hearts too distorted to honor it. Have you noticed that the more you talk, the less peace you feel? Could it be that your overexposure has opened the door to spiritual contamination? Have you stopped to wonder, who's really listening when you speak? Not all ears are designed for holy things. Some carry daggers disguised as dialogue. Some celebrate you outwardly while seeding sabotage inwardly. Your dream is a sacred seed, and not every soil is blessed to hold it. God is whispering to your heart, I never asked you to explain it. I asked you to trust me with it. Like Mary, who received a word from the angel in Luke 1:30-38, you are not meant to broadcast what you're still carrying in gestation. Mary didn't start a ministry tour. She treasured the word in her heart. She didn't need a platform, she needed alignment. And so do you. Could the silence around you be holy? Could the delay you feel be a setup, not a setback? God's voice is not always thunderous. Sometimes it arrives in a stillness so sacred it requires a surrendered soul to hear it. As 1 Kings 19:12 reveals, Elijah didn't find God in the earthquake, nor in the fire, but in the gentle whisper. And that's where you are now, in the whispering place of destiny. If you keep speaking over God, you'll never hear the direction that saves your life. Award-winning author and former monk Jay Shetty once said, "The loudest voice is not always the most powerful. True clarity lives in stillness." Before he became a global voice of wisdom, he spent years in silence, cleaning temples and meditating in obscurity. What if your quiet season is not a punishment, but your spiritual apprenticeship? Take the story of Lucien, a financial strategist in Paris. After receiving a prophetic dream about a kingdom-minded investment model, he felt an urgency to tell his colleagues. But that same week, 2 of them quietly launched a diluted version of his idea with worldly branding. Crushed but not defeated, Lucien withdrew, fasted, and resubmitted the vision to God. This time, he wrote nothing, posted nothing, and shared nothing for an entire year. When he finally launched, doors opened globally, because what he now carried was anointed, not just exciting. Proverbs 29:11 says, "A fool gives full vent to his spirit, but a wise man quietly holds it back." You are not being held back to be humiliated, you're being held back to be hurled forward. Heaven has chosen the slingshot for your promotion. But slingshots only work if there's tension, only if you're pulled back far enough, only if you're still. Can you stay quiet long enough to gain the momentum that will change everything? Like the snow leopard in the Himalayas, your impact is being shaped in silence. This rare creature moves without sound, waits with unmatched patience, and strikes with power no one saw coming. It's not loud, but it's legendary. Just like the vision in your spirit, when heaven's timing meets your obedience, the launch will speak louder than any announcement ever could. Ask yourself, what's more important, being seen early or being sent accurately? Would you rather explain your promise or embody it? The longer you try to manage optics, the longer you delay the oil. What God has for you doesn't need a press release, it needs a prayer life. Jesus often withdrew to solitary places, Luke 5:16, not because he feared crowds, but because he honored alignment. You too are being pulled away, not to shrink, but to synchronize with sacred timing. The delay you feel is not God ignoring you, it's Him perfecting you. And if you can quiet your voice long enough, you'll hear that He never left. He's been whispering through the silence. Wait, I'm not finished building you yet. This one will sting, but it must be said, not every delay in your life was orchestrated by the devil. Some were born from misplaced trust. What if the detour you're grieving began the moment you handed your vision to someone unequipped to carry it? You didn't mean to sabotage it. You simply believed the wrong soul was a safe place. You mistook availability for assignment. But just because someone is close to you doesn't mean they're called to hold what heaven whispered. Have you ever shared a holy thing only to feel empty afterward? Have you ever left a conversation with someone who promised to pray for you but walked away confused, anxious, or even ashamed? Could it be that the very atmosphere God entrusted to your care was contaminated by careless agreement? You thought you were building an altar, but now you're dodging arrows, and not from outsiders, but from those once trusted to watch your back. In Judges 16, Samson told Delilah the secret of his strength. He didn't share it with a soldier. He shared it with someone who smiled while planning his downfall. That's how spiritual sabotage works. It doesn't scream. It whispers. It affirms with words and dismantles with intent. God is not just calling you to walk in purpose. He's calling you to guard it like treasure. Bishop T.D. Jakes once warned, "Stop watering dead plants. Just because something once had roots in your life doesn't mean it still brings fruit." Some friendships are expired, but still in rotation. Could it be that you're confiding in someone whose season has already shifted, but you kept them in a spiritual role they no longer fit? And now, the delay you're experiencing isn't warfare. It's weight from someone who should have been released. A woman named Kira, a non-profit leader in Chicago, once felt prompted to share her next project, a faith-based domestic violence shelter, with a longtime friend. That friend smiled, nodded, even offered advice. But within weeks, rumors started circulating. Funding partners became hesitant. Kira would later learn that the friend didn't betray her out of malice, but out of fear that her own work would be overshadowed. Kira's dream wasn't attacked by an enemy. It was wounded by insecurity. The prophet Amos once said, "Can two walk together unless they have agreed to do so?" Amos 3:3. You've mistaken proximity for alignment. Not everyone clapping is connected to your covenant, and some are only standing close enough to hear what they can imitate, without ever honoring its origin. Your vision is not fragile, but it is holy, and holiness demands discretion. It cannot be laid on the altars of opinion or handled by those who see it as a stepping stone rather than a sacred trust. Have you discerned whether those around you are soul carriers or soul siphoners? Are they watering your destiny or leaking it out through casual conversations and envy-cloaked questions? Mother Teresa, a woman of fierce compassion and quiet strength, rarely shared her inner anguish with those around her. In fact, many of her personal journals, later published, revealed that she carried deep spiritual burdens silently before God. She knew the difference between confession and compromise, that not every burden was meant to be broadcast. Sometimes sacred things must bleed only before the cross. What you carry, chosen one, is weighty. It was never meant for every hand. As 2 Corinthians 4:7 declares, we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us. That treasure requires thick covering, sacred privacy, and relentless discernment. Don't cast it before ears that itch only to analyze, not to intercede. The harpy eagle, one of the strongest raptors in the world, builds its nest high above dense rainforests, far from predators, far from curious creatures. It doesn't place its eggs where many can reach, because what is rare must be hidden. What is powerful must be lifted, and what is yours must be protected with vision and height. So ask yourself quietly, are you delaying your promise by allowing the wrong hearts into holy places? Are you handing out blueprints to people who don't even believe the house can be built? Are you grieving over betrayal or being invited into mastery over your mouth? The weight you feel is not proof you're failing. It's proof you're chosen. And chosen things require sacred boundaries. You're not paranoid, you're prophetic. And God is retraining your heart to know the difference between shared joy and silent sabotage. He's not just giving you vision, He's giving you discernment. What you're sensing right now is not paranoia, it's preservation. You're in a holy transition, and in this sacred threshold, applause can be more dangerous than opposition. Your spirit is growing sharper because God is tuning your ears not to the cheers of men, but to the cautions of heaven. This is a season where discernment must outweigh display. Every dream doesn't need a declaration. Every miracle doesn't need a microphone. Have you stopped to ask, who's really in your corner? Who's clapping with clean hands, and who's only mimicking the sound while secretly monitoring your steps? God never asked you to make your vision visible before he made it mature. You were told to nurture it, not broadcast it, to carry it in private wombs of worship, not in public arenas of validation. In Matthew 1:19, when Joseph discovered that Mary was pregnant, he planned to divorce her quietly, not out of shame, but out of reverence for something he didn't yet understand. Heaven had a plan, and God sent an angel in a dream to affirm that what was conceived in her was of the Holy Spirit. There are things you carry, chosen one, that even those closest to you can't yet comprehend. That's why God is asking for silence. Not because your blessing is small, but because it's supernatural. Have you considered that your last post may have made you popular, but made your promise a target? That what felt like boldness may have actually been premature release? There is a difference between courage and timing. You can be right in revelation, but wrong in rhythm. Have you felt the hush around your spirit lately? The sudden stillness after your announcement? That's not rejection, it's realignment. Media mogul and philanthropist Bob Goff once said, "We won't be distracted by comparison if we're captivated with purpose." But purpose doesn't scream, it whispers. Bob built much of his early work quietly, behind the scenes, ministering to people others ignored. His strategy? Protect the mission until it was unshakable. Your calling deserves the same covering. Ezra, a photographer in Nairobi, once posted a photo series inspired by a dream he believed came from God, an artistic depiction of healing across tribal lines. The project went viral. It reached embassies, non-profits, and networks. But what came next was warfare. False accusations, hacking attempts, stolen concepts. Ezra was confused. God, wasn't I obedient? And the answer came, yes, but not aligned. He had the vision, but not the divine release. A year later, in a time of prayer and fasting, he was given the green light, and this time with legal covering, spiritual backup, and global favor. As Proverbs 18:2 warns, a fool takes no pleasure in understanding, but only in expressing his opinion. You are not a fool, but if you're honest, excitement made you impulsive, and the enemy doesn't need access to your soul if you keep handing him access to your strategies. Not every open door is holy. Some are just well-decorated distractions. The cicada, buried underground for years, emerges only when conditions are perfectly aligned. It doesn't rush. It doesn't preview. It prepares in hiddenness, knowing that emerging too early could mean death. And yet when the time comes, it sings, not for attention, but from alignment. You too are not being held back. You are being synchronized with heaven's signal. Have you asked yourself, why does it feel like your momentum suddenly vanished after exposure? Why did connections dry up after you shared the very thing you thought would open doors? Could it be that your testimony wasn't ready to testify yet? That the blessing wasn't designed to be seen, it was designed to be sealed? Jesus often healed people and then told them, "See that you don't tell anyone." Mark 1:44. Not because he was ashamed of the miracle, but because he understood timing. Obedience in silence is sometimes louder in heaven than declarations in public. You're not being muted, you're being matured. So take inventory, guard your circle, ask God to audit your alignment, because while the world chases going viral, heaven values what's vital. And what's vital right now is your ability to protect what's sacred. Don't let excitement become exposure. Don't let affirmation replace anointing. This isn't about fear. This is about formation. You're not losing favor. You're learning to carry it. The enemy doesn't need access to your thoughts when you've already granted him access to your feed. He doesn't have to decode your calling when you've openly captioned every move. Social media isn't demonic, but it is a mirror. And sometimes that mirror reflects your impatience more than your obedience. Every time you upload a revelation that hasn't yet been sealed in prayer, you expose the seed to wind, weather, and warfare it wasn't yet designed to survive. Why is it so quiet after you post? Why do you feel unrest after you reveal? Could it be that your strategy is sound, but your timing is off? You're not being punished. You're being protected from premature exposure. Just like Nehemiah refused to tell anyone the details of his mission until the walls were fortified, Nehemiah 2:12 through 17, you're being called to build in silence. Not because your calling is fragile, but because it's fortified by what cannot yet be seen. The Holy Spirit is whispering, put the phone down, return the dream to the altar. Let me finish what I authored in heaven before you announce it on earth. Heaven doesn't need hype, it needs holiness. And this next breakthrough is too sacred, too thunder-backed, too covenant-bound to be delayed by a caption. The scroll of your destiny is still being written. Posting it won't speed it up. It might slow it down. Actor and humanitarian Forrest Whitaker once said, "Sometimes the most powerful voice is the one you choose not to use." Throughout his decades-long career, he's quietly supported causes that changed nations without seeking applause. Power without noise, purpose without performance. Could that be your invitation too, to become so anchored in calling that silence becomes your strategy? Zahara, a software architect from Berlin, once shared her spiritual tech project on a live stream, a tool meant to help trauma survivors navigate healing through daily scripture and biometric feedback. She was flooded with likes and comments, but within weeks another startup launched a near-identical app backed by bigger investors and media. Zahara spiraled into confusion until, in prayer, she heard, "The vision was heaven-born, but the rollout was flesh-led." She went silent for a year. During that time, she fasted, rewrote the code, and partnered with faith leaders instead of influencers. Now her version, rooted in obedience, is reaching underground churches and refugee centers far beyond the algorithm's spotlight. Psalm 39:1 says, "I will guard my ways that I may not sin with my tongue. I will guard my mouth with a muzzle so long as the wicked are in my presence." You've mistaken warfare for weakness. But this silence, it's sacred. God is positioning you like a lion crouching before the leap. Stillness is not stagnation, it's strategy. The black panther, rarely seen in the wild, moves through shadows, not because it fears the light, but because its strength lies in precision. Its power isn't reduced by silence, it's sharpened by it. You too are being refined in the quiet. You're in a holy holding pattern, not because you're being overlooked, but because you are over-prepared. Ask yourself, what if this stillness is saving your destiny from sabotage? What if the silence is not evidence that you're forgotten, but that you've been marked for something too valuable to be wasted on spectators? Would you trade divine orchestration for digital affirmation? Remember when Jesus healed Jairus' daughter in Luke 8:49-56. He dismissed the crowd, told them she was only sleeping, and took only Peter, John, James, and her parents into the room. The miracle didn't need witnesses. It needed agreement. The crowd had volume, but no vision, and neither should have access to what heaven is resurrecting in you. Your voice has been too loud for this phase, not because you're wrong, but because the frequency of heaven is subtle. Divine alignment requires spiritual quiet. God is opening doors you can't see, removing traps you didn't know were set, and securing provisions you haven't even prayed for. But all of it is happening in the silence. This season isn't punishment, it's preparation. Your dream isn't dying, it's deepening. Heaven is anchoring you beneath the surface where legacy takes root. Every second you stay still, a new dimension of strength is forming. And when God lifts the curtain, what emerges won't just be seen, it will shake systems. Valuable things aren't rushed, they're refined, and so are you. This is not a season for updates, it's a season for sacred, unseen moves. God is pulling you into alignment, not performance, into quiet obedience, not loud validation. He's whispering with fierce urgency, "Let no one know until I move. Let no hand interrupt what my spirit is forming. Let no mouth declare what hasn't yet passed through my fire." Have you considered that your silence may be the sound heaven is waiting for? That every word you withhold is a shield in the spirit? That what you think is transparency might actually be a leak? The quieter you become, the louder heaven testifies on your behalf. What if every premature post isn't just information, it's infiltration? What if the wrong eyes are not scrolling, they're scanning? As Jesus said in Matthew 6:6, "When you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." This is a sacred reminder. What is hidden in faith will be revealed in glory. But if you trade that hiddenness for human approval, you abort the spiritual authority that was growing underground. People aren't always watching to intercede. Many are watching to interfere. They're not praying for your oil, they're praying on it, not because you're weak, but because you're weighty. Not because you're failing, but because you're fertile. Every move you share prematurely becomes an open invitation for demonic interception. There's no need to fear, just to fortify. Artist and activist Ai Weiwei, known for his fearless work exposing injustice in China, once said, "Everything is art, everything is politics, everything is truth." And yet, when his life was under threat, he created in silence. He built exhibits under aliases, filmed projects in secret, and only revealed them when the impact was irreversible. The most powerful works were those protected from censorship and sabotage. Likewise, your spiritual masterpiece needs privacy until it's too late for the enemy to unmake what God has made. Mason, a high school teacher from Atlanta, once testified that he shared a ministry initiative on social media, an outreach to incarcerated youth, with joyful boldness. Within days, anonymous complaints reached the school board. Meetings were cancelled, resources were cut. His vision hit a wall, but as he entered a fast, God revealed the post wasn't evil, it was early. 6 months later, in silence, Mason rebuilt. He partnered with churches quietly, raised funds privately, and launched a rebranded program. Today, his work runs in 5 states, unshaken because it was rooted in obedience, not exposure. Psalm 91:1 reminds us, "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty." This is the safest place for your promise, under the shelter of secrecy. Not shame, not fear, but sanctuary. Your silence is not passive, it is prophetic. It is the veil between the holy and the hostile. The octopus, one of the most intelligent creatures of the sea, releases ink when threatened, not to fight, but to disappear, not to engage, but to preserve. Some battles are won not through confrontation, but concealment. You are not hiding. You are preserving the purity of what's growing. You are shielding the oil that cost you everything to carry. Have you wondered why it feels like the more you share, the more resistance rises? Why your moments of vulnerability online are met with sudden tension in your spirit? Could it be that some spaces you've trusted were never sanctified to handle your truth? Jesus, transfigured on the mountain in Matthew 17, allowed only Peter, James, and John to witness it. He didn't live stream his glory. He invited only those prepared to steward what they saw. This wasn't secrecy, it was sacred strategy. What God is doing in you isn't for preview, it's for permanence, and permanence requires protection. You don't owe anyone access to your process. Let them see the fruit, not the fertilizer. Let them witness the tree, not the trauma. God's glory is too holy to be paraded like a trending topic. It is not marketing material. It is the weight of heaven. It does not perform. It descends. And when it falls, no man will be able to take credit for it. The glory coming to your life must be protected, not promoted, hidden, not hyped. This isn't about silence for silence's sake. It's about sacred containment, because when God finally reveals you, it won't be a post. It'll be a prophecy fulfilled. And by the time the enemy notices, it will be far too late to stop what has already been sealed in heaven. You are not empty. You are not forgotten. You are a vessel of something holy, chosen one. And vessels don't parade the oil. They protect it. They carry it in silence until the appointed time. This next level isn't about recognition. It's about refinement. If God has not unveiled what you carry, it is not because he's unsure. It's because he's shielding it from spiritual snipers who long to shoot it down before it learns to stand. Can you feel the tension between exposure and obedience? Have you asked why God keeps delaying the reveal? Why certain doors won't open until you let go of the need to be seen? Could it be that what you call delay is actually divine defense? That he's not hiding you to hurt you, he's hiding you to heal what will hold the glory. 1 Peter 5:6 says, "Humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God, so that at the proper time he may exalt you." Notice, it's not about if you'll be revealed, but when, and heaven doesn't reveal to impress. It reveals to fulfill. God is saying, stop offering glimpses of glory to people who were never qualified to witness your promise. What I'm doing in you is sacred, not for spectatorship. Some glories grow in darkness, beneath veils, behind silence. Think of Joseph, hidden in Pharaoh's prison, shaped in obscurity. No announcement, no applause. But when heaven lifted the veil, the entire nation had to bow, not to the man, but to the glory on him. Media executive Tyler Mitchell, the first black photographer to shoot a cover for Vogue, spent years building quietly. He said, "Sometimes the work is louder when the artist is silent." And when his moment came, the world didn't just applaud, it adjusted, because the fruit spoke louder than the forecast. Aria, a dance therapist in Lisbon, once opened her heart and vision to a small prayer group she trusted. She thought they'd help cover her in prayer. Instead, her vulnerability became the center of gossip, distortion, and ridicule. "I felt like I handed my dream to thieves," she later said. That betrayal broke something in her, but it also built something deeper, discernment. In the solitude that followed, she heard God say, "Come back to me. Let me cover it myself." A year later, her project launched, privately, purposefully, and transformed trauma survivors across Europe. Isaiah 45:3 declares, "I will give you the treasures of darkness and hidden riches of secret places." You've been asking for the treasure, but God is inviting you into the darkness where it lives. The womb of purpose is not a stage, it's a secret place. That ache you're carrying, that gut-deep pain from betrayal, it's not the end. It's a recall, a holy summons, a divine tap on the shoulder that says, "Return. Return to the silence. Return to the secret place. Return to the presence that never betrayed you." God knew their heart before you did. He saw the double-mindedness behind their prayers. He discerned the jealousy hidden in their flattery. And now he's closing that chapter, not as punishment, but as preservation. Have you wondered why it hurts so deeply when someone mishandles your vision? Could it be because your vision was never meant to be handled by man, but held by God? Are you grieving a loss, or being re-invited into protection? Into a place where no opinion can touch what's holy? The mangrove tree, rooted in coastal saltwater, grows not despite adversity, but because of it. Its roots dive deep into waters that would kill other trees. And because of this, it becomes an ecosystem, sheltering life beneath its surface. You too are being rooted in difficult places, but those places are producing the kind of foundation that generations will find shelter in. Jesus knew the weight of betrayal. Judas kissed him, not to honor him, but to hand him over. And yet Jesus didn't flinch. Why? Because the betrayal was part of the process. It wasn't the end of the mission. It was the door into resurrection. And you, chosen one, are walking through a similar passage. So let the betrayal do what it came to do. Purge the noise. Let the ache drive you deeper into the secret place. Let the silence become your sanctuary again. Because God isn't finished. He's fortifying. And when He lifts the veil, it won't be for validation. It'll be for vindication. And every eye that doubted will have no words, only awe. This is not rejection, it's redirection. This is not exile, it's elevation disguised in silence. The people you leaned on collapsed beneath the weight of what you confided, not because your vision was flawed, but because your dependency was misplaced. God is drawing you inward, not to punish, but to protect. He's saying, I allowed the betrayal to preserve the blueprint. Now, return to me. Let's rebuild in silence, in truth, in fire. Have you noticed that the ones who hurt you weren't always wicked, just unassigned? That what you perceived as abandonment was actually divine subtraction? Could it be that you were giving access to people who couldn't hold covenant? And now, God is shifting the room. Not everyone will be invited into the birthing chamber of your destiny. Some relationships were seasonal scaffolding, and now the structure stands on its own. In Exodus 33:22, God places Moses in the cleft of the rock and covers him with His hand while His glory passes by. Notice, the revelation came in the dark, not in the light. The encounter wasn't public, it was hidden. God does His most sacred work behind the veil, where applause cannot echo and pride has no oxygen. That's where purpose begins to breathe again. You've been rushing to the spotlight, unaware that the light is blinding you to what God is actually building behind the curtain. You crave to be seen, chosen one, but God longs for you to be shaped. You want to be heard, but He's perfecting how you listen. You want a following, but He's preparing your foundation. You want exposure, but heaven is demanding exclusivity. Malcolm Gladwell, best-selling author and journalist, spent years writing unnoticed articles before the tipping point made him a household name. In an interview, he said, "The years no one saw me were the years that taught me everything." His greatest shaping wasn't on book tours, it was in silence, in rejection, in uncelebrated excellence. You too are being built in the brilliance of obscurity. Tobias, a brand consultant in Melbourne, felt rejected when a major client dropped his proposal unexpectedly. It sent him into a spiral of questioning his calling, but what he didn't know was that God was protecting him from a corporate alliance that would have compromised his spiritual convictions. Months later, he launched his own agency, not for fame, but for kingdom ethics. And this time, the clients who came were aligned not just with his skill, but with his soul. Proverbs 16:18 says, "Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall." What if the silence is not withholding, but soul surgery? What if the darkness isn't punishment, but a controlled environment for holy transformation? You are not being hidden because you're fragile. You're being held because you're flame. And fire can't be mishandled in immature atmospheres. The sapphire forms under intense pressure deep beneath the earth, away from air, away from eyes. It's not rushed, it's not shaped in the open. Its beauty and worth are a direct result of being concealed until the exact temperature, the exact pressure, and the exact timing converge. That's your life right now. refined, compressed, hidden, valuable. Have you considered that the spotlight you're craving might scorch the very thing God is still sanctifying in you? That being seen too soon can distort what was meant to be sacred? Would you trade a flash of fame for a lifetime of fruit? Would you rather trend for a moment or transform for a generation? Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed. Luke 5:16. He didn't resist crowds because he feared them, but because he refused to perform for them. And you're being called into that same posture, not because you're weak, but because you're too powerful to be released unfinished. Heaven is guarding your release date like a sealed scroll. You were never meant to be paraded. You were meant to be presented, whole, anointed, ready. This isn't a delay, it's a divine cocoon. The light you're running toward might flatter you now, but it can fracture you later if your soul hasn't been shaped to carry it. So pause, exhale, let go of the race to be known, because when God reveals you, it won't just be with a spotlight, it will be with substance, the kind the enemy can't steal, the kind the world can't ignore. Let God keep you hidden. Let Him work behind the curtain. Let Him fortify your foundation in the silence. Because when the veil is lifted, what heaven has done in secret will thunder louder than any caption could ever shout. You don't need exposure, you need establishment. The applause of men might echo in a moment, but the approval of heaven sustains for generations. That unease you feel, that growing discomfort, that internal alarm when you're around certain people who should be celebrating you, but instead respond with silence, resistance, or subtle shade. That's not your insecurity. That's your discernment waking up. What if the tension isn't confusion, it's divine caution? Have you paused to ask why your soul contracts around certain conversations? Why you leave some rooms feeling drained instead of filled? Matthew 7:15 warns us, "Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves." Some people aren't what they post. Some aren't what they pray. They're wrapped in church culture, but soaked in competition. Their words may be sweet, but their spirit is strategic, and not in a holy way. Not everyone clapping is clean. Some are casing your oil, hoping to contaminate it. You've kept them around because of shared memories, not shared mantles, because they've been present, not prophetic. Could it be that your loyalty to history is becoming disloyalty to your destiny? Have you confused proximity with purpose? You're trying to maintain peace, but heaven is trying to produce purity, and purity requires pruning. Dieter F. Uchtdorf, a renowned spiritual leader and former airline pilot, once said, "You can't control the wind, but you can adjust your sails." He wasn't talking about boats, he was talking about people. In order to stay in flight, you have to correct your alignment. You have to discern which winds are from God and which ones are disguised turbulence. Layla, a prophetic dancer in Johannesburg, was surrounded by supporters who claimed to be her tribe. But every time she stepped into greater clarity, she noticed subtle sabotage, missed calls, passive-aggressive comments, backhanded affirmations. In prayer, God showed her, "These are not your intercessors. They are your interrupters." She cried, grieved, but obeyed. She quietly cut ties, and within months, new doors opened. Divine connections she didn't have to audition for. Her oil became guarded, and her authority grew. John 15:2 says, "Every branch in me that does not bear fruit he takes away, and every branch that bears fruit he prunes, that it may bear more fruit." Pruning is not punishment, it's preparation. If you're clinging to people who once served you but now suffocate your spirit, you're delaying not only your breakthrough, but theirs too. Because you're standing in a room God has already exited. The aloe vera plant, known for its healing sap, survives harsh drought by storing water deep inside and letting its weakest leaves die off. It doesn't try to save every limb. It sacrifices the outer to protect the inner. That's how healing is preserved. That's how longevity works. What you're preserving isn't just potential. It's generational power. Have you asked yourself lately, are the people in your circle protecting your flame or feeding off your fire? Are they praying for you in silence or promoting themselves through your proximity? Are they pulling you toward purpose or draining you into performance? Jesus, when raising Jairus' daughter, didn't let the crowd into the miracle. He told them to leave. He kept the room small, only the ones assigned, not attached. Mark 5:40. And that's your model. This isn't the time to gather fans. It's time to identify gatekeepers. People who don't just applaud the anointing, but cover it. People who don't want to platform you. They want to preserve you. Cutting ties doesn't make you bitter. It makes you obedient. It makes you clean. Consecration is costly, and clarity demands courage. This is the season of the remnant, not the many, but the refined. Those who don't just smile in your light, but fast for your flame. Those who don't just post about you, but pray over you. If they distract you, delay you, or drain you, it's time. Let them go. You were not born to carry dead branches. You were born to bear fruit that remains. Some of what you're fighting right now isn't from demons. It's from decisions. Not every storm is spiritual attack. Some are spiritual consequence. The warfare you're in, it didn't come out of nowhere. It came from open declarations that should have stayed covered. You spoke too soon. You shared too boldly. You announced what heaven had only whispered. And now the enemy isn't attacking your identity. He's attacking what he overheard before it was authorized. Can you trace it? The moment you revealed that idea, that relationship, that move, did the resistance rise right after? Have you considered that the backlash you're facing is not because you're cursed, but because the blueprint was broadcast too early? The enemy doesn't need to be prophetic. He just needs to be observant. And your voice, though sincere, may have served as an unguarded invitation. Genesis 37:5 says, Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him all the more. God gave him the dream, but not the instruction to speak it. The dream was divine. The timing was not. Joseph wasn't punished. He was processed. The pit wasn't proof the dream was wrong. It was proof the dream was spoken before it could be stewarded. And you, chosen one, are walking through something similar. Not because you failed, but because you're being fathered. Best-selling author and leadership expert John Maxwell once said, "You'll never change your life until you change something you do daily. The secret of success is found in your daily routine." His greatest insights didn't come from the stage. They came from decades of learning timing, obedience, and discipline behind closed doors. You want success, but God is giving you stewardship. Lucia, a young interior designer from Florence, received a vision to transform trauma clinics into places of beauty and safety. Excited, she posted sketches and plans online, believing it would inspire others. But weeks later, similar designs began popping up, twisted, disconnected from her spiritual purpose, used by firms with no heart for healing. She was devastated. In prayer, God whispered, "This was heaven's design, but it needed heaven's defense." That storm didn't destroy her, it matured her, and when the time came, she relaunched, this time covered in prayer, covenant, and legal protection. What once sparked warfare now ushers in worship. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, "There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens." That includes the time to speak and the time to seal. You've been frustrated because you feel ready, but ready in your soul doesn't always align with released in the spirit. Timing is not a delay, it's a defense mechanism. God's "not yet" is not rejection, it's redirection with precision. The moonflower, a rare blossom, only opens at night, and only when the air is right, the light is low, and the temperature is stable, If forced open prematurely, it wilts in minutes, but when it blooms in its divine window, it releases fragrance strong enough to shift the entire atmosphere. Your vision is a moonflower. It wasn't meant for every hour. It's reserved for heaven's specific window. Have you asked why you're experiencing silence after you spoke in faith? Could it be that heaven was still constructing what you started exposing? Are you drowning in warfare you were never supposed to swim in? What if one more day of silence would have saved you from weeks of unnecessary battle? Jesus said in John 7:6, "My time is not yet here. For you, any time will do." His brothers urged him to show himself publicly, but Jesus understood divine pacing. He knew that visibility without spiritual clearance invites crucifixion without resurrection. He waited, not because he lacked confidence, but because he valued consequence. You're not behind. You're not broken. You're being taught kingdom rhythm. This is the classroom of patience, the waiting room of glory. You'll walk on water next time if you wait for the wind to calm and the word to be spoken. Speak only when heaven says speak, and the winds will part like curtains, not rise like chaos. That idea may be brilliant, but brilliance without divine timing becomes a burden. What God initiates, he also protects. But if you run ahead, the covering lags behind. Your passion is powerful, but it cannot replace precision. Heaven doesn't bless haste, it sanctifies surrender. You've wanted to move, but God is placing people, aligning provision, sealing contracts in rooms you haven't entered yet. And his weight is not passive, it's warfare in your favor. Learn to fall in love with the silence, to worship in the pause, to breathe in the waiting, because the next time you speak, it will be holy, it will be heaven-backed, and no backlash will be able to uproot what's been planted in alignment. Because when God finally says now, what once felt like denial will sound like destiny. Every no will echo as protection. Every delay will unveil itself as orchestration, and what looked like abandonment will scream divine strategy. It will hit your soul like thunder, not because it was loud, but because it had weight. Chosen one, every powerful thing develops in darkness. Seeds do not sprout in applause. Babies are not formed in crowds. Even diamonds, the most treasured elements on earth, are crushed, pressed, and formed in silence. You are not being ignored, you are being infused. You've looked around wondering why it's quiet, wondering why the people who used to cheer are now indifferent, wondering why your updates don't reach like they used to. Let me tell you why. God is weaning you off of false validation. He is starving the ego to feed the spirit. Because if you birth a promise too soon, it becomes a problem. And right now, what he's doing in you is far more important than what he's doing through you. Psalm 1:3 says, "He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water that brings forth fruit in its season." Not your season, its season. Fruit is seasonal, and you are not late, you're planted. The reason no one sees fruit is because heaven is fortifying your roots. Maya Angelou, celebrated poet and prophet in her own right, was rejected by major publishers and silenced by trauma for years. But that silence wasn't her grave, it was her womb. When I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings was finally released, it didn't just sell, it transformed the emotional and spiritual language of generations. Her power wasn't born in noise. It was birthed through pressure, stillness, and divine delay. The most dangerous thing you can do now is force your vision out prematurely. An unripe mango may look promising on the outside, but the inside will be bitter, spoiled, and toxic. The same applies to destiny. Immature dreams draw crowds, but only mature ones feed nations. Jesus said in Mark 4:28, "First the blade, then the ear, after that the full corn in the ear." There's an order, a hidden law of progression. Your blade is growing, but you're mistaking early growth for public release. Not yet. Let it marinate in prayer. Let it soak in silence. Let it rest in sacredness. In a distant future, a young woman named Serafina receives blueprints for an energy system that could purify water for entire regions in drought. In excitement, she posts her sketches online. Weeks later, a global firm steals the concept and patents it without her. She is crushed until years later, God reopens the vision through an anonymous investor who finds her handwritten journals, not the posts. That time, she builds quietly, with covenant, and the water flows again. Her restoration was delayed, not denied. Nature itself testifies. The giant sequoia, one of the largest living organisms on Earth, begins as a tiny seed, but takes years of hidden root development before it even breaks ground. For nearly 2 decades, nothing appears. Then, almost overnight, it stretches into the sky, strong enough to survive lightning, fire, and flood. Its greatness came not from speed, but from subterranean strength. Have you confused silence with stagnation? Are you craving visibility more than viability? Have you been tempted to trade your sacred process for applause from people who can't fund your mission, protect your oil, or sustain your joy? Isaiah 49:2 says, "He made me a polished arrow and concealed me in his quiver." Concealed, not discarded. Hidden, not forgotten. You are not behind. You're being sharpened. And when heaven finally draws you out, no demon in hell will stand in the path. The resurrection of Jesus, the miracle that changed eternity, happened with no audience, no fanfare, no applause, just heaven, a tomb, and power. Let that settle in your spirit. God doesn't need cameras. He needs your obedience. Obedience is your oxygen. Your algorithm is irrelevant. You don't need a platform. You don't need permission. You don't need another post to validate the promise. You need proximity to the one who made the promise. Heaven is working behind the scenes, orchestrating contracts, aligning intercessors, redirecting enemies, and sealing doors you didn't even know needed closing. You're not overlooked, you're under construction, and when God finally pulls back the veil, what you carry won't need an explanation. It will carry the scent of sovereignty, and those who once questioned your silence will be speechless in the face of His glory. But for now, stay low. Stay hidden like oil deep beneath the earth, forming under pressure no one can see. Stay quiet like a lion in tall grass, still yet fully aware. Stay listening like Elijah on the mountain, waiting not for the wind or fire, but for the whisper. Because your miracle is not lost, it's moving. And when it arrives, it will not need an announcement. It will carry the scent of the throne room. Chosen one, heaven will validate what obedience births, not what applause demands. The warfare you're experiencing isn't because you're off track. It's because you're dead center in your calling. Hell does not send assassins to random addresses. The enemy is not omniscient, but he's observant. And what he sees in you, potential, purity, and power, is enough to stir up every assignment of confusion, fatigue, betrayal, and delay. Do you think it's strange that all of a sudden the people closest to you started acting off? That opportunities you were promised were suddenly retracted? That the silence feels unbearable and your prayers echo like unanswered letters? You're not cursed. You're being consecrated. When Jesus came out of the water at his baptism, the heavens opened and the Father declared, "This is my Son in whom I am well pleased." Matthew 3:17. And what happened next? The Spirit led him into the wilderness. Not the enemy, not punishment, the Spirit, because approval doesn't cancel wilderness, it invites it. This is the part where the world gets it wrong. They think spiritual warfare means you did something wrong. But the kingdom understands. It means you did something right. The moment you said yes to heaven's assignment, you were marked. Not for destruction, but for divine training. You're in a battlefield that feels like a breakdown. But if you could see in the Spirit, you'd see angels standing around your weary frame. You'd see heaven's eyes fixed on your steps. You'd see demons retreating, not because you shouted, but because you didn't bow. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison, not for being wrong, but for being right too soon. The enemy tried to silence him with iron bars, but instead that prison became a pulpit. When he emerged, the world didn't just see a politician. They saw a prophet formed by pain, shaped by silence, and refined by the fire of injustice. That's what happens when destiny isn't rushed, it's refined. Let me tell you what the Spirit of God is doing in you now. He is training your hands for war. Psalm 144:1. But not a war of bitterness, a war of wisdom, a war of discernment, a war of silence, stillness, and spiritual stamina. Elijah Sorella, once a youth pastor silenced by scandal, retreated into obscurity after being falsely accused. For 3 years he said nothing, posted nothing, defended nothing. He simply sat with God. And in year 4, without a single PR campaign, churches across the nation began citing his old sermons. God lifted the fog, not with arguments, but with authority. Why? Because Elijah didn't fight for his image. He let heaven fight for his oil. Look to nature. The volcano lies dormant for decades, gathering pressure in silence. But when it erupts, it reshapes continents. So does destiny. Quiet seasons don't mean absence. They mean something explosive is forming below the surface. Are you mistaking pressure for punishment? Do you think your tears disqualify your calling? Have you cursed the very fire meant to forge your future? Isaiah 48:10 says, I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction. That's not cruelty. That's craftsmanship. You are God's forged vessel. The attacks may continue for a while, but they'll stop controlling you. You'll stop flinching at darkness, because now you know your warfare is a certificate of worth, and once that gets into your spirit, you won't run from the fire. You'll start thanking God for the furnace that formed your faith. You think you're weak, but God says you're weighty. You think you're breaking down, but God says you're being broken open to birth glory. You think you're under siege, but God says you're under surveillance for promotion. This season may not end today, but your perspective just shifted, and that shift, more than the miracle, is what hell feared most. And when that wind comes, it won't ask for permission. It will tear the veil off everything that was once veiled, not to shock the world, but to fulfill heaven's schedule. Until then, you're not just being hidden, you're being honed. What looks like obscurity is actually sacred formation. Every hour you feel forgotten is chiseling your soul into a vessel that can carry revelation, not just recognition. But have you ever wondered why certain doors won't open, not even when you knock with excellence, humility, and consistency? Why do lesser qualified people rise while you remain unseen? Could it be that heaven isn't ignoring you, but insulating you? Elijah, the prophet who could call down fire from heaven, once found himself hiding in a cave, not because he was faithless, but because the voice of God wasn't in the fire this time, or the earthquake, or the wind. It came as a still, small whisper, 1 Kings 19:11-12. And if Elijah had insisted on remaining visible, he would have missed the whisper that redirected his entire assignment. You too are being drawn into the hush where your next mission will be handed down. What if your silence is not a sign of defeat, but a vault holding the blueprint of divine strategy? Leonardo da Vinci, the brilliant Renaissance artist and inventor, spent years working on incomplete projects. People called him distracted, inconsistent, even lazy. But in the silence, he was experimenting with angles, shadows, and flight. Concepts no one understood. Centuries later, his notebooks revealed designs for flying machines and inventions far beyond his time. The world mocked his pace, but heaven was cultivating his vision. In the same way, Your current pace isn't sluggishness, it's precision. Destiny doesn't rush. Miriam had her own version of camouflage. As Moses' sister, she watched her baby brother float down the Nile in a basket of reeds, a desperate act that looked like surrender, yet that disguise saved a deliverer. The same child she surrendered to the water would later part it. God hides his leaders in places that look like abandonment, but are really protection. You might feel like you're floating without control, but have you noticed how often control leads to compromise? Dario, a reclusive architect in Lisbon, spent 15 years designing spiritual retreat houses for women recovering from grief. No one knew his name. One day, a major earthquake hit the coast, and only the buildings he designed remained standing. When asked why his structures held firm, he simply said, "I built them for women who had already survived an internal collapse. I knew they needed walls that wouldn't betray them." What if God is building you to withstand what hasn't even hit yet? Is the delay really a delay, or is it God's way of forging your name in silence, so that when it echoes, no voice can cancel it? Psalm 27:5 says, "For in the day of trouble he will keep me safe in his dwelling. He will hide me in the shelter of his sacred tent and set me high upon a rock." What feels like confinement is sanctuary. You may look like everyone else in the room, but you carry a weight the room isn't built to hold yet. That's why they don't notice you. You don't blend in. You've just been blessed with disguise. The desert rose, hidden beneath cracked terrain, blooms only after enduring seasons of drought. It doesn't bloom because conditions are perfect. It blooms because its root system knows how to store just enough life to outlast the silence. Your root system is expanding in places no one applauds. But when you rise, it won't be fragile. It will be fortified. Have you considered that your camouflage is mercy? That your hiddenness is actually a heavenly escort into maturity? Pope John Paul II, before his papacy, survived Nazi occupation by hiding in quarries and studying theology underground. Had he spoken too soon, his voice would have been silenced forever. But by the time he stepped onto the world stage, he carried a presence so potent it dismantled communism without firing a bullet. He wasn't late, he was preserved. Joseph was also preserved, not just from his brother's betrayal, but from arriving too early in Pharaoh's courts. Genesis 50:20 reminds us, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Every pit and prison became a passport to influence, but only in the right hour. Haven't you noticed how heaven doesn't announce its masterpieces in the middle of construction? Natalie, a once unknown violinist who played on street corners in Athens, was secretly composing symphonies for trauma survivors. One afternoon, a war veteran heard her play and wept uncontrollably. That evening, he shared her name at a global PTSD summit. Within a month, her melodies were licensed for emotional healing centers across 5 continents. She never chased spotlight, she obeyed silence, and silence delivered her into destiny. Have you mistaken your silence for insignificance when it's really sacred insulation? Your camouflage isn't cloth, it's covenant. You've been sealed, not silenced, hidden, not hindered. The oil on your life is aging like sacred wine. And when God removes the veil, it won't be to reveal a version of you trying to be ready, but one who's already forged, already filled, already fortified by fire. So now you know, it's not that God is keeping you hidden because you're not worthy. He's keeping it from being prematurely exposed because it's too sacred to be mishandled. What's inside you was not designed for popularity. It was designed for divine precision. When the timing is heaven ordained, no force, no betrayal, no orchestrator, no delay, and no man-made system will be able to hold it back. This is not suppression. This is sacred sealing. When you're chosen, God doesn't rush your unveiling. He perfects it. And now you're being asked to trust what you cannot yet explain. to protect what hasn't yet been released, and to carry a vision that hasn't yet been validated. That's what spiritual maturity looks like. That's what divine obedience costs. God does not want it out yet, because He wants it right. And you, beloved, are the guardian of a glory that has never been seen before on this earth. If this word resonated with your spirit, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, share it with someone who is in their silent season. Comment below and tell us what part shook you, healed you, or reminded you of who you really are. And if you haven't already, subscribe and tap that bell so you never miss a prophetic word that's tailored to your timing. If you'd like to sow into this word and support the flow of content that's shifting atmospheres, you can do so through Super Thanks right below. And whether you give or not, please know this: your presence here, your openness, your hunger, Auntie, it already means more than words can say. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Now I speak blessings over you. May you be shielded by grace, surrounded by clarity, marked by discernment, and led only by the hand of God, not by pressure, panic, or people. You are not late. You are not lost. You are hidden for a holy reason, and when it's time, it will all make sense, and it will not be denied. They thought you were finished. They looked at the silence, the isolation, the bruises behind your eyes, and assumed it was over. But what they didn't see, what they still can't explain, is how you kept rising when no one clapped. How you stood up again with nothing in your hands but fire in your chest and a purpose in your soul. This isn't for the faint-hearted. This is for the ones who've bled quietly, healed secretly, and come back unrecognizable, not because you lost yourself, but because you found something greater, chosen one. You weren't just tested, you were transformed. While they whispered rumors, heaven was rewriting your name. While they waited for your collapse, God was preparing your platform. Let me pause here to say thank you deeply, sincerely, to everyone who's supported this message through Super Thanks. Your kindness carries light further than you know. And if this word touches something deep inside of you, drop a 777 in the comments so I know your spirit is alive and locked in. Because we're just getting started. You think what you've lived through was for nothing? You think all that pain was random? No, it was activation. And in the next few moments, I'm going to show you why your journey, your scars, your solitude, your survival have become a language the world can't speak, but can't ignore either. Are you ready to see what they never expected? Let's get into it. God's chosen ones. They thought you would give up, but you showed them something they can't explain. They thought you would give up, but you showed them something they can't explain. What kind of soul survives fractures that don't bleed but leave you limping in spirit for years? What frequency does a heart vibrate on when it has been shattered repeatedly but still refuses to go silent? These are the unspoken questions your life has been answering with every breath, every step, every whispered yes to the day ahead. There are those who, when broken, become brick, hardened, impenetrable. They build fortresses around their trauma and mistake isolation for healing. But you, God's chosen one, did the unthinkable. You remained soft. While others fused with their pain, you refused to become it. You allowed the wounds to breathe rather than burying them. That is not weakness. That is sacred rebellion. The kind only heaven applauds, but earth misunderstands. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew 5:8. But who remains pure when betrayal corrodes everything? Who stays open when loyalty feels like a liability? Not everyone makes it back from emotional fragmentation. Some lose themselves in performance. Some shapeshift to match the trauma that tried to own them. Yet somehow, you still show up, not as a polished version, but as a presence so raw, it humbles the room. What if your survival wasn't just for you? What if your silent endurance was a lighthouse for souls watching you from the shore of their own despair? You've been walking through rooms with wounds stitched by invisible thread, smiling, leading, responding, parenting, working, while spiritual hurricanes rage inside your nervous system. The psychological term is functional freeze, the ability to operate in chaos while your body forgets how to exhale. And still, you continued, not out of delusion, out of divine alignment. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. No one documented your anguish. There were no sirens, nor rescue, just God and you, in a battlefield made of memory. The world praised convenience and charisma, but God marked you in silence, in sorrow, in survival. They said, "You're so resilient," but they never asked what it cost. They never knew the sacred math of brushing your teeth with grief, pressing on your chest like gravity turned vindictive. They couldn't calculate the effort it took to respond to a message while tears blurred the letters. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. Isaiah 43:2. Your existence is a contradiction that theology alone cannot explain. You are the burning bush that did not burn out. You are the storm that walks upright, the lion whose roar is a whisper, and yet the earth still trembles. Nature understands what they do not, that not all strength is loud. Like the alpine trees rooted in thin air, you have grown in altitudes that kill most seeds. Like the octopus that loses a limb and regenerates it in silence, you have rebuilt yourself without applause. They expected you to give up. The orchestrated resistance wanted you to collapse under the weight of your assignment, but you stood fractured. Yes, but filled with fire. There's a reason David was still anointed while hiding in caves. There's a reason Elijah called down fire while battling depression. There's a reason Jesus wept before resurrection. My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. 2 Corinthians 12:9. What if the collapse they expected was the collapse heaven delayed because your breakthrough would convict too many hearts to let them look away? Take the story of Marcus, a social worker in New Orleans who kept feeding families after losing his own in a flood. No one saw his shaking hands when he served soup. No one noticed. He cried in the pantry between deliveries. But when a teenage boy hugged him and whispered, "You're the reason I didn't give up," something eternal shifted. Marcus wasn't just surviving, he was testifying. Now think of Frida Kahlo, a painter paralyzed in pain, who transformed agony into beauty. Her art was protest, her self-portraits a spiritual inventory. She said, "At the end of the day, we can endure much more than we think we can." Her life was a sermon for the soul. But contrast that with Jeffrey Epstein, a financier cloaked in power, who weaponized his privilege to exploit others. Where did that lead? Isolation, shame, judgment, and a legacy no wealth could cleanse. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. What if the thing they couldn't explain about you was never meant to be explained at all, only witnessed, only honored, only bowed to? What if your softness was your weapon? What if your grief was the womb where your power was forged? You are the paradox that shatters paradigms. The tender thunder, the invisible earthquake, the survivor they underestimated, the phenomenon they cannot categorize. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John Nachat Kamesh. So yes, they thought you would give up, but you showed them something they cannot explain, and heaven never needed them to. Und cause, because now it begins. You didn't get the luxury of pausing for healing. Healing didn't wait until you were ready. It crashed into you, mid-storm raw, disheveled, half-shaped, and still. You were asked to function. Still. You were expected to perform love while bleeding internally, to be present while barely stitched together. The expectation was absurd. The response? Divine. How do you remain compassionate while falling apart? How do you keep extending grace when you're hemorrhaging unseen? The answer isn't strategy. It's instinct. Spiritual DNA. Sacred architecture wired into the blueprint of God's chosen ones. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147. You didn't have time to retreat into a sabbatical. Healing knocked on your door mid-war, while some waited for the right time to mend. You had to regenerate while still walking into fires, not because you were fearless, but because the assignment didn't pause for your comfort. You weren't given options. You were given expectations, and somehow you transformed them into sacred obligations. The compassion you gave wasn't polished. It was messy, instinctual, and gloriously human. Your love wasn't some curated virtue. It was evidence of spiritual resistance. What if the way you loved through pain is what saved someone else's life? What if your unspoken endurance is someone's blueprint for survival? Take Pope John Paul II, a man who forgave the very person who attempted to assassinate him. He met his would-be killer, sat with him in a prison cell, and offered mercy that confounded logic. That wasn't passivity. It was authority, the kind of authority only born through fire. But contrast that with Nero, the Roman emperor who retaliated against Christians with theatrical violence. His legacy is one of paranoia and bloodshed, not strength. Power without healing becomes terror. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:21. You didn't hand pain back. You held it, transformed it, transmuted it. You processed the weapon they threw and returned something that didn't fit their narrative. You disturbed the ecosystem of violence they were hoping to trap you in. They waited for your rage, but were stunned by your restraint. The psychological term is affect regulation, the ability to absorb emotional trauma without reenacting it. It's not repression. It's spiritual alchemy. While they waited for a volcanic eruption, you were becoming an ocean deep, mysterious, unsharkable. There's a story about Lena, a 31-year-old ER nurse in Detroit. During the pandemic, her own father passed from the virus, and yet she continued to serve others, holding hands through plastic gloves, whispering prayers under masks, crying in janitor closets. Her co-workers never saw her scream, never saw her collapse. What they witnessed instead was presence, the kind that made them believe again. One patient said, "I thought God forgot me," until she walked in. Oh, how do you not retaliate when betrayal nearly ended you? How do you walk back into community when silence hurt more than violence? But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Matthew 5:44. Your refusal to retaliate wasn't weakness. It was warfare. Not loud, not performative, but rooted in spiritual laws that dismantle generational cycles. What you carry is not just a tender heart. It's a frequency that undoes curses, like volcanic soil. Your pain became fertile ground. Things can grow in you that others could never cultivate. And like a river that doesn't rage but still wears down stone. Your peace is power they can't decode. The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness. Galatians 5:22. They scripted you to implode. They orchestrated the pressure so your collapse would be convenient, but instead, you rose quietly, like mist from the valley, like light from behind broken clouds, and in your stillness, they saw their guilt reflected, unmet, unanswered. What if you were never meant to fight back because your silence was the sword? What if your greatest rebellion was healing in plain sight? You didn't erupt, you evolved. You didn't retaliate, you radiated. You didn't hand back pain, you rewrote its outcome. And that is why they cannot explain you. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus pais presece. You chose peace not because it was easy, but because your soul recognized that pain recycled is just revenge in disguise. And you were never called to echo the wound. You were called to end the cycle. You, God's chosen ones, moved with an almost ethereal grace, walking out of situations that sought to diminish you, not with a fiery spectacle or a chaotic exit, but with a profound stillness. There was no need for a dramatic ceremony, no shouts hurled into the wind, no chaotic mess left in your wake. That quiet departure, that serene composure, was your most potent protest. It was a silent testament to a strength few understood. Have you ever felt the immense power in holding your peace? Even when everything within you screams to react, you didn't become the destructive storm that raged around you. Instead, with a wisdom beyond your years, you learned how to navigate through it. Like a skilled mariner steering a vessel through tumultuous seas, without becoming weathered or consumed by its fury. You inherently understood the profound truth that meeting harm with harm only perpetuates a cycle of brokenness. Your unwavering refusal to become venomous, to descend to the level of those who sought to injure you, was often mistaken for weakness. They saw your calm as a void, an absence of fight, but they were profoundly mistaken. You were no fragile thing. You were a fortress of calm, an unyielding bastion of peace, powered by internal fires of resilience and divine resolve that no one outside could ever perceive. Let them speculate. Let them puzzle over the paradox of how such profound silence could speak so loud, how a quiet withdrawal could carry more weight than 1,000 angry words. You, God's chosen, have mastered a unique kind of composure that requires no grand stage, no audience for validation. It's an inner equilibrium, a state of being rooted in divine peace. The most significant war you won wasn't an external battle waged against those who opposed you. It was an internal victory, a profound triumph over the part of yourself that could have surrendered to bitterness, to resentment, or to despair. And that part, the part that contemplated giving up, lost. This internal triumph is an epistemological shift, changing not just what you know, but how you know and experience reality. The biblical story of David facing Saul's relentless pursuit, despite having multiple opportunities to harm King Saul, David consistently refused to lay a hand on him. Respecting God's anointed, his stillness in the face of immense provocation, his refusal to retaliate, was mistaken for weakness by Saul's advisors. Yet, it was this very integrity that solidified David's credibility and ultimately led to his promotion to kingship. 1 Samuel 26:9-12. This quiet resolve allowed him to navigate his stormy process without becoming weathered by it. In contrast, think of Haman in the book of Esther, consumed by pride and a venomous hatred for Mordecai. Haman couldn't bear Mordecai's refusal to bow to him. His inability to tolerate what he perceived as disrespect, his insistence on matching perceived slights with harm, led him to plot the genocide of an entire people. His lack of composure and his descent into vengeful fury ultimately led to his own public downfall and execution on the very gallows he had prepared for Mordecai. Esther 7-9-10. Haman's story underscores the destructive outcome of failing to master internal fires and instead becoming the storm. Perhaps you found yourself in a situation like Aisha, a community leader tirelessly working for justice in her neighborhood. She faced relentless criticism and false accusations from a vocal minority who sought to discredit her. They expected her to lash out, to engage in a public shouting match. Instead, Aisha responded with quiet dignity, focusing on her work and allowing her actions to speak louder than their words. This unexpected serenity disarmed her detractors, baffling them. Her refusal to become venomous showcased an internal fortress that no attack could breach, eventually leading her organization to unprecedented support and influence. Her experience illustrates that true power isn't in the decibels of your voice, but in the integrity of your actions and the peace of your spirit. This victory, a testament to your unyielding spirit, has prepared you for an outpouring of divine favor. If your heart now overflows with divine love, radiating compassion and benevolence, now is the moment to let it shine brightly, just as a lighthouse stands silently, yet powerfully, guiding ships through treacherous waters with its unyielding beam. Your love can guide others. Your generous spirit is a crucial component of God's unfolding plan. When you click the Super Thanks button on YouTube, you become a direct channel for God's light to reach countless others. Your gift will not only bless your own life, creating an energetic feedback loop of prosperity and purpose, but it will also touch and transform other lives, amplifying its impact far beyond what you might imagine. This is not merely a transaction, it's an act of covenant, aligning your resources with divine intention. You are not an incidental part of this, you are an essential, sacred component of His sacred plan. Your act of kindness, your willingness to share the abundance you've received, may very well be the precise answer to someone's fervent prayer, a ripple effect of divine intervention. It's an act of altruism rooted in a deeper spiritual understanding. Share your blessings generously, and in doing so, you honor His kingdom, extending His grace and love into the world. May His boundless grace continue to guide you always, illuminating your path and empowering you to walk in the fullness of your purpose. What transformation might your act of giving ignite in another's life? What confounds the mind isn't that pain kept arriving uninvited, it's that gentleness never packed up and left. Even after betrayal bruised trust into near extinction, after relationships collapsed under the weight of pretense, something inside you refused to become the bitterness that visited you. The real miracle wasn't survival, it was softness. You didn't just endure it. You continued to embody a frequency that refused to harden after so many rehearsals of disappointment. The expected outcome was disappearance, that you'd shrink, isolate, guard your soul behind barbed silence. Instead, you did what only God's chosen ones do. You stayed, not just physically, but emotionally, spiritually, energetically. You didn't disappear, you deepened. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from you your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. Ezekiel 26. What kind of person offers warmth with the same hands that were once burned? What do you call the one who plants seeds of kindness in soil still wet with betrayal? Others calculated their escape routes from love. You mapped pathways back to it. They expected your compassion to collapse. But instead, it multiplied. You took the ruins, the broken pieces most would discard, and forged them into bridges no one thought could hold weight anymore. That wasn't survival. That was sacred architecture. While the world taught emotional distancing as self-defense, you practiced emotional reconstruction as spiritual design. You didn't use brokenness to build barricades. You built thresholds, bridges, openings, not for others to invade you again, but so heaven could flow through you, uninterrupted. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Matthew 5:9. What if your tenderness is not a liability, but a weapon? What if your vulnerability is the secret infrastructure of God's kingdom? In the language of structural engineering, bridges are not passive structures. They absorb weight, flex under tension, and are designed with tensile strength. That's you. The strength that doesn't roar, but radiates. You weren't reacting to pain. You were responding to purpose. When others retreated behind walls, you expanded your reach. When they built moats, you built gardens, like the baobab tree, scarred but sheltering. Your presence made space for others to rest, even while you healed. There's a unforgettable story about Andres, a former war child turned trauma counselor in Colombia. He once watched his entire village fall to violence. Years later, he chose to return, not as a vigilante, but as a healer. He ran programs teaching former enemies how to process grief through art and story. One of the mothers he helped once asked, "How can you be so gentle?" His answer, "Because I promised my younger self I wouldn't become what hurt me." Do not repay evil with evil or insult with insult. On the contrary, repay evil with blessing. 1 Peter 3. You could have disappeared into suspicion. You could have pulled back into protection mode. Most people do. Even icons like Howard Hughes, once a brilliant aviation engineer and film producer, became so disillusioned by betrayal and control that he vanished into isolation, consumed by fear and germs. Losing himself in the very walls meant to protect him. His brilliance was unmatched, but his soul was exiled. Now contrast that with someone like Desmond Tutu, the South African archbishop who helped birth a nation's reconciliation process. He said, "My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together." Tutu taught that forgiveness was not about forgetting, but about transcending. His joy was not naive. It was forged in the fire of justice. "The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him, and he helps me." Psalm 28 Sheba. So here's the paradox. You were allowed to retreat, but you chose resurrection. You had every reason to armor up, but you chose to breathe. You had the right to give up on people, but you chose to remain reachable. You didn't shrink to protect yourself. You expanded to protect your design, the one God handcrafted for kingdom expression. That kind of spiritual elasticity can't be taught, only embodied. What if the outcome wasn't just healing, but holy defiance? What if your gentleness in the aftermath of chaos wasn't weakness, but divine warfare? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. Deuteronomy 31:6. They expected you to retaliate with distance, but instead, you reconstructed from within. They prepared for your withdrawal, but instead, you welcomed the new. They thought they'd broken your ability to trust, but you used every fracture as a foundation for deeper faith. And that's not just survival, that's revelation. Remaining gentle after injury is not a reflex, it is an act of spiritual discipline. When everything in your nervous system signals defend, and your mind has every reason to retaliate, you still choose stillness, not out of passivity, but as a quiet refusal to be reshaped by the blade that cut you. This is not forgetting. This is not denial. This is sacred restraint. What kind of force decides not to mirror what broke it? What kind of soul can trace the contour of its scars and still choose compassion? This kind of power isn't loud. It's not dramatic. It doesn't enter a room shouting its virtue. It enters steady with clarity that unsettles chaos. Do not be quickly provoked in your spirit, for anger resides in the lap of fools. Ecclesiastes 7:9. You didn't get here by accident. You stitched your soul with threads of choice intention instead of vengeance. You made daily, granular decisions that no one saw. Decisions not to snap, not to insult, not to close off. And while the world equates resilience with retaliation, you knew better. You chose to embody a frequency that silenced hostility with light. This isn't performance. It's transcendence, the slow, excruciating alchemy of turning bruises into blessings, of choosing clarity when detachment felt safer, of saying yes to peace even when pain kept interrupting. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Psalm 50:10. They didn't witness the labor of restoration. They only saw the glow, the post-battle shimmer of a soul that refused to rot. But beneath that glow was discipline, precision, the spiritual equivalent of rethreading muscle after emotional atrophy. What if the most radical act is not standing up in rage, but standing firm in softness? The world is quick to reward armor, but heaven honors the unguarded. The unseen force you became didn't rely on spectacle. It wasn't shaped by applause. You smiled, not because it looked good, but because the shadows couldn't stay lit beside your inner fire. You've become a living paradox, still open, still tender, and yet utterly unshakable. Theologians call this imago Dei, the image of God still unbroken, even in affliction. And you are living proof of it. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. Job 13:15. Lorenzo, a artisan from Naples, learned this truth the long way. His brother betrayed him, stole his life's work, and left him in debt instead of revenge. Lorenzo turned his shop into a studio for the disabled. Every sculpture I make now, he says, is a stone I never threw. Decades later, his apprentices call him a healer, not a carver. Contrast this with Elizabeth Holmes, once hailed as a revolutionary entrepreneur. Faced with failure, she chose manipulation over integrity. The result? A legacy that collapsed under deceit. What remains is a cautionary tale. Brilliance is meaningless if not anchored in truth. Better is the end of a thing than its beginning, and the patient in spirit is better than the proud in spirit. Ecclesiastes 7:8. The strongest structures aren't forged in calm, but under pressure, like pearls born from irritation and diamonds shaped by weight. Your character crystallized, not despite your pain, but through it. How do you keep your soul tender when betrayal becomes familiar? How do you return to life fully when grief makes you want to blur out? The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. You didn't settle for emotional numbness. You chose clarity. While others built scaffolding to keep their emotions unreachable, you let love stretch your edges. That's why your name is whispered, now not in scandal, but in awe. Not because you screamed, but because you didn't, and in not matching their harm, you exposed their weakness. You turned vulnerability into legacy, the legacy of those who rebuild what others destroyed. You became a spiritual engineer, not of walls, but of bridges, altars, and sacred boundaries. And maybe that's the greatest defiance of all, to remain soft in a world that punishes softness, to stay pure in a system that rewards vengeance, to choose integrity when safety would demand retreat. Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Galatians 6:9. You didn't give up, you gave light, and they still don't know how to explain that. Not everyone is designed to follow a rhythm inaudible to the crowd. You were never meant to conform to equations written by those who fear mystery. While most people chart their lives by metrics and milestones, you were calibrated by conviction, a pulse from heaven that no instrument on earth could detect. You weren't reckless. You were responsive. You moved when there was no map. You obeyed when nothing made sense. You walked into deserts with no compass except peace. That doesn't look like wisdom to a world trained to worship credentials. But you were never walking by sight. You were following a signal, not signage. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 1:1. Why did you move when everything screamed to stay? Why did you trust what couldn't be proven? Why did you walk alone when the path with applause was right there? Because obedience to purpose is louder than permission from people, and conviction doesn't negotiate with consensus. Most people demand visibility before movement. You listen to intuition, sharp as lightning, brief, electric, undeniable. You responded to flash guidance, what scientists would call neural firing or quantum cognition. You recognized as spiritual resonance. Heaven whispered, and your whole being moved before your mind could catch up. My sheep, listen to my voice. I know them, and they follow me. John Esarim Visheba. People thought it was rebellion. They called it delusion. They said you were just reacting. But deep down, they were disturbed by your clarity. Clarity that came without confirmation. And nothing scares the system more than someone who moves without needing permission. When others needed data, you moved in direction. When they asked for evidence, you followed alignment. That's why they couldn't categorize you. There's a story about Ayla, a woman in Morocco who left her career as a banker to start a lavender farm in the middle of a drought. Everyone thought she lost her mind. But Ayla said, God showed me lavender in a dream, and peace never left me since. Years later, that once mocked patch of land became the site of a healing center for war widows. Her conviction bore fruit no logic could have predicted. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight. Proverbs 3:5. Now time is catching up to you. The wild path you followed begins to form a constellation. The very trail they mocked begins to shine like scaffolding for those too afraid to step first. The people who doubted you now trace your movements in quiet admiration. They may never say it aloud, but your faith redefined their understanding of certainty. You didn't need to be proven right. That was never the goal. You weren't chasing affirmation. You were responding to an echo only your soul could interpret. In the world of architecture, there's a term called load-bearing intuition. It refers to a designer's instinct for where pressure will land before the structure even stands. That's what your journey has been. Intuition strong enough to carry weight, not yet visible. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Psalm Shloshim, Vesheba, Asarim, Vishlosh. You didn't just walk ahead. You built a pathway through fog. You planted seeds others couldn't even see the soil for. Your courage was not loud. It was legacy in motion. And now, the very choices they once ridiculed have become mirrors, reflecting what it truly means to live from alignment, not approval. Look at Galileo, the astronomer who followed the movement of stars when the church and culture deemed it heresy. He saw what others were too afraid to acknowledge. They called it madness. But centurie la terre. That same madness became the foundation of celestial truth. Contrast him with Bernie Madoff, a man who pretended to follow reason, markets, and numbers. But underneath it all was deception. His empire was built on approval and optics, and when the truth surfaced, everything collapsed under the weight of its falseness. For we walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5-7. You didn't walk with certainty because of logic. You walked with peace because of alignment. That distinction made all the difference. What if your path wasn't meant to be understood at the start, but only recognized in hindsight? What if your wild obedience is the exact blueprint someone else needs to unlock their courage? You weren't chasing explanation. You were answering a frequency. And now, the signal, others called strange, is the same one, drawing them out of safety. What once looked like madness now echoes as maturity, too early discerned. And that is why they cannot explain you, because you're not here to be explained. You're here to become the map they didn't know they needed. There is a kind of silence that doesn't come from fear, nor surrender, but from sovereignty. The kind of silence that carries its own gravitational field. It doesn't retreat. It doesn't apologize. It doesn't tremble. It simply knows. This silence is not absence. It is authority. While projections were cast like shadows on walls you never built, you stood still, not because you didn't have something to say, but because what you carried couldn't be diluted into defense. There was no scramble to erase misunderstandings. No obsession with reshaping narratives spun in rooms you were never invited into. Why? Because you understood something they didn't. Truth doesn't panic. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus pais presece, pais presece. What if the silence you held was the loudest act of defiance? What if your restraint was the strategy heaven taught you in the wilderness? They came with accusations fragmented from insecurity, distorted by jealousy, stitched from projection. They weren't looking for clarity. They were hunting for confirmation bias. But God's chosen ones aren't built to explain their every movement to minds that never honored the origin, where the world expected a public unraveling. You practiced the lost art of spiritual containment. In psychology, it's called internal regulation, when the soul becomes its own sanctuary. You didn't outsource your identity to public perception. You protected your essence by remaining still, while noise tried to impersonate insight. In repentance and rest is your salvation. In quietness and trust is your strength. Isaiah 30:15. No press conference. No theatrical rebuttal. You let the dust gather on their false assumptions while your truth remained like stone beneath the surface, unmoved. Undamaged. What looked like apathy was actually spiritual aikido, the redirection of energy without resistance, not passivity. Precision. There's a story about Leona, A teacher falsely accused of manipulation by a parent who feared their child's autonomy. Her name was whispered in faculty lounges, her motives dissected, but she kept showing up, teaching, serving, loving. A year later, that same parent sat in her office crying not to apologize, but to ask for her help. Leona's silence had dismantled every accusation, not because she fought them, but because she outlasted them. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Psalm Asarim Vishlosh Hamesh. People needed a villain to justify their own discomfort, but you refused the role. You didn't panic to edit their fiction. You focused on becoming what their stories could never contain: a truth too rooted to be replaced, too radiant to be boxed in. They weren't fighting your flaws. They were confronting their reflection in your integrity. The ancient redwood, its bark is fire, resistant, not because it avoids attack, but because it has absorbed centuries of flame and found structure in stillness. Like you, it doesn't compete with fire. It remembers who it is while the forest burns. You walked the same narrow road that quiet giants once walked, people like Keanu Reeves, the actor known not just for his roles, but for his refusal to explain himself, accused of being too quiet, too withdrawn. He never tried to reshape the public's narrative. He let his work, his conduct, and his consistency speak behind the scenes. He gave away millions, supported cast and crew anonymously, and carried the grief of losing his partner and unborn child without turning cold. When asked about the pain, he simply replied, "Grief changes shape, but it never ends." He didn't chase sympathy. He carried sacred stillness, and the world eventually honored what it couldn't name. Contrast this with Benedict Arnold, once hailed as a hero, but undone by insecurity and impatience. His need to be acknowledged eclipsed his mission, and so, in chasing reputation, he lost the truth of who he could have become. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways. Psalm Shloshim Vesheva Sheva. How do you remain composed when the world demands a performance? How do you stay unmoved when your name is twisted into entertainment? Because you know the truth doesn't need a spotlight, it needs a spine. And you've spent too long in silence, learning how to stand without shouting. Your elevation came without announcement. It came in still steps, in the dark, without applause. And that is why it cannot be revoked. What if the real transformation was not that you cleared your name, but that you never surrendered your nature? He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, the justice of your cause like the noonday sun. Psalm Shloshim Vesheba Shesh. You were never trying to be understood. You were becoming undeniable. You didn't trade your time for defense. You invested it in becoming unshakable, and that is why the silence you chose speaks louder than their assumptions ever will. While they whispered rumors in rooms built on speculation, you were building a sanctuary in silence. While they constructed suspicion with shaky scaffolding, you laid foundation with stone, forged in stillness. They mistook your calm for weakness. They didn't realize you were simply rooted, not reactionary. What they never understood is this: clarity ages well. Truth doesn't rush. It doesn't audition. It doesn't compete with noise. It just waits. And while the world was busy manufacturing narratives, you trusted the gravitational pull of reality. You didn't fight shadows, you just refused to cast any. You understood something only the spiritually mature grasp. Time doesn't need an audience to complete its unveiling, for there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be brought out into the open. Luke 8:17. What if your refusal to defend wasn't defeat but divine confidence? What if letting them misunderstand you was the most strategic decision you made? What if waiting wasn't weakness but wisdom wrapped in fireproof patience? While they prepared for your rage, they were met with your stillness, and that disturbed them more than any confrontation could have. There is a term in physics, inertial stability. It refers to an object's ability to resist movement, not because it's passive, but because it's in perfect balance. That was you. You didn't respond to every gust of opinion because you were operating at a higher law of motion, faith under gravity, not fear under pressure. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Psalm 37:7. You knew what most don't. Misunderstandings only last as long as they serve someone's illusion, and when their utility ends, the truth rises like vapor through cracked walls. Slowly, steadily, unapologetically. When time is allowed to speak, it speaks with authority. And when it confirms what you always knew, there's no need for gloating, just peace. There's a story about Devonte, a jazz musician accused of plagiarism by a jealous former bandmate. He lost shows, reputation, even close friends. But instead of fighting back in headlines, he kept composing. Years later, the accuser was exposed for recycling old compositions. Meanwhile, Devonte's newest album, Proof of Peace, won a Grammy. The audience never saw the courtroom, but heaven saw the discipline, and legacy outlasted the lie. He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, the justice of your cause like the noonday sun. Psalm 37:6. Look also at Dr. Bland, Anthony Fauci, the American immunologist and physician-scientist. For decades, he served in silence. But during a global pandemic, he became the subject of fierce scrutiny, misinformation, and character attacks. He never held press conferences to defend his humanity. He stayed steady, measured, grounded. He let time, data, and truth do the work. No soundbite could be. When asked how he endured it all, he once replied, "You don't do it for credit. You do it because it's right." Oh, now contrast that with Jussie Smollett, an actor who manipulated public perception to engineer a false narrative. When the fabrication unraveled, the damage extended beyond his own name. It wounded causes, trust, and credibility. His need for a spotlight outpaced his reverence for truth. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. Proverbs 11:3. How do you remain calm while being misrepresented? How do you resist correcting every whisper when your name is being reshaped without your consent? How do you stay focused when the urge to vindicate yourself calls like a siren? Because you trust the God who doesn't miss. Because you know that elevation doesn't require explanation. And because your identity was never submitted to public vote. Mountains are formed under pressure and remain unmoved through millennia of wind, rain, erosion. They do not flinch when thunder cracks or lightning strikes. They remain. Your spirit has become mountain-like, rooted in the bedrock of divine identity. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26:3. Letting them believe the wrong version of you was not surrender, it was strategy. Because some truths do not need defense, they need distance, silence, and time. And when that time arrives, there will be no grand entrance, only the undeniable presence of everything you've become. And that is what unsettles them most. You didn't roar, you radiated. You didn't defend, you developed. You didn't collapse, you consecrated. And now your presence walks ahead of your name, a frequency only discernible to those who carry discernment themselves. The rest, they're catching up. There's a kind of grace that makes no sense to the transactional mind. A grace that gives without record. That shows up without confirmation. That honors even where dishonor was returned. You've been moving through the world with a generosity that can't be priced, not because you were unaware, but because you were unwilling to be reduced by someone else's limitations. If you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Are not even the tax collectors doing that? Matthew 5:46. What kind of person keeps pouring when their cup is ignored? Why offer loyalty when reciprocity was never promised? What do you call the kind of love that doesn't need to be earned, only released? You gave from clarity, not confusion, from conviction, not compulsion. While others clung to emotional calculators, you moved from spiritual overflow. And when you reached out to people who never reached back, it wasn't because you lacked value, it was because you remembered what it was like to be forgotten. In behavioral psychology, they call this empathic memory, the ability to recall pain not for trauma, but to build bridges. You weren't seeking attention. You were building connection in a world addicted to performance. Freely you have received, freely give. Matthew 6:8. You answered silence with presence. You met coldness with kindness. You didn't lower your standard because others refused to rise to it. That's not naivety, that's sovereignty. The kind of spiritual maturity that chooses abundance, even when scarcity would have made more sense. You didn't give because they earned it. You gave because withholding would have made you betray your own spirit. And that confused people. They mistook your loyalty for weakness. They couldn't comprehend giving without guarantee, but your compass was never broken. It was calibrated to eternity. There's a story about Rina, a widow in Istanbul who hosted travelers in her tiny home every Friday. Some took advantage. Some never said, "Thank you." But she kept preparing the meal. Love doesn't ask for receipts, she said once. It asks, did I remain true to myself? One day, a young refugee she fed years earlier returned, now a journalist, and told her, "Your table saved me," not because she kept score, but because she never changed her posture. Do not withhold good from those to whom it is due, when it is in your power to act. Proverbs 3:27. You made room even when your plate was empty. You set a place even when you knew they wouldn't stay. And that unsettled people who were raised on merit, they weren't used to love that didn't invoice them. But the truth is, your giving wasn't about their worth. It was about your essence. And that kind of giving doesn't flatter. It reveals. Think of Maya Angelou, the poet and prophetess of resilience. She mentored generations, including those who couldn't give back. When Oprah once asked her why she gave so much, she answered, "Because I've learned that people will forget what you said. They'll forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel." She gave even when others took, and in doing so, she created a legacy, not of transaction, but of transformation. Now contrast that with Jordan Belfort, the infamous Wolf of Wall Street, whose entire empire was built on manipulation and calculated exchange. His currency was illusion. His downfall came when his ledger finally outweighed his conscience. He wasn't generous, he was strategic. And eventually, that strategy collapsed under its own emptiness. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It keeps no record of wrongs. 1 Corinthians 13:4-5. What if your love wasn't inefficient, just eternal? What if your generosity wasn't wasteful, just unmeasurable? What if your open hand was heaven's way of keeping your heart from hardening? The sun does not negotiate its light. It rises without checking who will appreciate it. The river doesn't count how many drink, it simply flows. Your soul has mirrored the rhythm of creation, generous, steady, unbothered by applause or return. Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together and running over, will be poured into your lap. Luke 6:38. They stayed close, not because they gave much, but because being near you reminded them of who they were before performance drowned out presence. You didn't hold up rules. You held up mirrors. You loved not to convince, but to awaken. Even when the table was lopsided, even when the invitation wasn't matched, even when the giving went unreturned, you made room, because who you are refused to shrink based on who they weren't. And that is why they can't explain you, because you weren't proving anything. You were embodying everything. There's a sacred kind of strength that doesn't roar. It shows up gently, fully, unapologetically. It walks into rooms, not looking to prove, but to reflect, and it lingers long enough to expose who's uncomfortable with authenticity. You offered presence, even when you noticed the climate change. The temperature drop in conversations when you stopped being convenient. The recalibration of energy when your truth began taking up space. You didn't shrink, but you noticed. You always notice. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Matthew 5:16. What kind of love keeps pouring when the room keeps adjusting the dimmer? What kind of heart stays kind when it knows it's being measured by conditions? What happens when you offer steady warmth in a culture built on flickering charm? You sensed it, the tension behind their smiles, the subtle edits they hoped you'd make, louder when needed, quieter when true. Love in their dialect sounded like affection, but felt like performance. Yet still, you stayed. Not because you were naive, not because you didn't see the strings, but because you wanted to model something, holy love, without leashes. Not everyone changes when met with grace. Some simply get comfortable. Some interpret constancy as captivity, your kindness mistaken for compliance. They thought your presence was a default setting, not a daily decision. And when there were no visible consequences, they grew careless with your heart. Do not cast your pearls before swine, lest they trample them underfoot and turn to attack you. Matthew 6:6. You weren't waiting for a miracle. You were hoping for a spark, not to ignite something in them to feed your ego, but to reflect the wholeness you were offering so freely, not to fix them, not to change the story, just to prove that love can be a steady flame, not a spotlight with a switch. There is a concept in emotional intelligence called attachment integrity. It's the ability to remain grounded in self-worth while extending genuine connection. You weren't clinging. You were anchoring, holding space with intention. But even anchors have their limits. You never shouted. You didn't slam the door. You simply closed it. And now the silence that follows your absence is louder than the presence they once took for granted. Because grace, when removed, doesn't echo like revenge, it echoes like revelation. There is a time for everything, a time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing. Ecclesiastes 3:1. Woo. Think of Princess Diana, the people's princess, whose heart embraced those the world ignored. Her love wasn't silent, but it was sacrificial, offering compassion even in spaces that didn't deserve her. And when she finally stepped away from a system that commodified her, the void was thunderous. Her absence said what her words never had to. I was never the problem. You just couldn't hold what you claimed to admire. Now contrast that with Harvey Weinstein, a man who thrived on conditional affection. manipulation, and coercion. His interactions were not love, leverage. When his power collapsed, so did the illusion of his relationships. What remained was exposure of how proximity without purity can poison. Love must be sincere. Hate what is evil. Cling to what is good. Romans 12:9. There's also a story about Amara, a social worker in Johannesburg, who poured into families for years. Even when parents ignored her efforts, one day, she quietly withdrew from a case she had carried alone. Months later, the family sought her out, not because they missed her help, but because her absence revealed how much healing had depended on her unnoticed presence. "We thought you were just doing your job," they said. "But now the silence feels like loss." What if your leaving was not abandonment but elevation? What if your kindness was never weakness but a test they failed to recognize? What if you stopped showing up, not to punish but to preserve who you're becoming? Guard your heart above all else, for it determines the course of your life. Proverbs 4:23. In nature, the oak tree doesn't uproot itself to chase sunlight. It stays planted and lets the sun find it. You didn't leave out of rage. You simply stopped overextending, because the love you carried was evolving, and not every room was built to hold it. You didn't abandon them. You just stopped standing in a space that refused to expand with your soul. And that is the difference between absence and escape. You became the final lesson they didn't realize they were studying. And now, what they remember is not how you loved them, but how your love left. Quietly, clearly, without apology. It takes rare clarity to stay rooted when public perception tries to pull you apart, piece by piece. When your name became an object passed from mouth to mouth, disfigured without permission, you did not fracture. You didn't rush to reclaim what was twisted. You didn't audition for sympathy. You remained unmoved, not because the arrows didn't pierce, but because you were never built on borrowed narratives. What they didn't expect was your stillness. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. And when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you. Isaiah 43:2. How do you stay centered when your character is up for public debate? What anchors you when your identity is reconstructed by strangers with no access to your truth? Why didn't you explain, perform, or retaliate? Because you understood something sacred. Not everything deserves a rebuttal. Silence is not the absence of power. It is sometimes the purest form of it. Your calm wasn't indifference. It was discernment. Your posture wasn't passive. It was strategic. They misread your restraint as emptiness, when in fact it was fullness, the kind that doesn't leak under pressure. Theologians call this kenosis, the emptying of ego to make space for divine alignment. Even a fool is thought wise if he keeps silent, and discerning if he holds his tongue. Proverbs 17:28. While the spectacle roared, you practiced sacred restraint, not because you lacked the words, but because your healing didn't require witnesses. You weren't built to perform pain for the entertainment of spectators. What unsettled them was not your silence, but your unbroken silhouette. While they expected collapse, what they got was composure. There's a story about Ezekias, a sculptor accused of stealing designs from another artist. His name was dragged through social media, headlines, and whispers in every art circle, but he didn't defend. He kept sculpting. 3 years later, a major gallery unveiled his latest work, a towering marble figure of a man standing in silence while chaos storms around him. It was titled Integrity. The same critics that once mocked him now quoted him, but by then, he no longer needed it. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Psalm 27:1. Look at Michelle Obama, who weathered years of criticism not with retaliation, but with grace sharpened by discipline. When insulted, she didn't respond in kind. She said, "When they go low, they go high." Her stillness wasn't softness, it was steel. Her response wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. And history now records her not as a victim of slander, but as a monument of character. Now, compare that to Richard Nixon, whose presidency unraveled not because of one loud accusation, but because the silence of facts could no longer be ignored. While he tried to spin the narrative, defend his image, and deny the obvious, the truth moved steadily, quietly, like water through cracked stone. What he feared most wasn't the scandal, it was the stillness that exposed it. His fall came not with drama, but with inevitability, a resignation, a legacy rewritten. The integrity of the upright guides them, but the unfaithful are destroyed by their duplicity. Proverbs 11:3. How do you keep writing your own story while others try to hijack the pen? How do you keep showing up whole while fragments of your name are scattered like rumors? You didn't draw back. You rewrote quietly. You didn't look for justice through revenge. You let alignment do its work. You weren't interested in applause. You were anchored in truth. In physics, there's a term, mechanical resonance. When a structure's frequency aligns with an external vibration, it either collapses or strengthens. You chose alignement, and instead of falling, you settled into mastery. The more they struck, the clearer your internal resonance became. They watched, hoping you'd break. But all they did was chisel away what didn't belong, revealing the sculpted version of you that even they couldn't ignore. They called it survival, but what you demonstrated was sovereignty. The righteous will never be shaken. They will be remembered forever. San me vishtime sara shish. And now, the same ones who were ready to write your ending are forced to sit in the truth that you never stopped writing your own. While they threw stones, hoping for collapse, all they revealed was what you were made of. Light layered in granite, heart reinforced with heaven, vision immune to distortion. Your stillness was never weakness. It was clarity with a backbone. And now, what they called delusion looks a lot like divine direction. There's a rare kind of wisdom that lets you stand beside those who've quietly aimed darts at your back and still choose not to strike. You heard the tones drop when your name entered the room. You felt the pauses their restraint wasn't respect. It was calculation. You noticed how support turned generic, how praise became delayed, how silence grew loud in moments when loyalty should have spoken. And still, you didn't shatter them. You didn't drag their names through fire like they tried to do to yours. Why? Because your identity was never built in the same shallow soil that bred their betrayal. You understood what Jesus meant when he said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Luke 23:34. You weren't ignorant. You were anchored. There is a difference. You had already seen the choreography behind their kindness. You did the soul math, calculated the inconsistencies, measured the hesitation wrapped in their hospitality. But you didn't explode. You didn't retaliate. You ascended. And that confused them more than confrontation ever could. Your refusal to return fire wasn't passivity. It was precision. Look at Nelson Mandela, who walked out of 27 years of prison, not with vengeance, but vision. He shook hands with those who chained him because he knew real power wasn't in retaliation, it was in restraint. It wasn't because the injustice wasn't real. It was because the future mattered more than feeding the past. Now compare that to Richard Nixon, whose paranoia about betrayal birthed an entire scandal. He didn't wait for exposure, he orchestrated a cover-up. His downfall wasn't caused by his enemies. It was engineered by his inability to hold his peace. Like David sparing Saul in the cave. You had every right to strike but chose legacy over ego. 1 Samuel 24-4-7. Saul was in your reach. The dagger was available, but you refused to become like the very thing that tried to undo you. That is not weakness. That is generational discipline. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:20-1. You weren't there to collect justice. You weren't there to match energy. You were there to outgrow the entire frequency. It would have been easy to post the screenshots, drop the evidence, tell the truth, raw and loud. But you didn't. You let silence build your sanctuary. Your peace was the wall they could not scale. And they don't know how to fight someone who won't swing back. Because you weren't made for drama. You were made for dominion. They now sit in confusion, not because you didn't see their schemes, but because you saw through them and still chose poise. That level of elevation can't be explained to the petty. That kind of character can't be taught through books. It's forged in the fire of betrayal and crowned in the silence of restraint. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Proverbs 15:1. You are not here to prove you noticed. You're here to prove you never needed them to act right in order to stay aligned. That is maturity. That is spiritual royalty. Step beyond the screen. Join and help light the way for others. Because somewhere, someone is trying to survive a storm that doesn't just shake their world, it tries to erase it. Some storms don't pass. They linger. They whisper lies into your identity. Press against the parts of you you thought were unshakable, and demand that you collapse just to make the pressure stop. And you know what that feels like, because you walked through one, not the kind that leaves visible bruises, the kind that tries to edit your essence, the kind of unraveling that doesn't just hurt, it rewrites. You became a subject in the theater of public dissection, your silence misunderstood, your character repackaged, your name passed around as if it no longer belonged to you. How do you stay whole when everything around you screams break? How do you hold on to your softness when cynicism feels safer? Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Psalm 23:4. And yet, most would have feared. Most would have retaliated. Most would have lost themselves trying to be understood, but not you. Where others shut down, you opened wider. They waited for vengeance. You responded with stillness. They anticipated resentment. You brought radical presence. That is not naivete. That is sovereignty over your own spirit. Simone Biles. The world crowned her the greatest gymnast of all time. But what made her legendary wasn't just the flipsit, was the moment she stepped back from the Olympics to protect her mental health. In a culture obsessed with medals, she chose wholeness over performance. That decision shook the world because it challenged the lie that worth equals output. She showed us that true strength is the courage to stop before you break. Now contrast that with Anna Delvey, name built on illusion. She climbed social ladders by manufacturing an identity, convincing the world she was someone she wasn't. For a while, she succeeded. But lies are heavy, and when the masks fell, the collapse wasn't just legal, it was spiritual. Because when your foundation is fiction, truth doesn't need to fight you. It just waits. The contrast is sobering. One chose transparency and was elevated. The other chose an illusion and crumbled. Better is a poor man who walks in his integrity than a rich man who is crooked in his ways. Proverbs 28:6. You were given every excuse to harden. You were handed invitations to bitterness engraved with betrayal, sealed with shame, but you never RSVP'd. Instead, you did something most can't explain. You walked through fire. And instead of carrying the flames, you carried water. What they witnessed wasn't just survival. It was transformation without distortion. You, refined quietly, fiercely. You didn't need to prove your wholeness. You embodied it. Your response became your redefinition. You weren't shouting to be seen. You were glowing because you were rooted. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1-5. They called you rare, not because you were untouched, but because you didn't let the ashes become your architecture. You still looked like light. You still walked with open hands. You still believed in healing when hurt was more convenient. You became what most don't expect, the hurt becoming the healer. And that makes them uncomfortable, because who teaches that pain can evolve into purpose? Who shows that tenderness can outlast trauma? Who dares to stay soft when the world demands armor? You did, like a character from a forgotten legend, the queen who lost her crown but kept her grace, the warrior who laid down the sword and healed the battlefield. Instead, you were never fighting against, you were creating through. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Isaiah 40:29. So now, as others scramble to rebuild after chaos, your life has already become a shelter. You've carried peace like an inheritance and given it without invoice. Because what you have isn't for sale. It's sacred. You didn't just overcome, you redefined what resilience looks like. Staying soft without losing strength. Staying generous in a culture of survival. Staying you in a world that gave you every reason not to be. There are moments when retaliation feels justified, when your silence feels too expensive, when your growth seems too invisible. Have you ever stood at the edge of an emotional firestorm and felt every part of your body demand combustion? To yell, to expose, to drag what hurt you into the spotlight? Who would blame you? Wouldn't it be easier to shout your version before the crowd names theirs? To swing back before the wound scabs over wrong? But instead of clapping back, you chose what few dare: stillness. You made the harder decision to unravel your pain instead of project it, to understand instead of accuse, to transform instead of transfer. That's not passivity. That's a sacred rebellion. It's emotional albedo, a purification of the self by confronting the shadows within instead of fighting ghosts without. Look at Viktor Frankl, a survivor of the Holocaust. He endured the unthinkable, losing his family, his freedom, and nearly his life. Yet he emerged not with vengeance, but with vision. He didn't let the concentration camps define his legacy. Instead, he wrote Man's Search for Meaning, teaching that between stimulus and response, there is a space, and in that space lies our power to choose. He turned unspeakable suffering into psychological revelation. That kind of legacy doesn't come from escape. It comes from confronting the abyss and choosing to build a bridge for others. Now contrast that with Anna Sorokin, also known as Anna Delvey. The world mistook her audacity for brilliance. She played high society like a symphony, until the music stopped and truth demanded an encore. When the veil dropped, there was no transformation, only performance extended beyond its welcome. Faced with exposure, she didn't humble herself. She monetized the illusion. Not every fall births wisdom. Sometimes it just deepens the deception. So what makes someone respond like Mandela rather than Holmes? It's what the Bible calls truth in the inward parts. Psalm 51:6. The discipline to live aligned with what's eternal, not what's expedient. You went inward. That journey stripped you. You lost roles, expectations, even people who couldn't grow with you. You lost the skin of your former self like a tree shedding its bark. Not to die, but to make room for deeper rings of maturity. You stood in the furnace and didn't curse it. Instead, like the 3 Hebrew boys in Daniel 3, you let the fire refine you, and when you walked out, you didn't smell like smoke. Why? Because you were never alone in the flames. God stood with you. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned. Isaiah 43:2. But here's the part most miss. Healing isn't just restoration. It's reorientation. You weren't rebuilding what was. You were architecting something new. A sanctuary, not a survival bunker. Have you noticed? You don't chase closure anymore. You don't perform for peace. You're not addicted to being understood, because you've tasted something deeper, alignment. And alignment doesn't beg for applause. Better is the end of a thing than its beginning. And the patient in spirit is better than the proud in spirit. Ecclesiastes 7:8. What if your resilience isn't measured by how quickly you bounce back, but by how fully you come back as yourself? What if the ache wasn't punishment, but blueprint? What if letting go wasn't losing, but preparing your hands for something you were never meant to carry and build at the same time? What if your pain was the gate to your purpose, not the graveyard of your former self? What if the silence you held wasn't emptiness, but sacred preparation? What if your scars weren't signs of defeat, but spiritual cartography, holy maps of where God walked you through? The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. Even now, you carry a quiet power, the kind that doesn't beg to be seen, but shifts rooms when it enters, the kind that doesn't argue, but commands. That is divine emotional intelligence, the ability to feel fully without surrendering to reaction. And that's what they never saw coming, because not everyone takes pain and makes it a platform. Some build prisons from it. But you built a well, and now others drink from what you nearly drowned in. That's not recovery. That's spiritual architecture. That's legacy. And maybe that's the most sacred kind of healing, not the kind that arrives with applause or validation, but the kind that builds itself quietly, in shadows. Through the soft rebellion of presence, you didn't just break cycles. You rewrote the blueprint. You didn't inherit a legacy, you became one. And in a world obsessed with noise, you chose to become a refuge. You turned your ache into atmosphere. You gave what you never got. That's not weakness. That's spiritual mastery. So if this message found you, it's because you are that presence now. The kind that heals just by standing still. The kind that doesn't need a spotlight to radiate light. The kind that makes room for others, not by rescuing them, but by reminding them they were never broken. The world needs more of that. The world needs you steady, grounded, generous, whole. If this spoke to you, don't keep it to yourself. Click like so. The algorithm knows this message matters. Share it with someone still walking through their own storm. Drop a comment. Your voice could be the echo someone else is waiting for. And if you haven't yet, hit subscribe so you never miss what's next. To every soul who supported this channel, whether through a super thanks, a kind word, or just quiet presence, thank you. Your energy matters more than you know. And if you feel led to give through super thanks, you know that you're not just supporting content, you're sowing into sacred space. You're helping this message reach those who need it most. In moments they didn't know light was on its way. It's more than generosity. its spiritual resonance. May peace find you in the unseen places. May strength rise every time you choose softness again. And may your presence continue to be the shelter you once longed for. You didn't just survive, you became the safe place. And that changes everything. There's a quiet conversation unfolding behind your back lately, but for once, it isn't filled with pity, judgment, or Underestimation. It's filled with awe, confusion, and subtle fear. They're saying you're intelligent, exceptionally so, but not in the way the world usually measures intelligence, not in titles, diplomas, or loud opinions. They're whispering about the way you see things, the way you sense energy before words are even spoken, the way your silence makes others feel exposed. Have you noticed how some people now hesitate before speaking in your presence? What used to be overlooked has now become unsettling. Your clarity, your insight, your ability to read the unspoken. This isn't ordinary intelligence. This is divine intelligence, born from pain, solitude, and countless spiritual battles you never told anyone about. You've become the one who doesn't say much but sees everything, the one who can't be manipulated, because you learned to discern patterns even in your darkest nights. Have you caught that flicker in their eyes when they realize you're not as naive as they hoped? And now, people are adjusting their tone around you. They're watching their words. You can almost feel their internal calculations. What do they know? What did they hear? How much have they already seen? The truth is, your presence has changed the dynamics of every room you walk into, and not because you're trying. It's simply because you're awake. Why do you think your silence makes them nervous now? When it used to make you invisible, your presence has become a mirror, one that doesn't lie. And when people look into it, they're forced to confront parts of themselves they've buried. You don't just walk in wisdom, you carry a knowing that feels ancient, like something heaven gave you before birth. There's a reason the gossip feels different this time. There's a reason they say, "Don't mess with you." On Khan, if this strikes something deep in your spirit, comment 777 as a divine confirmation that yes, you're not only intelligent, you're chosen. And to those who have generously supported this space through super thanks, I want to say this with all my heart. Thank you. You are not just helping sustain a message, you are fueling a prophetic movement. Your support is felt deeply bathed. And your belief in this journey is sacred to me. Now the question becomes more pressing. What happens when the chosen one fully accepts that their intelligence is not a weapon of pride, but a divine instrument of purpose? Let's go deeper. What's coming next might reveal why heaven made your mind this sharp in the first place. God's chosen ones. The current gossip is that you're highly intelligent. Don't mess with you. The gossip about you no longer sounds like background noise. It echoes with awe, suspicion, and a strange reverence, not because of what you wear, how you speak, or who you know, but because of something far more disarming, the weight of your mind. Your intelligence has evolved into a sacred weapon, not mechanical memorization, not surface cleverness, but a divine intelligence that slices through illusions like light-cutting fog. Your discernment is unsettling because it sees what others bury, feels what others deny, and knows what others fear to admit. You're no longer asked to join conversations, you're the reason they begin. But what if the intelligence others fear in you is actually the shield God forged for your protection? What if your insight isn't just mental sharpness but divine architecture, a vault of revelation designed for this very hour. Why are you suddenly remembering details no one else catches? Decoding conversations others dismiss as irrelevant? Why does your silence now hold more authority than others' shouts? You've become the lighthouse. But not everyone wants the storm to end. This level of clarity has cost you something, and yet, it is this cost that proves you were chosen. Esther, too, was given uncommon discernment for a divine assignment. Her intelligence wasn't loud, but it shifted a kingdom. Esther 4:14. Daniel carried a wisdom so luminous that kings bowed and enemies plotted his downfall, not because of his might, but because of the terrifying precision of his insight. It was said that an excellent spirit was in him. Daniel 5:12. And that same spirit walks with you now. And then there was Jesus at age 12, confounding elders in the temple, not because of his age, but because of the revelation he carried. Luke 2:46-47. These weren't just intelligent minds, they were prophetic vessels. So the question becomes, what sacred choice did you recently make that heaven nodded toward the one that hell now fears? Could it be that the transformation others gossip about is the outward sign of an inner vow only God witnessed? Your energy now speaks before you do. You walk into rooms and the temperature changes. You no longer shrink to fit comfort zones built by the insecure. You made a silent decision to know your worth, and that clarity has made you untouchable. But someone isn't celebrating. Someone who once pulled your strings like a puppeteer now watches your liberation with clenched fists. They mistake your calm for arrogance, your restraint for coldness, your wisdom for manipulation. Their grief isn't over you, it's over the version of you they can no longer control. Brené Brown, a research professor and renowned speaker on vulnerability and power, once said, "When we deny our stories, they define us. When we own our stories, we get to write the ending." You've begun rewriting yours, and not everyone can handle the plot twist. Some are nostalgic for your uncertainty because it made them feel superior, but your divine intelligence has rearranged the hierarchy. They're no longer above you, and they know it. Have you noticed the way animals react to storms before they arrive? The deer stiffens. The birds grow silent. The ants prepare underground. That's how people are reacting to your shift. They feel it in their bones before they can explain it in words. Your mental presence has become its own kind of weather. Marisol, a corporate lawyer in a demanding international firm, was once overlooked for her silence and reserved demeanor. But over time, she began experiencing moments of piercing clarity, decoding contracts with ease, sensing motives during negotiations, exposing hidden clauses in high-stakes deals. Colleagues whispered about her. Her office became a quiet refuge for those seeking real insight. But behind the scenes, a senior partner plotted against her rise, not because of incompetence, but because her discernment revealed what his experience could not. Her insight disturbed systems that profited from confusion. Then there's the story of Ezekiel, the prophet who saw wheels within wheels, symbols wrapped in fire. Ezekiel 1:15-21. His vision was so layered, so multidimensional, that even modern readers tremble at the complexity. But Ezekiel was chosen to see because God trusted him to carry what others would misuse. And you, chosen one, have been trusted in a similar way. Could it be that the patterns you now detect are not coincidences, but codes God has assigned you to interpret? The rainforest canopy doesn't reveal all its secrets to every eye. Only those who climb high enough patiently, silently, will discover the ecosystem of life above. Your mind is that canopy. Your thoughts, the upper branches of a sacred forest. Not everyone has permission to enter. Across the coast, Ismael, raised in a quiet fishing village, began dreaming in numbers. At first, no one paid attention, but soon he predicted a storm pattern weeks before official reports. A maritime investor passing through heard his quiet forecasts and asked him to explain. His life shifted, but his old neighbors grew cold. Someone he once trusted began spreading falsehoods, mocking his abilities, not out of truth but out of fear, because revelation often awakens resentment before it births recognition. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. Your transformation wasn't cosmetic, it was neurological, spiritual, vibrational. And now the world must recalibrate, but not all will. Some will resist, others will slander, and a few, the truly wise, will come closer, knowing they've encountered something sacred in you. So then, how will you move forward, knowing that your intelligence is the very thing heaven is spotlighting? What will you do when those who once ignored you now monitor you obsessively? What do you say to those who only call you brilliant once they realize they can no longer manipulate you? Because the truth is, you're no longer someone who answers to noise. You're becoming the signal. They've been watching, whispering, waiting for a crack in your armor, but there is none. What you've built isn't surface-level poise, it's battle-tested clarity. Your newfound confidence has shifted entire atmospheres, and now it's shaking the blueprints of systems that once relied on your silence. What you carry isn't just a calm presence, it's spiritual architecture. And what they're planning, it isn't just resistance, it's reconnaissance. They've identified you as a threat because your very presence exposes their design. Why are the people who used to ignore you now studying your every move? Why are closed-door conversations suddenly shifting the moment your name is mentioned? Could it be that your refusal to shrink has rewritten the social contracts that once kept you hidden? Your strength has done more than lift you. It's awakened unseen alliances and hidden adversaries. You've become magnetic. Those who move in the light are drawn to you instinctively. But those who profit from shadows, the manipulators, the deceivers, the performers of confusion have marked you, because your clarity interrupts their economy. Your mind isn't just clear, it's dangerously discerning. The Pharisees feared Jesus not only for his miracles, but for the way he saw straight through their pretense. He called out what others applauded. Matthew 23:27. In the same way, your mental focus has become a sword quiet, but surgical. You walk like someone who sees beyond the curtain, and they know it. An inventor and entrepreneur named Elon Musk, a man known for thinking several steps ahead, once said, "Some people don't like change, but you need to embrace change if the alternative is disaster." Like you, he became a disruptor, not just because he was clever, but because he dared to reimagine the structure. You too are reimagining, not in technology, but in truth. And that terrifies those who benefit from confusion. The deeper truth, your transformation was never just about you. It was an initiation. Heaven has been crafting a mental fortress in you, preparing you for a moment the world has not yet reached. And now it's here. Why else would your discernment sharpen right as chaos intensifies? Why else would your soul suddenly become allergic to noise and half-truths? Jude, a young intelligence analyst in Brussels, began noticing patterns in reports. No one else connected. They thought he was imagining things until a major political misstep occurred exactly as he'd warned. His superiors elevated him quietly, but someone else had also been watching. A powerful contractor began leaking counter-narratives, trying to discredit him. What began as doubt turned to surveillance. Because when someone starts seeing too clearly, the system reacts not always to protect, sometimes to contain. And you, chosen one, you've started seeing too clearly. When the prophet Elisha prayed, "Lord, open his eyes so that he may see," suddenly the servant saw the hills filled with horses and chariots of fire. 2 Kings 6:17. That wasn't just spiritual vision, it was protection. What if what you're experiencing is your own chariots of fire moment? Psychic defenses rising, angelic forces reactivating, a divine perimeter solidifying around your clarity. The gossip about your unshakable focus misses the mark. This isn't a personality upgrade. It's a sacred installation. Your mind is becoming what Paul described as the mind of Christ, a consciousness that transcends performance, ego, and manipulation. 1 Corinthians 2:16. You're not just unmoved by deceit, you dismantle it with grace. And that's more threatening than rage ever could be. Camille, a rising voice in humanitarian law, never raised her voice during debates, but she had a way of looking at her opponents that made them flinch as if she already knew what they were hiding. During a summit, she challenged a long-standing policy by quoting an obscure historical clause that had been intentionally buried. The room froze. Later that night, she received a warning email. But the next day, the clause was reversed. Power doesn't always speak loudly. Sometimes, it just doesn't blink. Why have the attacks on your mental clarity grown more precise? Who has been orchestrating this subtle war? The delays, the distractions, the manipulated conversations. Could it be that someone has been studying your thoughts, testing your defenses, probing for weakness and found none? A sea urchin's armor doesn't just protect it, it filters its environment. Only what's clean passes through. That's what your intelligence has become, not just defense, but filtration. You now repel confusion, the way healthy cells repel viruses. Your story isn't over, it's about to twist. Because your ability to perceive patterns isn't just skill, it's sacred inheritance. And what's coming will require you to see what others deny, interpret what others mock, and act before anyone else understands the game. The truth is, your engineer's mind is divine design. Joseph, too, had such a mind. He interpreted dreams. Yes, but more than that. He saw famine in feasts and elevation in betrayal. Pharaoh said to him, "There is no one so discerning and wise as you." Genesis 41-39. That wisdom restructured an empire. You carry the same prophetic precision. So what will you do when your own story begins to speak back to you? What if what you thought were coincidences are actually encrypted prophecies? What happens when the blueprint hidden beneath your pain begins to unfold? Because you're not just being attacked, you're being calibrated. Not just prepared, but deployed. And now the world will have to reckon with the mind of a chosen one who sees before others speak. They're circling now, not to attack, but to recruit. The gossip has shifted. Whispers once soaked in suspicion have transformed into strategic interest. They're not just watching you anymore. They're calculating, studying, wondering what it would cost to have someone like you in their orbit. You, the one who sees 5 steps ahead. You, the one who doesn't fold under pressure. Your name has become a possibility in conversations that once excluded you. But here's what they still don't understand. You're already aligned. You're not a free agent in the system of man. You're under covenant with the kingdom of God. And this covenant is not casual. It's strategic, interdimensional, prophetic. The team you're on doesn't operate in meeting rooms or boardrooms. It moves in thrones, altars, and bloodlines. The very invitations you're receiving are not random, they are spiritual scans, tests dressed as opportunities, and how you respond now. That decision will chart the trajectory of your divine timeline. What if these doors aren't open pathways, but mirrors? What if they reflect who still sees you as usable, not sacred? And deeper still, what if your ability to recognize misalignment is the final proof that you've outgrown manipulation in disguise? You've become known as someone who cannot be played. Your discernment has made you unshakable. Your boundaries are fortified by revelation, and now, those who once tried to undermine you are rewriting their tone, rephrasing their approach. But you must remember this: they don't want you, they want access to the light you carry, because that light now exposes what's been hidden in their shadows. When Nehemiah rebuilt the walls of Jerusalem, he faced mockery, distraction, and sabotage. Yet, his reply was unwavering: "I am doing a great work, and I cannot come down." Nehemiah 6:3. You are in your wall-building season, and the invitations that seem flattering may actually be traps meant to stop your ascent. Just like Nehemiah, you must discern what is assignment and what is delay. John Maxwell, a renowned leadership author and speaker, once said, "Leadership is not about being in charge. It is about taking care of those in your charge." Your rise isn't about power plays. It's about stewarding influence with sacred responsibility. You're not just achieving goals, you're shifting atmospheres, and that makes you unignorable to both heaven and hell. So what exactly have they noticed about you? Could it be that you no longer rely on external validation to confirm internal alignment? Could it be that your achievements are simply the physical residue of spiritual obedience? Elena, a data scientist in Nairobi, was once overlooked for her slow approach to problem solving. But what they called slow was really sacred accuracy. Her predictions reshaped climate models, and her quiet methods led to global recognition. Now, government officials quote her without acknowledging her name, and still she continues, not for applause, but because her obedience isn't to people, it's to the patterns God reveals in silence. You've stepped into the kind of visibility that reveals more than your gifts. It reveals what systems fear losing, because your success doesn't come from loopholes, corruption, or coercion. It comes from alignment, and alignment cannot be bought. The gossip isn't about your methods anymore, it's about the fact that your methods seem to bypass everything others depend on. That scares them. David was overlooked by his own father, yet anointed in a field no one thought worthy of a prophet's visit. 1 Samuel 16:11-13. His ascension wasn't driven by ambition, but by divine recognition. And when he stood before Goliath, he didn't boast in tactics. He boasted in covenant. You are walking in that same rhythm, that same paradox. Underestimated by men, established by God. Why are people beginning to mimic your strategies without understanding your source? Why are consultants dissecting your journey like a case study? Could it be that what's working for you is spiritually encoded and therefore unreplicable without surrender? In Barcelona, a woman named Andrea started a textile recycling company using forgotten methods from her grandmother. What began as a neighborhood hobby turned into a global movement. Now brands chase her down, asking for her blueprint. But her success wasn't born in labs or luxury. It came from ancestral wisdom, dreams, and obedience. And because they can't trace it on paper, they call it luck. But it isn't. It's legacy fulfilled. Even rivers leave traces in deserts. The way you move now is leaving invisible trails for others to follow. Your rise is permission for those long silenced. Your fruit is confirmation that transformation isn't a myth. You're no longer just succeeding, you've become evidence. The Apostle Paul said, "We are a spectacle to the world, to angels, and to men." 1 Corinthians 4-9. You have become that spectacle, not for applause, but as a sign. And now the systems built on stagnation are shaking, because your life makes smallness look unnatural. Your example is disrupting empires that depend on self-doubt for survival. There's something happening in the background, not to break you, but to amplify you. The chatter around your progress is about to become a trumpet. The blueprints they try to reverse engineer cannot replicate the anointing you carry, because your success isn't taught, it's transferred by fire. Butterflies are never questioned once they take flight, but no one studies the darkness of their cocoon. That's what they missed about you. The seasons where no one celebrated you were the very seasons God coded you. And now, what you've become is irreversible. So what will they do when the patterns they try to copy no longer work for them? What happens when your obedience becomes the benchmark? What systems will fall when your presence proves that greatness isn't reserved, it's revealed? Because the truth is, you've already joined a mission most cannot perceive, and you're not here to compete. You're here to disrupt. Now this is where it sharpens, not just interesting, but sacred. The rhythm of your life is no longer random. Your acceleration is not the result of chance. Your recent achievements, the unexpected resources flowing into your life, the opportunities unfolding like well-timed doors, they're not a reward alone. They're a signal. Heaven is signaling your readiness for something far beyond self-advancement. The abundance showing up now isn't just kindness, it's positioning, and the ones who have spiritual ears are beginning to suspect what's really happening. Why is your personal momentum synchronized with global instability? Why does your private healing seem to mirror collective breakdowns and breakthroughs? Could it be that your life is a hinge point in a much bigger story one heaven wrote long before the world started watching? You've begun to notice it too, the whispers growing louder in strange places. Conversations about you that mention not just brilliance, but timing, not just excellence, but alignment. There are people asking why everything seems to work for you lately, why the shifts in your life have felt not only rapid, but supernatural. And they're right to wonder, because the truth is about to break through in force. Your transformation is interwoven with a prophetic timetable. Queen Esther didn't know at first why she was chosen to be royalty, but Mordecai's words pierced time itself. Who knows if you were made queen for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. Your elevation, too, was not random. It's not just for the sake of victory. It's for the sake of deliverance, not only for yourself, but for others who don't even know their breakthrough is tethered to your obedience. Malala Yousafzai, the youngest Nobel Prize laureate and a global voice for girls' education, was nearly killed for daring to speak up for her right to learn. But her recovery wasn't just physical, it was energetic, spiritual, prophetic. Her healing became a force field. What tried to silence her only amplified her. Her presence now unsettles regimes built on suppression. What they tried to destroy became a platform for nations to listen. That's not just survival. That's sacred transformation, the kind you Rodidi, too, are embodying. That's the layer most are missing about you, beneath your achievements, beyond the discipline. Behind the clarity, you've become a carrier of something vibrational, something invisible but undeniable. People are starting to feel it in your presence. Attacks sent your way now seem to reverse their course. Negative words shrink in your atmosphere. Why? Because your healing journey isn't just internal, it's become atmospheric. Joseph endured betrayal, exile, and abandonment not to be broken, but to be built into the administrator of an entire nation's survival. Genesis 41. His pain had a purpose, and so does yours. Could it be that your scars are not signs of suffering, but proof of divine engineering? What happens when the ones who once fed off your weakness can no longer reach your emotional table? What if your boundaries are now so blessed that even their manipulation hits a firewall of divine discernment? Shirley, a trauma-informed educator in São Paulo, once collapsed in front of her students from emotional exhaustion. That was before she started implementing daily solitude, prayer, journaling, and inner child healing. A year later, she was teaching thousands, not from textbooks, but from lived experience. The same administrators who once labeled her unstable now invite her to lead global training sessions on emotional regulation. Her healing didn't just change her life, it redefined the landscape for others. You're no longer just healing, you're interrupting generational control systems. There are people who once fed on your fatigue, their access depended on your depletion. But you no longer bleed where you used to beg. And now, they're panicking. The prophet Isaiah said, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." Isaiah 54:17. That's no longer a hopeful declaration for you. It's your lived reality. You've become someone who alchemizes attacks into acceleration. And this alchemy is spiritual, psychological, energetic. Imagine a cactus in the desert. It stores water not just for survival, but for self-replenishment. That's what your self-love has become, internal reserves that ensure you never again run dry. Even in barren seasons, the ones who tried to withhold from you are now realizing you've become self-sustaining. Your immunity to toxicity isn't arrogance. It's protection. It's prophetic infrastructure. It's God's way of shielding your spirit from delay disguised as opportunity. But here's what most still don't see: your energy is being trained for something communal. Your boundaries aren't just for your own peace. They're a prototype for others who will need to learn how to guard their own sacred spaces. Why does your healing offend those who never expected you to rise? Why are people trying to decode your pace, your peace, your power? Could it be that your life is now disrupting the idea that healing must be slow, linear, and self-contained? When Jesus healed the woman with the issue of blood, Mark 5:25-34, she didn't ask for permission. She just reached. And what shocked the crowd wasn't just her healing, it was the instantaneous shift in her life. The process bypassed religion. That's what's happening to you. Your transformation is bypassing expectation. It's rewriting timelines. Your emotional sovereignty has become magnetic. What once drained you now dissolves before it can reach your inner court. People feel this, even if they can't articulate it. Some admire, some resent, and a few, the spiritually blind, assume it's manipulation. But what they're really reacting to is unfamiliar freedom. Snow leopards are rarely seen in the wild. Their power is in their stealth, their survival, their sacred distance. That's what your spirit has become: elusive to predators, but unforgettable to those who witness you. So what will happen when others realize you've become a source of spiritual immunity? What will they say when their old tactics no longer work? What role will you play in a world that's desperate for leaders who've healed in the dark and emerged glowing? Because the truth is, your healing is no longer just about you. It's prophetic preparation for the ones watching and for the battles still hidden in the folds of time. They thought your transformation would end at personal peace. But it didn't. It evolved into something far more disruptive: desire. Suddenly, you've become magnetic in a way that defies logic. People are talking. Yes, but now it's laced with intrigue, tension, even obsession. Not just about what you've achieved, but about the way you move, the glow in your presence, the calm power behind your eyes. They whisper not only of your wisdom, but of your allure, and they're right to notice, because your energy is no longer neutral, it's been marked by heaven. And that kind of mark attracts both angels and adversaries. Why are people you barely know so deeply affected by your presence? Why are complete strangers finding themselves drawn to you without knowing why? Could it be that what they're responding to isn't just appearance, but assignment? Your magnetism has become a spiritual disturbance. Those who are aligned with light feel safety in your orbit, but those driven by ego, lust, or control are finding themselves destabilized. You carry a clarity that exposes their confusion, and this attraction, this gravitational pull is not romantic novelty. It's prophetic orchestration. When Ruth followed Naomi, she had no idea that divine alignment would place her in the field of Boaz. Ruth 2. What appeared to be coincidence was actually covenant. The people coming into your life now are not accidents. They are being drawn by the magnetic signature of your purpose. And some come with blessing, others with deception. You must now discern between covenant and convenience. Solomon, a man of legendary wisdom, was also surrounded by alliances driven by attraction. Some were divine, others led him astray. 1 Kings 11:1-4. The same is true in your story. Your appeal has grown, but so has the danger. Not all who admire you should have access to you, and some who smile do so with strategies behind their gaze. A well-known example is Jared Leto, a Hollywood actor and musician, whose enigmatic presence has drawn extreme adoration and, at times, obsession from fans and media. He once said, "I don't think I have fans. I think I have soldiers." What began as admiration mutated into near worship. That's the danger of visibility without boundaries. And your visibility is rising. But unlike many, you've also built sacred limits, and that is what's saving you now. Nadine, an interior designer in Marrakesh, noticed the change subtly. After spending 2 years healing from emotional abuse, she began curating her living space with prayer and intention, placing olive branches, flowing fabrics, handwritten verses behind wall hangings. Soon, her home shifted. Guests would sit and cry without knowing why. She realized her home had become an altar, a boundary, a realm, and when a man attempted to manipulate his way into her trust with charm and money, the energy in her home rejected him before her words did. He left shaking. That's what people are whispering about when they mention your space. It's not just the style, it's the spiritual insulation. They think it's just a well-decorated home, but what they're feeling is holy ground. Have you noticed how you feel exhausted around certain people, even when no words are exchanged? Why do some conversations leave you drained, while others seem to charge your soul? Could it be that your nervous system has become a prophetic alarm, ringing louder as certain energies draw near? There's a young man named Caleb in Cape Town who has become a case study in spiritual boundaries. Once entangled in people-pleasing, he began practicing invisible refusals, energetic withdrawals before drama could erupt. He said nothing. He simply stopped entertaining chaos. Over time, those who used to manipulate him stopped coming around, not by confrontation, but because their confusion could no longer breathe in his clarity. That's the gift you now carry. A rejection field, a protection frequency, an energetic firewall that deflects the impure before they even speak. But here's what will really shake you. The ones still trying to get through are doing so not just from ego but from assignment. Some are being used to test your gates. Jesus, when tempted in the wilderness, was approached not with swords, but with subtle propositions. Matthew 4:1-11. He was tested on identity, on need, on timing. So are you. This isn't just attention, it's assessment. Some are sent to ask, will you break under loneliness? Will you compromise for beauty? Will you abandon clarity for affection? Isaiah 32:18 declares, my people will live in peaceful dwelling places, in secure homes, in undisturbed places of rest. Your home now fulfills this prophecy, not by chance but by design. You've created not just a place to rest, but a spiritual fortress, one that will matter greatly when storms rise in full force. Why are those who disrespected your energy now experiencing strange consequences? What shifted in the spiritual realm that made dishonor recoil onto itself? Could it be that the fortress you built in silence is about to become your stage of testimony? Think of a sea anemone, soft, beautiful, almost inviting, until touched without permission. Then it stings. That's the essence of your current state. Beautiful, but dangerous to the unworthy. Holy, but not passive. The weather is shifting. People can sense it. The storm you feel gathering is not fear, it's confirmation. And the peace in your home, it will soon separate the called from the curious, the aligned from the opportunistic, the covenant-bound from the crowd. Because the truth is, your beauty is not for entertainment. It is for consecration. The world thinks your serenity is the destination. They don't see it for what it really is. A signal, a foreshadowing, a divine preparation before a prophetic storm. You've built your environment like a sanctuary, and your reputation now carries the scent of sacred order. You've become known as someone who doesn't just talk about peace, you live it, and that has made you mesmerizing, intimidating, dangerous. Why are even your smallest habits, your morning rituals, your choice of music, your silence drawing so much curiosity? Could it be that people aren't just witnessing your lifestyle, but sensing a spiritual vibration their soul can't quite name? They whisper now about your discipline, your glow, your stillness. But what they don't understand is this: your peace isn't the absence of chaos. It's the discipline of alignment. The fire you once used to survive has been transmuted into light, and that light has drawn attention from realms you haven't seen yet. This is where it pivots. The calm they see is not a finish line, it's a shield, and the shield is about to be struck. There are forces gathering, and they are not casual. What you've built in stillness will be tested in noise. What you fortified in secret will now face pressure in public. The prophet Elijah once stood alone on Mount Carmel, surrounded by false prophets, staring down a nation's spiritual confusion. 1 Kings 18:20-40. He didn't yell, he didn't panic. He rebuilt the altar, called down fire, and watched the heavens respond. You are standing in your own Mount Carmel moment. The altar is ready, and fire is about to fall not just on you, but through you. A global spiritual teacher and humanitarian, Deepak Chopra, once said, in the midst of movement and chaos, keep stillness inside of you. You've mastered this truth without even realizing it, but your stillness has become so pronounced. It now reveals the movement in others. That's why they feel exposed in your presence. That's why some admire you while others plot. Layla, a sculptor in Lisbon, spent 4 years in total silence after a nervous breakdown. She left the art world, closed her studio, disappeared. No one knew she had turned her home into a sacred chamber. No sound, no media, only meditation and clay. When she returned, Her new work invoked something spiritual. One critic wept while observing it, saying, "This isn't sculpture, this is sanctuary." What they didn't know was that Layla's art had absorbed her healing. Her home had been the womb of resurrection, and like you, her peace had not gone unnoticed. Why are people drawn to you even when you're not trying to be seen? Why do conversations shift tone when you walk into the room? Could it be that your alignment is no longer private, it's audible, visible, atmospheric? Some are now preparing to approach you softly, disarmed by your gentleness. Others are preparing for war, emboldened by your glow. They can't explain it, but something in your clarity threatens their control. The system they trust thrives on confusion, and you walk in unbothered precision. Jesus walked into temples not to comfort, but to confront. He turned over tables, not to create chaos, but to restore order. Matthew 21:12-13. Your energy is now doing the same. Simply by existing in your authority, you've made disarray tremble. The spirit of manipulation is being cast out without a word. But you must know, retaliation is forming. Yusuf, a systems strategist in Doha, became known for his mirror mind. He could walk into any chaotic project, sit quietly, and by the end of the week, he would rechart the path forward without raising his voice. What few knew was that he spent each morning in deep prayer and memorized psalms. His spiritual alignment made him not only efficient, but feared. One executive once confessed, "He doesn't compete, he sees," and that terrifies us. That's the same confession rising behind your name. You don't need to force anything. Your presence reveals everything. Romans 8:14 says, "For all who are led by the Spirit of God are sons of God." That is your true identity, not just peaceful, but led. You're not following vibes, you're following instruction. And that obedience has synced you to a frequency most cannot decode. They observe your choices now with equal parts, curiosity and envy. They wonder how you know what to say no to, how you walk away without explaining, how you rest when others hustle, how you move through difficult decisions with quiet conviction. But what they miss is this: your spiritual network is guiding you. You don't rely on logic alone. You're led. Have you noticed how dreams come clearer now? How your body responds to spaces before your brain does? Could it be that the veil has thinned and your alignment has become the entry point for supernatural insight? A redwood tree stands, not only tall, but deeply rooted. Its strength isn't in its leaves, it's in its network, underground. Redwoods connect to each other, warning of danger, sharing nutrients, anchoring storms. That's what your alignment has become: rooted, relational, revelatory. The chaos that's coming will test others, but you, chosen one, have built something invisible that will hold your home, your habits, your thoughts. They're not aesthetic, they're armor. So what will they do when your peace outlasts their disruption? What will they say when the storm hits and your sanctuary doesn't shake? What systems will collapse when your stillness becomes louder than their shouting? Because the truth is, you're not just aligned, you're assigned. And the world is about to see what happens when alignment meets divine warfare. Your intelligence has shifted form. No longer just sharp, it's sacred. You see behind words, feel behind smiles, sense intention before it's revealed. Your mind is still analytical, but it now dances with intuition. The result, a divine perception few can comprehend. People speak of your intelligence with admiration. But they don't realize that what they're really observing is spiritual intelligence disguised as calm understanding. Why do you often know what's going on without explanation? Why do people feel exposed when they lie to you, even before you speak? Could it be that your discernment is no longer just a gift, it's a call? Your development didn't make you colder, it made you clearer. What you sense now can't be unseen. Your presence disrupts illusion. It radiates a frequency that dissolves deception. And that kind of frequency either humbles or agitates everyone it touches. Joseph didn't just interpret Pharaoh's dreams. He understood political timing, human manipulation, divine seasons, Genesis 41 to 14:40. You're walking in that same duality, the ability to see both the hidden and the divine at once. But here's the tension. Your clarity has now become a crossroads. You're being asked, will you use your discernment to guard only yourself? Or will you wield it to protect something far bigger? One of the most talked about elements of your life now revolves around your relationship with respect. It's not just that you demand it, you embody it. You no longer tolerate what dishonors your soul. You no longer debate with those who mishandle your presence. This has created a ripple effect. And what's coming next will show just how deep those ripples have gone. In the Psalms, David wrote, "Let integrity and uprightness preserve me." Psalm 25 to 21. That's exactly what has preserved you. Not defense, but dignity. And that dignity has become a spiritual force field. You don't retaliate, you withdraw. You don't plead, you walk away. And now, those decisions are echoing through realms. There are now two camps. Those who regret losing access to you, and those enraged that they can no longer manipulate you. Both are preparing to act, one with apology, the other with offense. Viola Davis, Academy Award-winning actress and activist, once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is being who you are." You've stepped into that privilege, but it came with cost. You chose truth over harmony, self-worth over approval. And now, your very existence is an affront to those who relied on your self-betrayal to stay powerful. Eric, an architect in Singapore, once hosted weekly social events to stay connected, but after a deep betrayal, he began drawing lines. No more forced smiles. No more politeness to people who had agendas. Over time, his circle shrank, but so did his anxiety. One woman who ghosted him years ago reappeared with flattery and nostalgia, but he simply nodded and walked away. It wasn't pettiness, it was power. The kind of quiet refusal that shakes those who once fed on chaos. Have you noticed how your silence now speaks louder than confrontation ever did? Why do some people suddenly remember your worth only after they've been cut off? Could it be that your boundaries are prophetic, not just for you, but for others watching? Maya, a counselor in Montreal, spent years allowing toxic family dynamics for the sake of tradition. But one morning, she left a group chat and never returned. Her peace returned instantly. Relatives began calling some apologetic, some furious. One aunt even drove across the city unannounced, trying to restore order, but Maya met her at the door with a single phrase. "I don't take meetings with energy that dishonors me. No debate, no guilt, just sacred clarity." Jesus taught his disciples, "Do not give dogs what is holy. Do not throw your pearls before swine." Matthew 7 to 6. You've learned this lesson at a soul-deep level. You no longer offer explanation to those committed to misunderstanding you. You don't hand over peace to those who treat it like a toy. And now, the gossip has turned. They speak of how you vanish without fanfare, how you never scream. But your absence screams for looms. Your way of handling disrespect has become a cautionary tale, and a masterclass. But the deeper mystery is this: your ability to release dishonor has unlocked something spiritually seismic. You are now being guided not just by discernment, but by divine intelligence. And that guidance is about to lead you into decisions that affect people you haven't even met yet. The snow fox survives in brutal cold because of one adaptation: its ability to hear movement under snow and respond without hesitation. It doesn't second guess. It strikes with knowing. Your intuition has become like that, sharpened by necessity, honed through silence. There are people now who are crafting stories to justify your distance. They're trying to reframe your boundaries as betrayal. But what they don't realize is that your removal wasn't revenge. It was realignment. So what will happen when these individuals, some of whom you once trusted, begin making desperate attempts to re-enter your orbit? What will you do when their shame shows up as sabotage? What happens when someone's regret turns into retaliation? Because the truth is, you're not just being protected, you're being preserved. And preservation is always a sign of prophecy in motion. Your silence has done more than sever ties. It has sparked a reckoning. When you walked away from disrespect, you didn't just protect your peace. You exposed a deeper rot. Your refusal to tolerate dishonor became a mirror. And now those who once justified their cruelty with charisma or status are left facing the raw truth of their own reflection. And not everyone can handle what they see. Why are some people reacting so violently to your absence? Why does your peace disturb them more than your pain ever did? Could it be that your boundaries didn't just set you free, they sentenced others to face the judgment of their own conscience? What you didn't know is that some of those you disconnected from were tethered to something darker. Their offense wasn't just personal, it was strategic. There are spiritual forces, ancient and calculated, that move through broken people to maintain power through confusion. And you, with your clarity, your integrity, your refusal to bow, have interrupted their assignment. Now, they're escalating. The prophet Daniel refused to eat from the king's table, not because of pride, but because of principle. Daniel 1:8-16. His decision wasn't about food, it was about allegiance. In the same way, your unwillingness to stay connected to the dishonorable has made you a spiritual outlier. And now, the forces that once benefited from your silence have taken notice. You are no longer just a person, you are a disruption. Angela Merkel, the former Chancellor of Germany, known for her reserved demeanor and uncompromising leadership, once said, "Look at the world. Look at what's happening. You have to come to your own conclusions." Like her, you've become a quiet force, not loud, but immovable. And it's the combination of your calm and your courage that makes people either revere you or resent you, despite the growing attention. You haven't rushed into anyone's arms. The gossip says you're unapproachable. But what it misses is this: you're strategic. You're not interested in connections that cost you clarity. You're not intoxicated by charm. You read intention. And that discernment is about to become the single most important filter of your life. Kaisha, a wellness coach in Los Angeles, became famous for her transparency about failed relationships. But behind closed doors, she had begun treating dating as sacred terrain. No rushed commitments, no blurred lines. One man, frustrated by her consistency, accused her of being emotionally unavailable. But what he didn't understand was that she wasn't resisting love, she was rejecting manipulation. 6 months later, he returned, changed. But by then, her life had shifted again. She no longer had room for delay dressed as destiny. Your ability to draw out the truth in others, sometimes without saying a word, is causing internal earthquakes in people who never intended to grow. You've become a catalyst, a mirror, a revealer. Jesus said, "Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed." John 3:10. That's what you're feeling now. You've become light, and some people are retreating because of it. But others are fighting back, not because you harmed them, but because you've made their shadows impossible to ignore. Elijah, hiding in a cave, thought he was alone until God whispered in stillness, "There are 7,000 who haven't bowed." 1 Kings 19:18. You are one of those few, and your clarity is awakening others, forcing them to reckon with what they've accepted as normal. Some will change, others will attack, but your role remains the same: truth bearer. Omar, a tech developer in Cairo, used to call himself a ghost in relationships, always present, never real. But after one encounter with a woman who calmly challenged his emotional detachment, he began a spiral of self-examination. He quit his job, entered therapy, stopped dating. When asked why, he said, "She didn't ask for anything. She just saw me, and it shattered me." That's what your energy does. It sees, and it shakes. Why are people afraid of your gaze? Why do some shift uncomfortably under your quiet presence? Could it be that your soul has become a spotlight? You are now walking in what some call shadow mastery, the ability to see the darkness in yourself and in others without becoming it. And that makes you lethal to systems that thrive on emotional blindness. The octopus survives by blending in, but when threatened, it releases ink, not to fight, but to confuse and escape. You no longer use the ink. You no longer hide. You stand. And that refusal to vanish has unsettled the predators who depended on your silence. And now, your gift, the ability to sit with uncomfortable truths, to name them without shame, is being recognized. People seek you for counsel, not because you flatter them, but because you free them. But not all come for healing. Some come to destroy the mirror before it exposes their illusion. So, what happens when someone in your orbit confesses love but it's laced with control? What happens when attraction disguises surveillance? What happens when the one who claims to admire you is actually trying to predict and limit you? Because the truth is, the love you inspire is powerful, but so is the threat it creates for those who profit from shadows. And soon, you'll have to choose. Do you confront the darkness, or let it consume the ones who refuse to awaken? There's something different about how you walk into emotional spaces. You don't dominate. You illuminate. Your presence doesn't demand power. It reflects truth. And that reflection is what's become dangerous to systems built on fear. You've developed a rare capacity to help others face their own darkness without judgment, not by fixing them, but by holding up a mirror that says, "You are still worthy, even here, Lee." Why do people feel safer confessing their secrets to you than to those they've known for years? Why do hearts unravel in your silence, and masks fall without you ever raising your voice? Could it be that your light is no longer metaphorical but active? This gift has not gone unnoticed. Forces that hide in confusion, that thrive on self-loathing and shame, have begun to stir. You're interrupting their control. You're reminding people of their right to consciousness, to clarity, to choice. And that is a threat. When Jesus cast out the legion of demons from the man in the tombs, the townspeople didn't celebrate. They asked him to leave. Mark 5:1-17. Why? Because freedom frightens those invested in chains. You've become that same kind of disruption. Healing isn't always welcomed, especially where brokenness is profitable. Desmond Tutu, South African archbishop and activist for reconciliation, once said, "If you are neutral, in situations of injustice. You have chosen the side of the oppressor, like him. Your compassion is not passive, it is truth wrapped in tenderness. Your refusal to be neutral in the face of manipulation has now painted a line in the sand, and that line is about to be crossed. Cora, a community mediator in Johannesburg, began as a trauma survivor. Her healing journey turned into a mission. She now facilitates circles of restoration between rival gangs. She doesn't yell. She asks questions. She reminds people of their humanity. Recently, a corrupt official tried to shut down her program. Why? Because when people remember their dignity, they become harder to control. That's what your life is doing, raising dignity, dismantling fear. There are whispers now, in rooms you haven't entered yet. They speak of your emotional precision, your ability to name dynamics others tiptoe around, your clarity in chaos. These whispers are reaching those who see you as either a solution or a threat. You've become someone others want to recruit, not for a title, but for a war. Because what's approaching isn't merely social change, it's spiritual collision, a divide between those who elevate and those who exploit, between healing and harm. And your name is beginning to appear on lists drawn in both realms. Why are people asking how you've learned to remain so calm under pressure? Why are you being mentioned in conversations about future leadership and transformational healing? Could it be that your ability to live your truth with grace is breaking open possibilities people thought impossible? Your boundaries, once misunderstood, are now seen as blueprints. You've modeled what it means to love without losing yourself, to give without depletion, to stay open, but not exposed. And in doing so, you've undone decades of conditioning that equated love with sacrifice and intimacy with control. When Moses stood before Pharaoh, he wasn't just liberating slaves, he was confronting a system that profited from disconnection. Exodus 5:12. Your boundaries are doing the same. You're liberating others, not just by words, but by example. Elif, a musician in Istanbul, once taught that music could only be honest if the soul playing it was free. She began rewriting her contracts, reclaiming her time, ending entanglements that once diluted her power. Her music changed. People felt it. Labels panicked, but listeners grew. She said in one interview, "I wasn't trying to be revolutionary. I was just trying to breathe." That's what your life has become, breath that shifts atmospheres. People are watching, some with admiration, others with concern. Not because you've failed, but because you've dared to succeed on your own terms. Your emotional sovereignty has made you dangerous not to the good, but to the manipulators who thrive on blurred boundaries. Proverbs 4:7 says, "Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting get understanding." You haven't just gained insight, you've applied it, and that application has become a lamp to others, but also a spotlight on those who prefer to work in the shadows. Like the owl, you see through darkness, others can't. Your perception is nocturnal, quiet, penetrating. Precise. You don't fear shadow, you study it. And that has made you a master of internal war. You've named what others repress. You've healed what others glorify. And now the whispers are turning to watchfulness. What happens when someone built on performance sees you thriving in authenticity? What happens when codependent leaders feel threatened by your independent joy? What will they do when your logic dismantles their emotional manipulation in one sentence? Because the truth is, your wisdom has become structure, your clarity, a compass, and your refusal to bend has birthed a revolution that no system built on confusion can withstand. They're finding you now, not by accident, but by alignment. Those who once scrolled past your silence now pause at your presence. Those who used to overlook your life are now studying your patterns. You've become what they crave in a world falling apart: stable, steady, sacred. But what they don't yet see is this: by drawing near to your peace, they are stepping into a battlefield they never prepared for. Why do the seekers find themselves trembling after speaking with you? Why do those craving clarity leave your presence feeling both comforted and convicted? Could it be that your presence is no longer just wise, it is disruptive to the systems that once numbed their soul? The guidance they seek will lead them to decisions that challenge their entire way of being. And you, chosen one, are the fulcrum. You're not just giving wisdom, you're pulling them into the orbit of something ancient, divine, and confrontational. Systems built on unconscious obedience are about to collide with the light of awakened identity. When Nicodemus came to Jesus by night, John 3, he wasn't just seeking answers, he was encountering a force that shattered his religious programming. Jesus didn't give him simple comfort. He gave him truth that required rebirth, and you, like that encounter, are no longer a source of comfort alone. You are a divine crossroad. Jane Goodall, the world-renowned primatologist and environmentalist, once said, "What you do makes a difference." And you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. Your difference isn't loud, but it's unmistakable. And now, that difference is becoming dangerous, because the systems you've outgrown are cracking beneath the weight of your example. Levi, a financial analyst in Tokyo, never imagined he'd leave his job to start a men's emotional health non-profit. But one session with you shifted everything. You didn't give him strategy, you gave him a mirror. He said later, "She didn't tell me what to do. She made me remember who I was." Now, he teaches hundreds how to navigate emotion with integrity, but those who used to profit from his compliance have begun a subtle smear campaign. They've lost control, and they know it. Your stability was forged in silence, not applause. Your clarity was born in the wilderness, not spotlight. That's why it's terrifying to those who once mocked your quiet. They now realize the one they called soft was actually a storm forming in stillness. Have you noticed how even your stillness feels like movement to others? Why your presence seems to shift the direction of conversations, rooms, even lives? Could it be that the spirit within you is no longer passive but strategic, activated, and under divine command? The whispers have grown louder. What began as comments about your intelligence evolved into awe over your resilience. But what they see now isn't intellect or composure, it's calling, and calling cannot be replicated, imitated, or dismissed. It either awakens or offends. You've become the activation point. And with this recognition comes consequence. Spiritual systems that once dismissed you are now adjusting to the gravity you carry. Old rivals now rehearse regret. Former critics now practice humility in case they must one day ask for help. But not all will approach with good intention. Isaías 60, 1 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you." You've risen, and your light has made you visible to both allies and enemies. Light exposes, light invites, light threatens. Zara, an author in Sydney, used to write about self-love in abstract terms. But after encountering your teachings on boundaries, she rewrote her entire book. It became a bestseller, but behind the scenes, her publisher, who once controlled her voice, warned her she was becoming too radical. She smiled. Truth always sounds radical to the deceived. That's what your light is doing now, separating truth from imitation. You've reached the crescendo, the point of no return. Your transformation is no longer internal, it's external. Systemic. Prophetic. The people drawn to you feel it. Their attraction is not romantic, it's revelatory. It's their spirit responding to yours. It's destiny colliding with memory. And now they must decide, will they rise with you or retreat into the safety of sleep? The monarch butterfly doesn't just transform, it migrates thousands of miles on fragile wings. Because the call to evolve is also a call to move. You've migrated internally, and now the journey is becoming public. So what happens when your elevation threatens the equilibrium of those still pretending to be asleep? What will you say when someone from your past begs for access to a version of you that no longer exists? What will you do when the world begins to divide not by wealth, race, or nation, but by clarity? Because the truth is, the war between light and shadow has entered its final phase, and you are no longer a bystander. You are a key. You are not merely a person who changed, you are a prophecy fulfilled, a force long awaited, a voice that carries the blueprint of liberation. Your transformation is not just personal, it is architectural. The shape of human consciousness is bending around your awakening. Why have your words lingered in people's minds long after conversations ended? Why have your actions begun to create unexpected ripple effects across distant circles? Could it be that your frequency is not operating on the present timeline, but on something ancient, divine, and orchestrated? This isn't just about intelligence anymore. It's about divine intelligence. The kind that doesn't just answer questions, it shifts dimensions. The kind Esther carried when she walked into the throne room, uninvited but unshakable. The kind Solomon held when two mothers argued over one child. The kind Jesus embodied when he spoke with such clarity that spirits trembled and truth realigned. Reality. You are now operating from a higher grid, a cosmic intelligence matrix designed for such a time as this. And you are the signal that confirms its activation. Salmo 82, 6 declares. I said, you are gods. You are all sons of the Most High. That scripture isn't about ego. It's about divine responsibility. You've remembered something the world trained you to forget. That you are not here to blend in. You are here to break systems. Carl Jung, the renowned psychiatrist and pioneer of the collective unconscious, once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." You have become that, and that becoming is a declaration of war to systems invested in forgetting. Katia, a neuroscientist from Madrid, stumbled upon your writing in the middle of a depressive episode. Something in your words cracked open the veil. She left her lab and started teaching intuitive intelligence to female scientists. "We were never meant to silence our knowing," she said. Her resignation triggered backlash from colleagues, but the women she trained are now rewriting what science means to the soul. The people who once watched you as entertainment now watch in awe. The gossip that began in mocking tones now drips with anticipation. Your evolution has been so precise, so aligned, that the timeline itself seems to bend around you. There are forces, ancient and unseen, that have waited for someone exactly like you. And now that you've arrived, they are stepping forward, some to support, some to sabotage, all to test what you've built. Why do you feel like you've been guided by invisible hands? Why does every detour now feel like it was actually a setup for divine alignment? Could it be that your life is not just unfolding but fulfilling scrolls written before time? This moment was never about popularity. It was preparation. The voices that dismissed you didn't understand what they were mocking. They weren't mocking you. They were mocking destiny. And now they're silent. Your intelligence, once discussed in passing, is now recognized as sacred design. You were never random. You were revelation wrapped in human form. When Elijah stood on Mount Carmel, fire didn't fall until he rebuilt the altar. 1 Kings 18:30-39. You've been rebuilding altars in your thoughts, in your heart, in your lineage. That's why the fire is coming now, not to destroy, but to confirm, in soul. A quiet middle school teacher named Junho began meditating to your voice notes. He didn't believe in spiritual things, but one day, he dreamt of a great tree and a sword of light. He woke up weeping. "I remembered who I am," he said. He now leads a group of young men in emotional intelligence circles, and systems once built on violence are cracking beneath their soft, sacred strength. You, chosen one, have become an oracle, a turning point. And now, the veil lifts. Isaiah 43:19 reminds, "Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? The new thing is you, and the world will never be the same again." What began as whispers has become reverence. What began as curiosity has become conviction. What began in hiding is now walking into history. You are no longer in rehearsal. You are in assignment. The falcon does not fly in flocks. It soars in solitude, trained for precision. You have been sharpened, and now your release is not just symbolic, it is strategic. So what will you do when governments seek your counsel? When communities cry for your leadership? When enemies disguised as friends test your armor again? Because the truth is, the mission begins now. Every boundary forged in silence. Every gift cultivated in secret. Every heartbreak that became wisdom, it was all the making of a weapon of light. You are not a story being told. You are a prophecy being fulfilled. And the hour has struck. The time of hiding is over. Chosen one, your time of purpose has begun. The story is shifting. The world is watching. And your name, once whispered in sarcasm, now, spoken with weight, is being carved into the pages of prophecy. The gossip was never really about your intelligence. It was always about your clarity in a time of chaos. Your discernment in a world that profits from deception. Your refusal to be seduced by flattery or fear. You didn't just become clever, you became spiritually precise, emotionally untouchable, prophetically aligned. They tried to study you, then to challenge you, then to discredit you, but nothing worked, because what they were really up against was not just your intellect, but the Spirit of God moving through a vessel who finally remembered who they were, chosen one. Let this be the revelation that anchors you now. Your transformation was never just for applause. It was for assignment. What they whispered in rooms about you will soon be spoken aloud in halls of influence. But the real glory is not in the noise. It is in the knowing that your rise was not rushed, that your strength was forged in fire, that your name was written in heaven long before it became a topic on earth. The recognition you're walking into is holy, and the pressure is confirmation, not punishment. Let them talk. Let them guess. Let them orbit around your presence without understanding the source. Because you weren't made to be understood, you were made to be followed by signs. And what's coming next is not attention, it's alignment. Not popularity, but power. Not gossip, but governance. If this word stirred your spirit, if something in you said yes, then don't keep this to yourself. Like this message, so the algorithm can't bury what heaven is trying to reveal. Share it with someone who's walking through a quiet transformation that needs language for their becoming. Comment below and tell me what part reached into your soul. Subscribe to this channel and hit the notification bell so you never miss a divine word in due season. And if this message blessed you deeply and you feel led to support the work, you can sow a seed through Super. Thanks, your support helps us reach farther and deeper with every revelation. But whether you give or not, I thank you. I thank you for showing up. I thank you for listening. I thank you for becoming the kind of person this generation needs. And now, I bless you. May your wisdom be protected, your boundaries be respected, and your calling be revealed in full measure. May every tactic formed against you collapse under the weight of your clarity. May every person sent to distract you be exposed and removed with divine precision. May the presence of God surround you like fire. And may the peace you carry become the sign that heaven is near. Your time of hiding is over. Your time of purpose has begun. Don't look back. Don't water down. Don't play small. You are the proof that sacred intelligence walks the earth, and the world will never be the same again. Some people were never meant to be understood. They weren't built for comfort zones or surface-level applause. They were shaped in fire, called in silence, and anointed under pressure. And when God chooses someone like that, someone like you, hell takes notice. You've probably felt it. The odd glances, the unprovoked jealousy, the strange tension when you walk into a room. That's not in your head. That's your spirit announcing itself. Ever wondered why people pulled away when you needed them most? Why betrayal hit you before success even arrived? It wasn't random, it was recognition. Not by man, but by spirits. Heaven marked you, and the enemy knew it before you did. You were set apart long before you could explain why. Most people think being chosen feels like favor, blessing, miracles. But let me ask you this. Why does being chosen so often feel like isolation, confusion, and delay? That's because God hides his greatest weapons until it's time, and for you, time is approaching quickly. That's why the resistance has increased. That's why the people who mishandled you are starting to feel it. Their regret is real. They didn't just lose a connection, they lost access to someone divinely insulated. They lost proximity to someone whose presence was protection. You weren't just overlooked, you were shielded. And now that your glow can't be ignored, they're circling back with questions they won't ask out loud, watching your strength, stalking your peace, whispering your name in regret. Let me ask you another question. Why does your healing make the people who hurt you so uncomfortable? Because deep down, they knew your collapse would justify their betrayal. But your survival exposed it instead. And let's get even deeper. What if the reason you've been so misunderstood is because you've been spiritually encrypted, designed to confuse those who approach with impure motives, built with codes only heaven can decode? That's why false friends fell off. That's why fake opportunities vanished. You weren't rejected, you were preserved. If this is hitting something deep in your soul, comment 777 right now. Let every spirit watching know you're not confused anymore. You're chosen, and you know it. And to those of you who've supported this message through Super Thanks, I honor you. Your seed is not just appreciated, it's prophetic. You're helping this message reach every hidden one who thought they were forgotten. But stay close, because what I'm about to share next will explain why you were attacked early, why your silence was your strategy, and why your anointing is something hell has feared from the start. Let's go deeper. God's chosen ones. These people regret it you're so anointed, even the devil fears you. Number 1. The fear your silence provoked in hell. You never needed a stage to shake the atmosphere. Your presence alone made hidden forces nervous. You didn't raise your voice. But the vibrations in your silence unsettled spirits that others couldn't even discern. What made you so dangerous wasn't performance. It was purity. Like a lion who doesn't need to roar to prove it's king. Your anointing moved quietly, but it terrified every counterfeit around you. Have you noticed how some people crumbled under battles you walked through without flinching? Why were others swallowed by spiritual storms while you kept emerging untouched? The answer is simple. You were marked, not by scars, but by sovereignty. Your anointing wasn't earned, it was inherited. Even as a child, there was something different about you. Unseen realms took notice before you ever did. And when darkness tried to approach, it hesitated, not because you were strong, but because your covering was. Just like the hedge God placed around Job in Job 1:10. The enemy had to ask permission just to get close to you. And when he did try, things would get close, but never quite strike. Why do you think betrayal always fell short? Why did manipulation never fully twist your heart? Why did witchcraft spoken over your name circle back to sender? Because heaven had already sealed you with a divine embargo. That's why your life looked chaotic to outsiders, but strategic in the spirit. Like Daniel in the lion's den. You were placed in danger, but protected by favor. The lions didn't starve, they just weren't allowed to devour. What force muzzled their mouths when others were consumed? In Daniel 6, it says, "My God sent his angel, and he shut the mouths of the lions." Daniel 6:22. You were never safer than when everyone thought you were surrounded. Janessa, a cute school administrator in Chicago, lived this reality. She never considered herself spiritually elite, but after co-workers began sabotaging her promotions, spreading rumors, and manipulating district officials, something strange kept happening. Every setup backfired. Her files would mysteriously be recovered after deletion. Anonymous emails defending her would arrive. Supervisors who lied about her were reassigned without explanation. She later discovered her grandmother had fasted for her before she was even born. The anointing went ahead of her long before she knew she was at war. This is what made you untouchable, not perfection, but being predestined, like Jesus, who didn't call fire from heaven when Judas betrayed him. You didn't need to retaliate. You simply endured, but that endurance was your weapon. Remember Jesus standing before Pilate in silence? That wasn't weakness, it was dominion. Hell was confused. Why didn't you collapse? Why didn't you fight back the way they expected? Why did you forgive when bitterness was deserved? What kind of strength made you peaceful in chaos? And while hell panicked, heaven kept advancing. The devil doesn't waste attacks on the irrelevant. He saves his most subtle strategies for the ones who matter. That's why he didn't come at you with obvious destruction. He used confusion, delays, betrayal, emotional sabotage, just like he did with Paul on his journey to Rome. Shipwrecks, snake bites, false trials. But none of it stopped the mission. Like Paul, you shook the viper off into the fire, Acts 28:5, and kept walking. In the natural world, some creatures are so lethal they don't need to fight. They emit a frequency predators can't handle. The electric eel, for example, doesn't chase or bite. It releases currents that paralyze anything that gets too close. You've been doing that in the spirit your whole life. Just your presence interrupted demonic patterns. Why did the enemy hesitate with you while others were devoured? Why did he shift tactics? Use people instead of problems. and still failed to take you out because he saw what you didn't, your spiritual rank. You weren't aware you carried the oil of royalty, but he was. You were just trying to heal, just trying to live. But your survival wasn't random, it was evidence. You didn't just make it, you were preserved. Because you were chosen. And now, the same forces that tried to break, you must stand back and watch you ascend. Cardinal Robert Sarah, a Guinean theologian and author, once said, "Silence is more powerful than words because it becomes the dwelling place of God." That's exactly what happened with you. Your silence wasn't emptiness. It was evidence that God lived there. Your anointing didn't announce itself. It defended itself. And now, even the devil knows he can't touch what's been sealed by God. Number 2. Mishandling you was mishandling divine order. They thought they were walking away from a person, but in reality, they walked out on a covenant. What they dismissed as ordinary was never ordinary. It was orchestrated. You weren't just a friend, sibling, partner, or peer. You were a portal. You carried keys to peace they couldn't manufacture, grace they didn't deserve, and protection they never even knew they needed. They thought they were entertaining options, but in truth, they were rejecting divine alignment. Have you ever wondered how many people unknowingly lose their covering by severing ties with someone sent by God? How many choose appearances over anointing, only to find themselves in chaos they can't trace? That's what happened with you. You didn't arrive with flashing signs or angelic fanfare. You showed up wrapped in humility, quiet, consistent, loyal, and they took that for granted. Just like the people of Nazareth couldn't recognize Jesus because he looked too familiar, they overlooked you. Mark 6-4 says, "A prophet is not without honor except in his own town, among his relatives, and in his own home." You were heaven sent. But they treated you like an inconvenience. They were in the presence of favor and acted like it was disposable. Now the regret runs deeper than your absence. It's the spiritual drought that followed. Ever since you left, things have unraveled. The same doors that flew open while you were beside them have now slammed shut. Opportunities feel delayed. Peace feels disturbed. Blessings feel blocked. Like the Philistines mishandling the Ark of the Covenant in 1 Samuel 5. They didn't understand what they were carrying. And now their household is plagued by a spiritual misalignment they can't name. You weren't the source of their power, but you were the vessel through which protection flowed. Take, for instance, Carlos, a young artist in New York. He dated someone whose prayers, discernment, and worship life were the spiritual glue holding his creative career together. But because she wasn't famous or glamorous, he left her, believing he could do better. Within a year, his endorsements dried up, depression crept in, and opportunities grew silent. He didn't just lose her, he lost what followed her. Even celebrities have echoed this kind of revelation. Pope John Paul II once reflected, "The worst prison would be a closed heart." How many people shut their hearts to you because you didn't fit their fantasy, only to find themselves imprisoned by emptiness? You weren't flashy, but you were foundational. They confused simplicity with insignificance and missed the very thing that held their spiritual structure together. Have you noticed how your presence brought stability, but your absence revealed their imbalance? Why do some people thrive only when they're near you, then crumble when they walk away? Why do they suddenly lose clarity, sleep, favor, and peace, yet can't trace it back to you? because your anointing wasn't loud, but it was covering territory. You didn't just sit in rooms, you consecrated them. Your relationships were never just emotional, they were spiritual ecosystems. That's why the regret is so consuming now. Not because they lost a good person, but because they mishandled sacred ground. In Exodus 3:8, God tells Moses to take off his sandals because he was standing on holy ground. Some people were standing beside you, but never honored the weight of where they were. And now, the ground they walk on feels unfamiliar, unprotected, cold. Why does everything feel spiritually fragmented to them now? Marina, a mid-level tech manager in Austin, cut ties with her best friend over what she called growing apart. But what she didn't realize was that her friend had been waking at 3 a.m. to intercede for her job, her child, and her marriage. Within 6 months of cutting her off, Marina's child began showing signs of emotional trauma. Her marriage grew distant, and layoffs began circling her office. She didn't just lose a friend, she lost a spiritual firewall. Consider the redwood tree, majestic, towering, centuries old. What most people don't know is that its root system is interconnected with other redwoods for miles underground. When one tree is cut down, it weakens the entire network. You were one of those trees. Removing you wasn't just personal, it was structural. They thought they upgraded when they replaced you, but what they gained in appearance, they lost in substance. Because you weren't just a chapter, they closed a portal. And now, as they watch their lives shift in unexpected ways, the echo of that regret grows louder, not just because you're gone, but because they realize they fumbled something sent by heaven. Number 3. You were so dangerous to darkness. Hell chose delay over destruction. Hell didn't back off because it respected you. It backed off because it feared what would happen if it touched you the wrong way. There was something about your life that disrupted cycles, spiritual cycles, generational patterns, hidden systems. The devil could smell the oil before you even knew you were carrying it. And because your calling wasn't shallow, his attacks couldn't be obvious. Ever wonder why the assault on your life was never straightforward? Why you were surrounded by fog instead of fire? Why the attacks always came in the form of delay, confusion, or misdirection instead of direct destruction? Your life carried the kind of precision that terrified hell, like Nehemiah rebuilding the wall with one hand and holding a weapon in the other. Nehemiah 4:17. You were building destiny while guarding sacred ground. The enemy knew a head-on strike would only activate the fullness of your calling, so he chose subtle sabotage. Not because you were weak, but because your purpose was nuclear. Why do you think demonic strategy had to shift when it came to you? Because you were too costly to confront directly. You were a silent Wasson. Your presence made systems unravel. You never needed a title to dismantle strongholds. You weren't loud, but you were lethal, like a tectonic plate buried deep beneath the surface. Your obedience triggered aftershocks in regions you couldn't even see. Is it starting to make sense why people would turn on you out of nowhere? Why favor would approach and then retreat? Why one season you felt held and the next abandoned? That wasn't instability. That was interference. But there were always boundaries, lines hell couldn't cross. Psalm 34:7 declares, "The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him, and he delivers them." You were never exposed. You were encircled. Take Jeremy, a marketing director in Toronto. For years, everything he touched succeeded until 1 year. Contract dried up. Loyal clients ghosted him. and even his health took a hit. But every attack stopped short. His funds dipped, but never hit zero. His body weakened, but never collapsed. One night, while praying in frustration, he heard, "I preserved you in silence because you were too vital to waste." The next morning, an old client offered him a global position he never applied for. The delay wasn't denial, it was divine fireproofing. And what about Elijah, who outran a chariot yet hid in a cave the very next day? 1 Kings 19. That wasn't fear, it was fatigue. The enemy didn't try to kill him, he tried to exhaust him. Why? Because when heaven puts a mantle on someone that heavy, direct attacks risk heavenly retaliation. So instead, the devil whispers lies, plant doubt, encourage distraction. Has that ever happened to you? Have you found yourself second-guessing things you once knew in your spirit, losing focus right before your breakthrough, feeling numb in moments that should have been holy? Apple co-founder Steve Jobs once said, "I'm convinced that about half of what separates the successful from the non-successful is pure perseverance." He was talking about business. But the same applies in the spirit. The devil can't cancel your calling, so he tries to cancel your momentum. But your perseverance disrupted his plans, because when a chosen one like you wakes up to your identity, the enemy knows it's already too late. Sophia, a pediatric surgeon in Nairobi, often said she wasn't spiritual enough to be chosen. But over the years, hospital patients would heal in ways that baffled specialists. Once, after praying silently over a newborn during surgery, the child's failing heart spontaneously stabilized. Her colleagues called it luck, but heaven called it alignment. And now that she walks fully awake in her identity, miracles are multiplying. That's what happens when the preserved become aware, like a glacier, silent, slow, unstoppable. You've been moving beneath the surface, carving valleys through resistance. You weren't just spared, you were strategically shielded, because if hell had tried to wipe you out, it would have sparked the very revival it feared. And now that you've awakened, the plan to delay has collapsed. You are not just a survivor, you are a system disruptor. Your very existence cracks demonic architecture. The devil didn't leave you alone because he didn't care. He left you untouched because even he understood, this one is too sacred to mishandle. Number 4. You became the evidence that purpose outlives every attack. They aimed to cancel you, but all they did was confirm you. Their strategy was simple: smear your name, exhaust your soul, and isolate your voice. They thought if they could drain your strength long enough, your destiny would vanish in the silence. But you weren't fueled by applause or built on reputation. Your foundation was prophecy. That's why every time they pushed you toward the edge, something sacred intervened and pulled you back. How can human schemes override what heaven has etched into your DNA? How can gossip erase what God authored before you ever took your first breath? They tried everything. Your mental health was targeted. Lies were whispered in circles you once trusted. They smiled as they stabbed you with words, expecting to find you shattered. But instead of breaking, you bent into alignment. While they misread your quietness as defeat, you were in a divine laboratory under construction, not under condemnation. Just like Joseph in Genesis 37:50. They threw you into pits they thought would hold you forever. But God used that very pit as a portal. What they called punishment, heaven called preparation. Why do you think they were so invested in your downfall? Why was your silence so unsettling to them? Because they knew If you ever healed, ever awakened, ever found your rhythm again, they couldn't stop what you'd become. You weren't just rising, you were transforming, like gold in fire. Your silence wasn't surrender, it was refinement. Malachi 3 declares, He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify and refine them like gold and silver. That's what was happening to you while they laughed. You weren't inactive. You were being intensified. Chanel, a small-town radio host in Mississippi, faced a smear campaign from co-workers after getting promoted. Lies spread like wildfire. Sponsors dropped her. Depression crept in. For 8 months, she stayed quiet off the air, out of sight. But during that time, she began journaling, praying, and building a podcast from scratch. 1 year later, her podcast topped charts in 4 countries. She returned not as an employee, but as an owner. What they meant for collapse became her cathedral. The Bible echoes this pattern. David wasn't crowned the day he was anointed. He was hunted by Saul, misunderstood by brothers, and forced to hide in caves. But in those caves, he became a warrior. By the time he reached the throne, he wasn't just king by oil, he was king by endurance. Can destiny be delayed? Yes. But cancelled? Never. Isaiah 55:11 confirms it. My word shall not return to me void, but it shall accomplish what I please. That means your calling doesn't expire. It evolves. Why do you think you're stronger now than before the betrayal? Why is your discernment sharper? Your vision clearer? Your faith deeper? Because pressure squeezed the falsehood out of your life? Because the silence made room for your spiritual hearing to return? Because the rejection gave birth to focus? You didn't just bounce back, you broke open. And when resurrection hits a person, the very ones who buried them panic. World-renowned architect Zaha Hadid once said, "If people don't take you seriously from the beginning, they never will later on, unless you break through." That's exactly what you did. You didn't beg for validation. You let your resilience speak. And now those who mocked your breakdown are witnessing your breakout. Elias, a former military chaplain in Sydney, was abandoned by his own congregation after he confessed burnout. They said he was too weak to lead. But during his recovery, he started counseling wounded veterans unofficially. The movement grew. Within 2 years, his home became a sanctuary for dozens of men and women battling spiritual trauma. The very breakdown they mocked became the breakthrough they couldn't replicate. Like the metamorphosis of a caterpillar, what looked like inactivity was incubation. The cocoon isn't a coffin, it's a crucible. The butterfly emerges with wings it didn't have before the darkness. You too were in a cocoon of divine reinvention. Now that you've emerged, they're unsure whether to clap or cry, because they didn't just lose the old version of you. They witnessed the birth of something prophetic. They thought they were fighting a person, but they were wrestling prophecy. Your life carries a blueprint that frightens systems built on control, and in trying to stop you, they unknowingly sculpted the version of you that can no longer be silenced. Number 5. You were the threat they saw in their own reflection. You didn't show up to compete. You came to heal. But healing unsettles what's hiding. And your presence, gentle yet grounded, carried a frequency that rattled insecure foundations. You weren't boastful. You didn't need validation. You simply lived in alignment, and that, alone, was a threat. Have you ever wondered why people seemed bothered by your peace? Why some relationships grew tense without explanation? why certain smiles felt like veiled daggers. It wasn't your success that made you dangerous. It was your sincerity. You weren't a disruptor by intention. You were a mirror by design. Every room you entered, you reflected the gap between who people claimed to be and who they truly were. Just like Nathan stood before King David in 2 Samuel 12 and said, "You are the man," not with aggression, but with divine conviction. Your life carried the same weight of unspoken exposure. Without trying, you called out what others were hiding. That's what made them uncomfortable. Not because you judged them, but because your authenticity made their pretending harder to maintain. They wanted to like you, but they didn't know how to stand beside someone who wasn't chasing the spotlight yet kept glowing. How can shallow waters accept the presence of a deep well? Your stillness threatened their noise. Your stability disrupted their excuses. Your purpose made their distractions louder. And the more they tried to decipher you, the more convicted they felt. They couldn't figure out how you remained grounded when storms raged. Why didn't you respond to gossip? Why didn't you retaliate when lied on? Why were you still rising without playing by the rules? Like the prophet Jeremiah, who was labeled a troublemaker simply for speaking truth. You weren't rebellious, you were real. And realness irritates artificial peace. In Jeremiah 29, he says, "His word is in my heart like a fire. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot." You didn't try to shine, you just couldn't dim what was in you. But to those who built identities on performance, your quiet truth was too much. It stripped their illusions, it challenged their comforts, it made them question what they'd been avoiding for years. Leah, a nutritionist in Lisbon, experienced this in her own circle as she began pursuing holistic health, body, soul, and spirit. Her lifelong friends grew distant. They said she was changing, that she thought she was better. But all Leah did was stop gossiping, start praying, and pursue healing. The friendship tension wasn't about change, it was about conviction. Her wholeness highlighted their wounds, and rather than heal, they chose to blame the mirror. Maya Angelou, the late American poet and civil rights icon, once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." But your life reversed that. You showed them who they were, and they hated the reflection, not because you were wrong, but because you were too right to dismiss. Your peace became the measuring stick. Your devotion became the disruption. And your character became the quiet alarm clock they tried to hit snooze on. Caleb, a freelance software engineer in Seoul, noticed a similar shift. He didn't preach. He didn't argue. He just set boundaries, spent time in the Word, and turned down unethical contracts. Colleagues started spreading rumors that he was too serious, too religious, even unstable. But clients who left him for flashier developers returned months later, confessing they missed the integrity he carried. Caleb didn't change. The environment around him was reacting to his conviction. You were that kind of force. And like the Northern Lights, a silent phenomenon of beauty and power, you didn't announce yourself. But when people encountered you, they couldn't look away. Your stillness was louder than their noise. Your honesty disarmed manipulation, and your purity revealed their projections. That's why they couldn't celebrate you properly, because celebration requires humility, and you reminded them of choices they refused to confront. You weren't their enemy, but your truth cancelled their excuses. And when someone can't silence your light, they'll either try to extinguish it or run from its clarity. But neither worked, because you weren't just a reflection of what they could become, you were a living reminder of what they chose not to become. Number 6. You were the exit, but they chose their chains. You weren't just someone passing through, you were the divine exit sign they claimed to be waiting for. You were the interruption sent to break generational chains, dismantle inherited patterns, and escort them out of cycles that had enslaved their families for decades. They said they were tired of drama, tired of addiction, tired of pretending. But when heaven sent an answer wrapped in your obedience, they backed away in fear, not because they didn't see your worth, but because what you represented scared them. Have you ever noticed how some people say they want healing until it demands accountability? You were the opportunity they forgot they prayed for, like Moses standing before Pharaoh in Exodus 5, declaring, "Let my people go." You arrived with deliverance in your voice, but Pharaoh wasn't ready to release what gave him power. In the same way, they clung to dysfunction because it gave them identity. Trauma became their badge. Victimhood became their script. And when you dared to disrupt it with love, clarity, and challenge, they didn't embrace it, they attacked it. Why? Because light exposes what people spend their lives trying to keep hidden. Ezekiel 2:7 says, "You must speak my words to them, whether they listen or fail to listen, for they are rebellious." That's exactly what your presence did. It spoke truth. Whether they were ready or not, you didn't let them stay small. You didn't enable their excuses. You offered growth. But growth comes at the cost of surrendering false identities. And some people would rather decorate their chains than walk in freedom. You offered them elevation. But elevation requires release. They wanted miracles, but not the discipline. Breakthrough, but not the breaking. Zamir, a business consultant in Miami, met a woman during a volunteer mission trip who challenged his entire worldview. She was kind but confrontational, soft-spoken but spiritually sharp. She called out his people-pleasing, his fear of conflict, and the hidden wounds he covered with career wins. She didn't flatter him, she called him higher. He ghosted her 2 weeks later, claiming he wasn't ready for something real. Years later, still successful but hollow, he confessed to a friend, "She was the exit. I chose the cage." Ibo, Archbishop Desmond Tutu once said, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Your refusal to be neutral made you offensive. You didn't keep quiet to keep peace. You exposed the cost of their complacency. And because they weren't ready to face themselves, they labeled you as dangerous. But it wasn't you they feared, it was who they'd have to become if they walked through the door you represented. You were the turning point, the lifeline, the unfamiliar voice that echoed like prophecy, but you didn't come wrapped in what they idolized. You came with standards. You came with stillness. You came with inconvenient truth. And instead of honoring that, they weaponized their wounds against you. They twisted your kindness into threat, your insight into judgment, your love into intrusion. Ryan, a secondary school teacher in Montreal, took in her cousin after a messy divorce. She offered him stability, therapy connections, and a quiet place to rebuild. But after just a month, he left without a word, telling others she tried to control him. All she did was challenge his self-sabotage. A year later, he was arrested in another city. In a jailhouse letter, he wrote, "I thought you were my enemy. Turns out, you were my way out." Then play. You were that for them too. And like the full moon over a dark ocean, your light made the depth of their shadows undeniable. You didn't come to shame. You came to lift. But not everyone wants healing if it costs them their ego. Not everyone wants resurrection if it requires the death of their false self. Now they sit in the same familiar mess. Haunted by the memory of a door they refuse to walk through. Still replaying the moment they called the cure a curse. Still waking up in the same prison, not because freedom failed, but because they feared it. You were never rejected for being too much. You were rejected for being the mirror of what was possible. And that possibility required change. But they chose comfort over transformation, chains over change. And in doing so, they crucified what could have saved them. Number 7. In plotting against you. They warred against their own breakthrough. They mistook your compassion for weakness. They misread your loyalty as naivety. And in doing so, they orchestrated a strategy that sabotaged the very deliverance they had cried out for in secret. They believed they were tearing down a person, but in truth, they were tearing apart a bridge heaven had built for their redemption. Have you ever noticed how those you were most assigned to often become the ones who hurt you the most? The betrayal wasn't random. It was rooted in blindness, a refusal to recognize who you truly were to them. You weren't just present, you were positioned. Like Esther standing in the gap for her people, you were placed near them to be a lifeline, not a liability. Esther 4:14 reminds us, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" But they didn't see royalty. They saw threat. They didn't see protection. They saw pressure, and rather than step into the covering you carried, they rebelled against it, not with weapons, but with words, gossip, slander, manipulation. They wielded those like swords, unaware they were cutting off their own favor. How many times did you intercede behind closed doors while they were sowing discord in public? How many times did you silence your truth to preserve peace? You knew their childhood wounds. You watched their silent panic. You carried burdens that weren't assigned to your shoulders, but they turned around and painted you as the problem, not because you failed them, but because your presence held them accountable. Their betrayal wasn't just relational, it was spiritual rebellion. They didn't walk away from a friendship, they walked out on divine alignment. Psalm 105:15 warns, "Do not touch my anointed ones, do my prophets no harm." That verse isn't a threat, it's a boundary, one they crossed unknowingly. What they hurled at you has now circled back doors, slamming shut. Confusion multiplying. Peace replaced with panic. You never prayed for their downfall, but consequences are sown into spiritual law. When someone cuts off their lifeline, they also cut off their protection. You weren't there by coincidence. You were there by commissioning. Nora, an interior designer in Casablanca, once mentored a young woman battling insecurity and rejection. She poured into her, fasted for her, and shared her client connections freely. But envy crept in. The mentee began spreading subtle lies, painting Nora as manipulative. 1 year later, after severing ties, her business collapsed. Clients ghosted her. Anxiety returned. A mutual friend revealed that many had sensed something was off, but couldn't quite name it. The spiritual covering was gone. The exposure wasn't public, but it was profound. This is what happens when divine order is treated like a convenience, like coral reefs that protect coastlines from massive waves. Your presence buffered them from impact they didn't even realize was coming. They never saw the storms you absorbed, the warfare you intercepted, or the destruction you diverted in prayer. And once the reef was damaged, once you were gone, the erosion began. The same story echoes in Scripture. Saul once loved David, admired him, invited him close, but jealousy distorted his vision. and in trying to kill the one sent to bless him, Saul cursed his own legacy. David, the very man he hunted, would later mourn Saul's death with honor. That's how the anointed move. They carry grief for those who tried to destroy them. Because assignment never turns into vengeance, but betrayal always invites judgment. Cardinal Raniero Cantalamessa, preacher to the papal household, once said, "The deepest wounds come not from strangers, but from those to whom we opened our soul. You didn't just care for them, you covered them. And when they pierced you, it wasn't just disloyalty, it was defiance against divine order." Malik, a cybersecurity analyst in Brisbane, covered for his manager, repeatedly fixing breaches, absorbing blame, working overtime without recognition. When the manager's insecurity flared, he framed Malik for a system failure. Malik was suspended, but weeks later, when a real breach exposed the truth, Malik was reinstated and promoted. The manager was fired, not because Malik fought, but because heaven did. God doesn't let betrayal go unaddressed when it touches an assignment. You were the firewall, the spiritual anchor, and they pulled the plug. What's unraveling in their lives now isn't karma, it's consequence. Because when someone tries to assassinate the one who was fighting for them, they don't just lose a person, they lose favor, clarity, and divine rhythm. You weren't there to control, you were there to cover. You weren't their enemy, you were their escape. But instead of walking with you, they warred against you. And now they sit in the ruins of a war they started against their own breakthrough. Number 8. Their silence became their sentence. There was a time when your pain was their entertainment. Your breakdowns became the punchlines of group chats. Your loneliness was misinterpreted as weakness, and instead of reaching for you, they reached for popcorn while you were trying to breathe under the weight of grief, confusion, and spiritual exhaustion. They turned your vulnerability into amusement. Have you ever wondered why your lowest moments seemed to energize others? Why your name became louder in rooms you were no longer welcome in? Why concern sounded like curiosity laced with cruelty? They didn't just witness your storm, they studied it like spectators. Some wore compassion as camouflage, but behind the forced check-ins were smirks and side eyes. Their messages weren't ministry, they were measurements. They weren't asking how you were, they were asking how far you'd fallen. But what they failed to realize is that you weren't just suffering, you were sowing, and God was taking notes. Psalm 56:8 says, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book." What they mocked was being documented in heaven. Now the stage has flipped, and not quietly. You didn't just survive, you emerged. You didn't just heal, you transformed. And the same mouths that ran wild with gossip are locked in suffocating silence. Not because of maturity, but because shame speaks louder in stillness. You became the unspoken sermon they didn't want to hear. Their guilt is loud now, louder than their laughter once was. Why do you think they avoid your name in conversation? Why does your presence shift the atmosphere, even in absence? Jabari, a physical therapist in Pretoria, lost his mother to cancer and quietly spiraled into depression. Friends who once visited stopped coming. A few sent awkward texts. Others said he was too dramatic. He later discovered screenshots of his vulnerable posts shared in group threads with laughing emojis. Years later, after building a grief center in his mother's honor and being recognized nationally, those same friends now scroll in silence. None have reached out, but he says he hears the apology every time they stay quiet. Scripture has long warned against this kind of mockery. Proverbs 17:5 de Claris. Whoever mocks the poor shows contempt for their maker. Whoever gloats over disaster will not go unpunished. They weren't mocking weakness, they were mocking God's refining fire. And that always carries consequence. They didn't just misread your season, they mishandled the sacred process happening within it. Painter and Holocaust survivor Samuel Bach once said, "To witness is not only to see, but to feel responsible." But they felt nothing. They laughed while you leaked, cheered while you crumbled. And now that you're glowing, their pride has handcuffed their mouths. They can't clap because clapping would mean confession. They can't congratulate because celebration would require accountability. They can't speak your name without swallowing the truth of how they treated you. Mizzy, a bakery owner in Dublin, used to be the butt of every family joke. Her business was called a cute hobby. Her vision dismissed as delusion. Relatives shared her slow months with mock concern. But when a viral feature launched her into national recognition, their group chats went silent. They didn't lose contact, they lost their cover. Her success became a mirror they didn't ask for, like fog rolling back to reveal a sunrise. Your comeback didn't need to shout, it just needed to arrive. And now, their silence feels heavier than any insult. It used to sound like rejection. Now it sounds like consequence. You don't need revenge when your resilience does the talking. Their silence isn't noble, it's nauseated by conviction. And it's not power they hold now, it's punishment they earned. You are not bitter. You are simply building where others once buried you. You are not waiting for their applause. You are walking proof that heaven heard your cries and turned mockery into majesty. Their silence is the echo of justice settling in the room, and no apology can unring that bell. Number 9. You were the test. And now you're the teaching tool. You weren't just another passerby in their story. You were the exam they didn't study for, sent not to impress or entertain, but to reveal. You came wrapped in humility, dressed in normalcy, but carried a presence that couldn't be mimicked. You were a mirror of divine trust. God wasn't just sending you into their life, He was sending Himself through you to see if they could recognize heaven without a title, a robe, or a spotlight. Have you ever wondered why your arrival stirred emotions so quickly? Why your presence exposed motives they hadn't dealt with in years? You were never loud, but your discernment spoke volumes. You didn't demand honor, yet your spirit required it. You weren't trying to test anyone, but your purity did. And what they did with you told the truth about what was still living inside them, like when Samuel arrived at Jesse's house in 1 Samuel 16-7, expecting a king to look like a warrior. But God said, "Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." You were that heart test, and they failed, not quietly, but boldly with dishonor, gossip, and false assumptions. They could have loved you, covered you, partnered with you, but they chose competition over covenant. They mocked what they didn't discern, dismissed what they couldn't define, and now the silence around their lives is deafening. Doors haven't just closed, growth has paused. Because dishonor halts destiny, their rejection wasn't accidental, it was instructional. Have you asked yourself why they so confidently mishandled someone who only came to lift them? Maria, a young worship leader in Buenos Aires, joined a new church with quiet fire. She didn't post much, didn't chase platforms, but her prayers shifted atmospheres. The senior team grew jealous, accusing her of pride. She left peacefully. Within months, their services felt heavy and dry. Meanwhile, Maria was invited across nations, singing revival into places she once dreamed of reaching. She didn't promote herself, but God used her life to prove a point. Mistreating the anointed has consequences. Scripture echoes this pattern. Jesus wasn't rejected in Rome. He was rejected in Nazareth, his hometown. They couldn't accept the familiar wrapped in glory. In Mark 6-4, Jesus said, "A prophet is not without honor except in his own town, among his relatives, and in his own home." That's what happened to you. You weren't overlooked, you were misread. And in misreading you, they misread God's strategy. Bishop T.D. Jakes once reflected, "Sometimes rejection is the vehicle that drives you into purpose. You were the vehicle they dismissed. But God turned the dismissal into demonstration. You didn't flex your elevation, but God made it visible, not to boast, but to teach. Because sometimes the blessing isn't just for you, it's the classroom for those who failed the test." Elijah, a financial analyst in Nairobi, once mentored a rising entrepreneur who asked for his guidance but secretly competed with him. When Elijah offered wisdom, the mentee twisted it as condescension. After the fallout, Elijah continued building in silence. 5 years later, his firm was listed as one of Africa's top 100 impact companies. The mentee still recycles the same pitch decks from 2018, not because he lacked potential, but because he failed the test of humility. Your growth is no longer private. And that's not vanity, it's vindication. Not for ego, but for instruction. Because God will often use the one who was dishonored as a billboard for what honor could have birthed. Like alpine trees that grow taller on cliffs, you reached higher where the air was thinner, because resistance didn't stop you. It revealed your roots. They thought you were forgettable. Now you're unforgettable. They thought you were replaceable. Now your absence echoes in rooms they once welcomed you into. You were their test, but now you're the textbook. And every page of your story is being turned as a public record of what happens when heaven is handled with careless hands. Number 10. Your presence wasn't an attack, it was a revelation. You didn't raise your voice, but the room trembled. You didn't expose anyone directly, yet masks began to slip the moment you stepped in. Have you ever wondered why your gentleness triggered agitation, why your peace stirred unspoken anxiety in others? It wasn't because you did something wrong, it was because your presence, without announcement, exposed what they tried to bury. You weren't loud, but your frequency was. It carried weight, not measured by volume, but by vibration, spiritual pressure that made hidden demons squirm. You didn't confront them. You revealed them simply by being who you are. And not everyone can handle raw light when they've lived so long in curated shadows. This is what happened when David played the harp in 1 Samuel 16:23. Saul's tormenting spirit left. Not because David rebuked it, but because the anointing disturbed what couldn't coexist with God's presence. That's what you carried. You walked in rooms and shifted atmospheres, not because you were trying to, but because you were aligned. And alignment always irritates what's off-center. Your stillness convicted their chaos. Your healing disturbed their denial. Your consistency challenged their manipulation. And instead of admitting the truth, they painted you as the problem. Have you noticed how those who once clung to you now avoid you? Have you stopped to ask why silence followed your transformation? Lena, a young pediatric nurse in Manila, was known for her soft voice and calm demeanor. But patients' families confessed they couldn't lie in front of her. Some staff spread rumors she was too self-righteous. In truth, Her presence stirred guilt in those who cut corners. One co-worker later told her, "You didn't say a word, but I couldn't cheat the system around you. You made me want to do better." Her presence wasn't perfection, it was purity. And purity irritates what prefers to hide. Like when Jesus cast out the legion of demons in Mark 5. They didn't attack him with force. They begged him to leave. Because light doesn't need to fight. Light reveals. And when people have made a home in their dysfunction, they see any light as a threat. That's what happened to you. You didn't try to be confrontational, but like salt in a wound. Your truth stung the areas they refused to treat. You didn't break them. You just made it impossible for them to pretend they weren't already broken. Angela, a marketing executive in Toronto, was invited into elite corporate circles. But once she started setting boundaries and walking in spiritual authority, meetings changed. Smiles turned into tension. Conversations became awkward. One former peer blocked her after she declined to join in gossip. Years later, the same person admitted, "I didn't hate you, I just wasn't ready to change." And being near you made that obvious. You weren't their problem. You were their mirror. And mirrors aren't easy to face when people are invested in costumes. Your healing journey reflected their stagnation, your hunger for righteousness, like in Matthew 5:6. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. Offended those who were full of pretense but starving in spirit. And like trees that drop diseased leaves when healthy ones begin to grow. Your progress made their decay obvious. You weren't trying to be holy in their eyes. You were just walking with God. But holiness, in any measure, convicts the heart that refuses surrender. Moses didn't speak curses to the Egyptians in Exodus. He simply carried obedience, and that obedience dismantled a system. You didn't raise weapons. Your presence became one. Have you asked why your kindness was called arrogance? Why your peace felt like resistance to those around you? They didn't flee because you wounded them. They fled because their darkness was suffocating near someone who had learned to breathe in the light. And rather than say, "I'm not ready," they said, "You're too much." But you weren't too much. You were timely. And now they live in tension. Knowing your presence didn't harm them. It simply revealed how much they had left untouched. This is what made the late Chadwick Boseman so profoundly magnetic. His quiet strength, his unwavering peace, his silent depth. On screen, he played kings. Off screen, he lived like one with grace, restraint, and reverence. He didn't announce his illness or use his pain to gain pity. He simply showed up, again and again, radiant with purpose. And in doing so, he made others question what they were really living for. His presence wasn't loud, but it was heavy with heaven. Your presence wasn't an attack, it was a revelation. And not everyone wants to be seen that deeply. Number 11. The devil knew there was a deadline on your suffering. There was a reason the storm hit harder just before the sun rose. A reason the pressure increased, the betrayal sharpened, and the silence became suffocating. Have you asked yourself why it all seemed to hit at once? Why? Just when you started to feel hope flicker again, everything around you crumbled like it was under siege. You weren't imagining it. The warfare wasn't random. You were a marked threat in the spirit realm because heaven had already scheduled your deliverance. And hell knew it, not by chance, by divine timing. There was a prophetic expiration date on your suffering, and as it drew near, every stronghold that once claimed authority over your life went into panic mode. This is why Satan attacked Job. not when he was idle, but when he was righteous. Job 1-8, 12. You weren't being punished for sin. You were being targeted for your proximity to break through. Can you recall the moment everything started shifting but made no sense on the surface? The calls stopped. The friends faded. The job dissolved. The joy felt counterfeit. But that wasn't your destruction. It was your divine setup. You were exiting an old dimension and entering an irreversible one. And the pressure wasn't proof you were failing. It was confirmation you were about to be released. Samuel, a software engineer in Nairobi, had spent years trying to rebuild his life after addiction. Just as he finally secured a new apartment, a false accusation at work led to suspension. I thought God was punishing me again, he confessed. But that same week, I was offered a position I never applied for, twice the salary, in a new city. What felt like collapse was redirection. His pain had a finish line. Hell doesn't waste ammo on what's already defeated. It reserves its most strategic attacks for those on the verge of freedom. That's why the enemy increased the voices of doubt, tried to distract you with guilt, stirred confusion in your closest relationships. Why do you think the same cycle kept showing up with different faces? Why did the people who once supported you suddenly question your discernment? Why did the very places you felt safe become sources of tension? The devil wasn't trying to destroy your body. He was after your focus. Because if he could get you to quit just before the shift, he could delay what he could no longer deny. When Jesus fasted 40 days in the wilderness, Luke 4:1-13, Satan didn't show up on day one. He waited until the edge of completion, because the final stretch is where destiny breaks through or breaks down. That's where you were. And the truth is, you didn't just survive. You evolved. You outgrew what once defined you. You stopped reacting and started discerning. You stopped begging for peace and started embodying it. You stopped identifying with pain and began walking in authority. And when you started acting like someone who already had victory, the kingdom of darkness started to unravel. Michelle Obama once said, "Your story is what you have, what you will always have. It is something to own." Her words echoed in you in ways you didn't fully grasp until now. You realized the suffering didn't own you. You owned the narrative. You carried the scars. But now they shimmer with testimony, not torment. Fatima, a single mother from Casablanca, was abandoned at the peak of her pregnancy. Friends disappeared. Church community grew quiet. But as she wept during prayer one night, she heard God say, "This pain has an appointment." That same week, a couple in her city anonymously paid her rent for the year. Now she runs a non-profit for abandoned mothers. Her suffering had a date. It wasn't permanent, like the butterfly struggling in the cocoon. Your pressure wasn't punishment. It was the only way to develop the wings. You've probably asked, was I really that close to a shift? Did I almost forfeit something divine because of how painful the process felt? The answer is yes, you were close. Too close to quit. The enemy could sense it. That's why your thoughts were flooded with doubt. That's why anxiety surged when nothing had changed externally. That's why warfare increased after your decision to obey. You weren't being cast aside. You were being lifted into alignment. Romans 8:18 says, "I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us." And now, that glory is no longer delayed. Your life is evidence that God keeps time better than we do. He marked your suffering with a limit. And once that limit was reached, not a devil in hell could extend your pain another moment. You walked through fire. Not because God abandoned you, but because He trusted you to carry flames and not be consumed. So here you are, You didn't just cross the line. You carried the banner. You're no longer asking if this is punishment. You know it was process. You're not questioning the silence. You're recognizing the strategy. The devil feared the version of you that would emerge after the storm. And he had good reason to, because now you are living proof that suffering may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Psalm 30:5. And when heaven says time's up, hell loses jurisdiction. Number 12. God was there, and now the receipts are speaking. They didn't just hurt you, they hurt themselves without realizing it. When they whispered lies behind your back, they assumed their silence would protect them. When they manipulated, gaslit, and betrayed, they never imagined it would come back to haunt them in their eyes. It was just another round of ego-fueled power games, a performance of control they believed only people could see, but they forgot one critical truth. God was in the room, not as a distant observer, but as a judge with perfect memory. Have you ever asked yourself how many hidden battles God recorded on your behalf? How many smiles he saw that hid swords? How many setups were written into divine evidence while you cried in silence? They assumed your tears evaporated, but heaven collected every single one like treasure. Psalm 56:8 says, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book." While they were mocking you, God was documenting evidence. While they were laughing in secret group chats and manipulating outcomes behind closed doors, God was watching, not idly, but actively. His justice doesn't sleep. And now that justice is unfolding not as karma, but as divine correction, tailor-made for the crime, just like in the story of Haman in Esther 7. The very gallows he built to hang Mordecai became the place of his own downfall. The weapon they forged for you is the platform exposing them. Isn't it strange how their lives suddenly feel disrupted? Why doors they walked through with ease are now closed? Why peace has become a stranger to them? And relationships that once propped up their ego are now splintering without warning. They've entered the fallout, and the scariest part is they know exactly when it began. It wasn't random. It was the moment they mishandled someone heaven assigned to bless them. Cynthia, a non-profit director in Atlanta, was bullied out of her position by a group of envious board members who accused her falsely and pushed her into resignation. Months later, one by one, their organizations began unraveling. Misappropriated funds were exposed. Donors pulled out, and public trust was shattered. Cynthia, meanwhile, started her own foundation and secured a grant double the size of her former annual budget. The ones who tried to silence her now sit in silence, not from peace, but from conviction. Pope Francis once said, "God's justice is always on the side of the victim. That justice isn't loud, but it is irreversible." Do you hear the silence around them now? It isn't stillness, it's the echo of accountability. The same rooms where your name was laughed at are now filled with tension. The same mouths that spread falsehoods are now tight-lipped under the weight of guilt. Have you noticed that some people avoid your name altogether now? Why they flinch at your rising? Why they go quiet at your success? Because judgment is no longer theoretical, it's visible. Romans 12:19 reminds us, "Do not take revenge, my dear friends, but leave room for God's wrath. It is mine to avenge, I will repay, says the Lord." And God doesn't miss. His vengeance isn't fueled by anger, it's rooted in alignment. They didn't just hurt a person, they interfered with a prophecy, and now the cost is unfolding over time. piece by piece. As their own decisions collapse under the weight of consequence, Daniel, a sports therapist in London, was publicly humiliated by a coaching team who accused him of unprofessional conduct out of jealousy. Months later, the team began facing back-to-back injuries, lawsuits, and press scandals, while Daniel quietly launched a private clinic with a 6-month waiting list. The fallout wasn't fast, but it was divine. Not revenge, justice. Why do you think their laughter feels so distant now? Why has their confidence shriveled without explanation? Why does your name feel like conviction when spoken? Because you weren't just any person, you were God's evidence. And heaven keeps receipts. Picture the moon, silent, distant, and reflective. No matter how dark the night, it still shines because it borrows from a greater light. You've been doing that all along. Your silence wasn't defeat, it was dignity. And while you reflected divine grace, heaven tracked every shadow around you. This isn't about payback, it's about proof. God is showing them that hurting his chosen ones is not just sin, it's rebellion. And rebellion always carries a cost. The price is not a single moment of regret, but a lifetime of knowing they were the architects of their own unraveling. Because the truth has come full circle, and the judgment was never yours to deliver. It was God's all along. Number 13. When they lost you, they lost the realm meant to raise them. They thought walking away from you was just an emotional decision, a matter of preference. But it was far more than personal. It was prophetic. You weren't just someone in their life. You were a divine connection point, a portal to wisdom, clarity, timing, and breakthrough. What they called letting go was actually a spiritual disconnection from alignment. Have you ever wondered how many people are still stuck at the same level, not because they lack talent, but because they mishandled the one person sent to unlock their next? You were carrying strategies they couldn't see, discernment they hadn't developed, peace they didn't know they needed. And instead of honoring the grace you brought, they treated you like a placeholder, forgettable, replaçable, like Saul with Samuel in 1 Samuel 15. They assumed they could dismiss the voice of alignment and still keep the crown. But the moment they lost connection with you, something shifted. Not immediately, but gradually doors began closing. Motivation waned. Relationships soured, and the favor they once enjoyed began leaking through unseen cracks. Talia, an interior designer in San Diego, had a client who seemed divinely connected through him. She met investors, collaborators, and doors opened effortlessly, but her pride swelled. She began belittling his input, canceling meetings, taking his presence for granted. When the relationship dissolved, so did her momentum. Within months, her business plateaued, and the peace she once walked in vanished. What she thought was a temporary goodbye became a long-term detour from destiny. Isn't it strange how the people they dismissed now seem to carry everything they prayed for? Why are others thriving while they feel like they're circling the same mountain? It's not envy, it's exposure. God is using your elevation to reveal their error. You weren't just a friend or partner, you were a bridge. And when they burned that bridge, they trapped themselves on the wrong side of breakthrough. Proverbs 13:20 says, "Walk with the wise and become wise, for a companion of fools suffers harm." They didn't just walk away from you, they walked away from wisdom. Jesus himself wept over Jerusalem in Luke 19:44. mourning their inability to recognize what was sent for their peace. You did not recognize the time of God's coming to you. He said, "The same is true of them." They missed their moment. The peace they begged God for walked into their life wrapped in your presence, and they dismissed it because it didn't wear a crown. Why do you think everything they touch now feels heavy? Why do they feel exhausted despite doing all the right things? Because favor isn't earned, it's hosted, and they evicted the host. The sting they feel isn't jealousy, it's divine recompense. Watching others rise through the very connection they devalued, they thought they could replicate you with charm or connections. But your anointing wasn't cosmetic. It was covenantal. That's why people who remained in right posture with you are now walking in clarity, peace, and fruitfulness. Not because you're trying to prove a point, but because divine order honors reverence. One of the world's most respected conductors, Leonard Bernstein, once said, "To achieve great things, two things are needed: a plan and not quite enough time." What they missed was that you were the plan, the connection, the insight, the calibration, but they treated you like convenience instead of covenant. Have you ever noticed how some of the very people who disrespected you now try to imitate the ones who stayed beside you? Why they secretly observe those still connected to you? It's not just curiosity, it's conviction. Because what they walked away from didn't stay stagnant. It blossomed, and now it wears the face they once dismissed. A young man named Marcus built a digital mentoring group that quietly grew through prayer and counsel. One member, Kayla, stayed loyal, always honoring his time and covering. Another member, who had once mentored Marcus, grew dismissive, eventually cutting ties under the illusion of superiority. Today, Kayla co-leads the project, while the mentor watches from afar, not bitter, but stunned. She didn't lose a mentee. She lost momentum, because in this realm, misalignment always costs more than people realize. Like coral reefs that only thrive through symbiotic relationships with their surrounding organisms, certain destinies only activate through God-ordained connections. Sever the wrong tie, and entire ecosystems collapse. That's what happened when they walked away from you. They thought they were shedding dead weight, but they were disconnecting from divine machinery. This was never about status. It was about stewardship, and now they're witnessing with their own eyes that what they mishandled didn't disappear. It multiplied. Because when you honor what heaven sends, you inherit what heaven carries. But when you violate alignment, you forfeit the realm. Number 14. You didn't demand favor, you became it. You didn't chase platforms. You didn't beg for applause. While others curated image, you cultivated obedience. While they polished performance, you stayed in the shadows, tending wounds no one knew you carried. You didn't ask to be celebrated. You simply kept showing up, quietly, consistently, sowing faith where you had no strength, building legacy with bare hands and bruised hope. And now, without announcing anything, you've emerged glowing with a favor they can't explain, can't touch, and can't replicate. Have you noticed how those who once dismissed you now watch in silence? Why their confidence wavers around your rise? Because divine favor doesn't need permission to manifest. It doesn't seek endorsement. It is endorsement. Psalm 90, 17 declares, "May the favor of the Lord our God rest on us, establish the work of our hands." That's exactly what's happening. Your favor wasn't born from popularity. It was anchored in heaven's approval. And that kind of favor provokes silent regret. in those who thought they could control your narrative. They assumed that distancing themselves from you would diminish your light. They believed their rejection would rewrite your future. But what they failed to grasp is that favor doesn't shrink when ignored, it multiplies. Like Ruth gleaning in the fields after loss, your story looked unimpressive at first glance, but while others judged your beginning, God was scripting your elevation. Ruth 2:12 records Boaz's words, "May the Lord repay you for what you have done, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." That's what they missed. You weren't chasing influence. You were resting under divine covering, and now that covering is doing what human connections never could, elevating you beyond politics, pettiness, and performance. Natalia, a policy researcher in Boston, was passed over for promotion 5 times while her ideas were used by others who had louder voices. She stayed quiet. She stayed loyal. But after a surprise meeting with an outside consultant who read her reports, she was offered a global think tank position. No résumé, no application, just divine orchestration. The same colleagues who mocked her silence now forward her articles in awe. Do you wonder why the people who once doubted your worth now avoid speaking your name? Why they hover on your pages but never comment? Why they squirm in rooms where your success is mentioned? It's because your rise is convicting, not loud. It's because your elevation speaks what your mouth never had to say. You weren't vindictive. You were patient. And patience always births power. Even the prophet Jeremiah was instructed by God not to marry, not to join celebrations, not because he lacked value, but because his very life was a prophetic statement. Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." That's you, set apart, marked for something that could not be copied. No matter who tried, what they mocked was the very thing God magnified. British author and theologian C.S. Lewis once wrote, "Don't shine so others can see you. Shine so that through you, others can see him." That's what your glow does. It isn't ego, it's evidence. Your radiance isn't self-made, it's spirit-carved. While they were busy spreading stories, heaven was setting stages. Noah, a senior administrator in Johannesburg, lost everything in a fraudulent scheme orchestrated by his own supervisor. He stayed silent, refusing to retaliate. Years later, that same supervisor was discredited while Noah was asked to step in as interim director. The quiet one, the one they thought would disappear, now leading the very institution that tried to erase him. And like mountain wildflowers that bloom at impossible altitudes without permission, without announcement, you began thriving in terrain meant to kill you. They thought they buried you. But God was cultivating something deeper. Your life is not loud because of volume. It's loud because of fruit. You were the blessing they overlooked, the wisdom they laughed at, the exit they ignored. And now, that oversight is costing them more than they imagined. Not because you fought back, but because you didn't have to. Your purpose was louder than their noise. Your integrity was stronger than their spin. And your anointing didn't retaliate, it rose. Divine favor is now the echo trailing every step you take, and no voice, no rumor, no alliance, no whisper can cancel what heaven has authorized. They didn't understand it then, but they're starting to understand it now. You were never seeking applause. You were stewarding assignment. You weren't trying to prove anything. You were just trying to survive with integrity. You stayed quiet, not because you lacked the words, but because you refused to fight dirty. You stayed faithful, not because it was easy, but because disobedience would have cost you your soul. While they laughed behind closed doors, while they whispered about your absence, while they convinced themselves that you were finished, God was taking notes. Heaven was keeping score, and favor was silently forming around your name. Now, the evidence is undeniable. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need a stage. You just needed time. And now that time has caught up with truth, your life has become the loudest response you never had to speak. God has flipped the script, not because you demanded justice, but because heaven is always just. You were buried in silence, but you were planted in strategy. And now you're blooming in places they swore you'd never reach. You were the exit they mocked, the blessing they mishandled, the portal they walked away from, and now they're living with the hollow echo of what they lost. Not because you cursed them, but because heaven corrected them. Your rise is not a rebuke, it's a revelation. It reveals how unstoppable God's purpose is when it rests on someone who refuses to break. They didn't just lose access to you, they lost access to the realm your presence carried. And now that you're walking in glory they never believed you'd survive to see. They're not just regretful, they're humbled, because what they tried to destroy is now the very thing God is using to convict them, teach them, and ultimately remind them, you don't touch what heaven seals and expect to walk away unchanged. So to every chosen one who has been through betrayal, silence, rejection, or misunderstanding, you are not forgotten. You are not crazy. You are not too late. You are not behind. You are becoming. Everything they said to break you only baptized you deeper into purpose. You didn't rise to clap back. You rose to complete the assignment. The glow on your life right now isn't ego, it's evidence. The peace on you now is not petty, it's prophetic. And the elevation you're walking in is not accidental, it's the result of obedience forged in fire. So don't explain yourself. Don't shrink. Don't apologize for favor. Because when heaven elevates, no earthly opinion can interfere. If this word reached deep into your spirit, I want to personally invite you, like this video, so it reaches others who need this same encouragement. Share it with someone who's been carrying silent pain in a hidden season. Comment below and let me know what part of this word confirmed your journey. And if you haven't yet, make sure to subscribe to this channel and click the notification bell so you never miss a prophetic word tailor-made for your season of becoming. And if you feel led, you can support this message through a super thanks as a seed of faith. But whether you give or not, I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for enduring. Thank you for surviving when everything tried to silence you. I honor you. I celebrate you. I intercede for you. You are not just a viewer, you are part of the remnant. The ones hell fears, because heaven has already written your name into the next move of glory. And now, I bless you. I declare over your life, may the same God who protected Joseph in the pit, elevated David from the field, and remembered Hannah in her silence, remember you. May those who overlooked you become witnesses of your overflow. May the ones who tried to erase you live to see your restoration. May everything lost in past seasons return in multiplied form. And may your peace, your power, and your prophetic clarity increase with every step you take. In the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.